Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Hello. Yo. Hey, Kirk. Driving. Awesome. Listening. Sweet. Hope you're having a good day, man. Oh, boy. I had a long day yesterday. I had a whole bunch of stuff kind of go down around the house, so it turned into a kind of emergency situation where I really couldn't stream, so kind of sucked, but here I am. Also, yeah, no D&D tonight, which, you know, was kind of looking forward to it, but gets canceled, things happen, yeah, so we end up here, either 2 hours early or 2 hours late, depends on which one, so 2 days till 420, martial law, oh my god. Are they like actually still like talking about that like whole thing? Because I don't know, the 12th already went by and they were saying that the 12th was also like a martial law day, so yeah, Simply Steve, what's the actual like word on that? Also, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh shit. Got knocked. What happened here? I'll just say, that was way off stand. Oh, excuse me. Give me one sec. Okay. I'm actually dealing with that a little bit right now. The stuff just starts breaking. I mean, dude, you know what, screw it. I'll just tell you guys. So, trying to save an above ground pool, right? Which it really didn't have anything significantly wrong with it. It had a small leak. Well, it turns out that I made it a lot worse. And I mean a whole lot worse. I dropped a hose and it put a nice little hole in the bottom of the pool. So that sucked. It was a whole thing that I'm having to deal with. Yeah, if I had to give, like, unless you are like a huge swimmer who loves pool time, I have to say, maybe just stay away. Bruh, Flex Seal, no joke. I tried. I tried. It didn't work. I don't know, man. I think that like there's a like a gap. So like I also think that I might have missed another leak because I did the test and it was pretty much like water was gone. Whatever. It is what it is. I spent way too much time trying to deal with it. Honestly, what really sucks is I spent pretty much like 6 hours, and that's where I kind of just said, I'm just going to finish this job. Right as I was finishing it, boom. Seeing Slightly Stupid? Hell yeah, dude. Awesome. Yeah, they keep changing the venue and the date for when they're coming to, like, Chicago or, well, outskirts. Gonna have to go to the country for this one, but maybe I'll bring my son. There's also some protests going on this weekend. I'm kind of looking forward to trying to hit those, but it was one of those situations where my buddy, he was like, hey, what are you doing Sunday? And I was like, oh, hell yeah. Sunday's perfect. And it turns out that it's a Saturday protest. I was like, oh, Saturday's oh, shit. Might not be able to go. But anyway, yeah, hope everybody, as I said, is doing well. As you hop into the stream, hit that like button. You know the deal, guys. Come on. Gotta give me that algorithm push. Help the stream. Help the streamer. Oh, God. I still can't believe I kind of relived that just in that moment. I was like, yeah, it was so bad, too, because I dropped, like, I was just, I was shuffling around, and I, like, moved my ladder, and when I moved the ladder, I just saw that, like, the hose head just go, phew. It's like, no, fuck. And, yeah, Revolution is coming back, too. I see them every time they come. Yeah, when are they? Yeah, are they? Because I know that they had, like a European tour, and then they did a bunch of, festival dates, but I've been looking into them. I don't see anything for Chicago right now. It sucks. But I get to see Parcels in October. I'm really excited to see that. That's going to be an awesome show. And then we have, I think the festival is coming up. And I mean, the festival. They call it the Miracle, which it is a miracle. But yeah, you can see a Bob Marley cover band. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, June, I think. Oh, shit, dude. Yeah, I need to look at their tour dates. Because as I said, Revolution's one of those bands where I would love to see them. You know what? Speaking of, give me 1 second. It just got warm as fuck in here. It's an awesome shirt. Oh, really? Revolution, 311, Badfish, and Pacifier? Fuck, dude. Ooh, that's a really good setup. Yo, what up, Distracted? How you doing, dude? Oh, shit. How is everything going in your circles? What the hell is going on here? Matesh, what up, dude? How you doing? We're just, yeah, dude, what the hell? Yeah, I know I did. What is going on with this thing, too? That's not by, like, I didn't do that by choice. I have no idea what the hell is going on here. Oh, really? Irration's gonna... Dude, wow. That's a hell... Is it a festival? Yeah, it's gotta be a festival. Damn, dude. Yeah, that would be a sick legal fest, like, setup right there. Yeah, we got the Miracle... the Miracle concert, which is... Essentially, it's run by one of the dispos. Wow, I'm stuttering hard today. And, yeah, man. It's crazy. Like, legit, you go to the dispo first. They kind of bust you in, or you have to, like, enter through there. So you go to the dispo first, get whatever the hell you need, which, honestly, you don't need much. I got way more than I needed. I ended up walking out with, like, my whole backpack full, just like, oh, geez, I barely smoked any of what I actually bought. Cool. And, dude, it was crazy. Like, it was just the craziest experience. Like, I gotta just say it. It was the probably top, like, 2 days of my entire life, number one. And it was a dream come true. Like, just weed vendors, just being able to try everything, people just handing me, you know, rolled fun. Man, it was so cool. It was definitely one of the best experiences of my life. So, glasses should arrive in 10 to 14 days. Nice. Yeah, I need new glasses. That sucks. I'll pretty much just rock the same frames, but I need new lenses so fucking bad. It has been 4 years since I've seen an eye doctor, so. What am I talking about? Stuff. I'm talking about stuff. Last time I went, they were selling literally anything, like stands. Yeah, dude. That shit's so cool, man. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that, like, they end up getting pretty much that lineup. Like 311, that'd be sick. Revolution, I would love to see again at that specific venue, at that specific, like, man, that was crazy. As I said, I got to see two of my favorite bands back to back. I got to see Revolution and Slightly Stupid. And, yeah, there was a rolled fun, what do I call it? Because I can't, if I say the J word, that does get flagged. I figured that one out, so you gotta be careful. But either way, man, if the rumors are true and who is headlining the show that I'm gonna be going to, I'm not sure how to feel about it, because they're saying Snoop Dogg, and I'm like, oh, cool, but also, I don't know. I don't know how much of this fucking, oh, this person voted for Trump, I hate this person kind of bullshit. Like, I don't know. Roman Reigns just came out today and was just like, yeah, I'm a registered Democrat and I voted for Donald Trump. And I was just like, oh, you are no longer tribal chief. Damn. Yeah. Just so happened to be on the same day that he became a honorary, like, Samoan, which is so fucked up. Dude, we live in such just a clown show right now. It's unreal. It's unreal. So real quick, I do want to go into some of the news that's been going on, because Trump definitely is doing the thing where he's like, oh yeah, everything's great. And when he says things are great, it is disturbing how his own supporters, who in the conversation before will be telling you like how hard it is for them right now, and oh, you know, I'm definitely in that, like, the painful stage, but we gotta wait and see. And then they just go suck his nuts. It's insane. Saw Juice live years ago and Snoop was there. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I just hope that the show doesn't become too big, because last year was cool. Like, for some reason, it wasn't the hugest, like, turnout, but it was comfortable. Let's put it that way. It wasn't like Riot Fest turnout where it's just, dude, going to Riot Fest is just such a pain in the ass. I gotta be honest. It's almost too much. I haven't gone to Riot Fest for so many years, specifically because it's just too much of a pain in the ass to go, like, logistically. And it's like, I end up having more anxiety through the day than I do, like, fun, so. I just saw that Trump started his smear campaign of Jerome Powell today. Well, that we were expecting that one. How the fuck, like, I'm actually kind of surprised that it took this long, but with everything going on with the tariffs, he wanted to kind of just be like, you know what, maybe, just maybe, I needed to have some strategy to this for once. God, this 5D chess thing where it's like, oh, no. Let's put it this way, the wins, I'm starting to kind of like go with, oh, he lucked into that one. Like, he listened to somebody and was just like, yeah, sucking nuts is weird, but whatever. One day, one of the only shows I've ever been to was Kenny vs. Spenny Live. Oh, no shit. Yeah, dude, they just did a, oh my god, what the fuck? Wow, why am I blanking on the name of the show? Shorzy. Yeah, they just did a Shorzy Live where they actually played a hockey game. Pep talks. I'm so tired with gatekeeping of words. Someone today said not to say third or first world. Wait. So a chatter said industrialized, and the streamer was like, who is not industrialized? So I said the third world, and they were just like, I said not to say that, blah, blah, blah. What the fuck? It's just whatever, man. What does that do? Even to the cause. Like, even if you're like, what does that do? How does that benefit the cause? Like, just say It's a little insensitive to say third world, first world, because where's the second world? Where's the second world? We just skipped over the second world. Guys, are we just going to ignore the fact that we skipped over the second world? That means I'm pretty sure that Middle Earth is a legitimate map. That's the second world. J.R.R. Tolkien tapped into it. They did this big cover story. Yeah, he died of natural causes. That's so third world. Man, I was talking about this with my therapist, like about the stuff that actually like matters and what you should really like get upset about, and things where you can still like not be a dick, because that's the thing that Trump supporters, they just lost nuance. There's no nuance there at all. They are at the core, apparently, miserable people that want everybody else to be miserable, which is kind of fucked up. Which, when they're polled, somehow they get like, oh yeah, they're totally happy. They're totally, but any therapist looks at them and they're like, no, they're insecure. They're profoundly like fearful. Like, no, these people are very, very miserable. They just don't understand it. And on top of it, they usually blame everything on their liberal kids or bad. I was just like, you dumbass, you asked who's industrialized, so I answered you, this is why this shit is stupid. And said, you don't have to be rude. Dude just yelled back at me for answering your question. I'm going to be a little rude back. I mean, to be fair, like, as a streamer, it's hard to find, like, tone, nuance of the conversations can get lost. Me and Duke have definitely, I've gone pretty hard at him, especially, like, the last two conversations. And that was where, it was because I was amped up in everything that we were arguing about. I kind of was at that point where I was just like, I don't see how this benefits anybody at this point, but, I don't know, man. This is why I also enjoy like talking to Duke and people that are a little bit more combative in their way of debating. But I also, I try to see it from their perspective. So that's where, like, I still feel bad about that one where it's like, nah, I went a little hard. But yeah, like, dude. God, there's just more shit to care about. Like, what is this micro shit that they're finding every little thing to be mad at, where there's enough to be miserable with. There's enough to read in your everyday life, and like, especially on the left, to be like, hey, this is horrible. And this is where the accusation of people like on the far left from the far right, where they're just like, oh, you just want to be sad. Because I had somebody say that to me once, and I didn't know how to combat it. To this day, still don't. So if you guys have if you guys have an answer to combat this with, I'm stealing it. That's for real, man. It was such a just like, a bullshit argument for somebody to make, but at the same time, kind of profound, where it was just, yeah, this really doesn't matter. It's like, this isn't helping anybody. It's only just making me more angry, and it's making me lose focus on the things that actually I can change. So second world is definitely Narnia. Oh, damn. No, middle. Well, Underdark? Can we go Underdark? Man, damn. I want it to be Narnia. Narnia sucks. Of all of the fantasy realms, Narnia is the one, like, it's so funny too, because it's coming from a very Christian dude. It's one of the most fucked up fantasy realms. Like, for real. It's one of the most fucked up, one of the most unforgiving, and on top of it, dude, you want to talk Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones? Like, dude, there's so many deaths in those books where you're just like, what? No way! And they come at random times. I don't like real life. If communism is let to continue, the populace will be the low middle class. Wait, if communism is let to continue, the populace with low middle, what would be low middle class? Is that what you're trying to say? Because you're typing too fast. I believe in fight. Whatever, man. Sometimes you get really fucking weird. I got yelled at for calling a woman a baby factory. Like, what the fuck? Her legal name was literally I'm a baby. I can't even. Man. Like, honestly. Wait, I'm not going to tell you to act collectively as a colony of ants. Honestly, anybody that thinks that way, like, if you, honest to God, think that everybody is going to get behind a single idea, I don't know what to tell you about. And, like, apparently we just need to sit down and have a talk about how humanity works. Because that ain't happening. Just saying, man. God. Look at the way that, like, dude, it sucks too. I've come to terms with the fact that these guys, like the elites, oh, that's what I wanted to do. Alex Jones, I wanted to see what the hell he's had to say about any of this. Haven't heard word one from this guy. So, let's see. What is Alex Jones saying? About Kilmar. Because technically, if he is a consistent person, he would be losing his shit over this. Because he would see just how slippery the slope is. He'd be the first one to be right there. But nope. Nope, nope. Come on, guys. We gotta fix this. There we go. What was that there? Oh, right. I was supposed to have a guest. But then that little snag happened on Wednesday. Alex Jones, Kilmar Garcia. There we go. Dude, there's nothing. There's literally nothing. Man, that's crazy. Usually you could get like anything from these tags, like especially like Alex Jones dash whatever the news of the day is. Nothing. Literally nothing. That's fucking wild to me. Huh. So is he not doing very well on Twitter? What? Twitter? Yeah, Twitter. I almost said Twitch. I was like, yeah. You know what? I'm doing gaming streams. Catch me playing Assassin's Creed later. Talon, I'm getting a little tired of your visions without any, like... I don't see you, going and forming, you know, anything. I don't see you doing anything with it, so if you got these grand visions, then maybe, I don't know, do something with them instead of just pontificating about them in chat like you're somehow smarter than everybody else. That's one thing that I get really tired of. This is why I appreciate people like Ilirda, and who actually do, like, they actually do things. They actually, you know, are people of action instead of just dipshits with words who just, again, my problem with you is you think you have all the answers. I don't. I'm looking to just have incremental, like, move, like, kind of pushing towards, you know, a little bit of movement, because honestly, I keep seeing what happens every time. Like, we really are the epitome of one step forward, two steps back. So I would like to just, you know, one foot after another, heel toe this motherfucker. Because, yeah. God, what a good analogy, because sometimes you just forget how to walk. Did you see, it's the Dems raising the alarm on the real ID. It's the Republicans and high-ranking ones? What? It's not the Dems. Oh. Okay. Well, yeah, because I think that they all figured out that more conservative women are the ones that spend the money to take their husbands' names. If we're going to be completely real about that, that was an oopsie that a lot of evangelicals just went, wait a minute, excuse me now? And then a lot of them just kind of figured out that, like, they kind of did that thing where they're like, oh, I'm a woman. Oh, no. They're trying to take my rights. Oh, no. Although, let's see how like the girl, you know, the girl squad over on the conservative media sphere, like Candace Owens, Tommy Lahren, like those girls, those gals, you know, let's see how they, what they say, because honestly, they're just gonna follow whatever the fuck they do. Like, what's really scary is, again, how people are right now, especially like the Fox News crowd and the people that watch that crap, they just want to. It's not just tuning in and tuning out, tuning in, tuning out. Yeah, that's what it is. Are they? Son of a bitch, they are. What the fuck? I'll be honest, when I came to start stream today, I was having a problem with this, as it was. Here. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna just turn chat off and then restart it. Ah, that's what that's what I have to do. So hold on one second. Move chat box. Add source. Chat box. Add source. All right. It's reset. Let's see how that goes. Also, holy shit, it's huge. Dave, type 1, YouTube. Somebody over in YouTube. Do your thing, because let's try and get this, going. Shit. Alright, so we still got... We got Twitch. Let's see. Yeah, Streamlabs has been just wonky as hell since, what, last Friday? I mean, dude, yeah, last Friday. I just realized that. Shit. You know what? Hold on. Run a security check. That's what's going on. Okay, hold on. This sucks. I have to turn... I did turn it off. It's already off, and this should be working. Damn it, it's Streamlabs. Well, too bad. Oh, wait. It would help. Wait a minute, Dave. It would help if somebody over in somebody over in YouTube just chat, like, I don't care what the fuck you put over there. Type 1. Oh my god. Ugh. Ugh. Why? This is the reason that I had to start late today, too. Because I got 2 different error messages that I haven't had. There we go. We're back. That's all I needed to do. Cool. We're good. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. And then let's get StanCam back. Even though he is sleeping on... Oh, he's sleeping on Snorlax. Oh. Okay. Well, let's get to this. This is important. Oh, that's important. Luigi Mangione. We got, or Mangione. No, it's Mangione, right? I've heard it pronounced both ways. United. Really? That's how you're doing it? Okay. Okay, AP. I see what's happening here. While factual, also kind of, what do I expect them to do? Stan them? Yeah, okay. Maybe my expectations are unrealistic, let's be real. Alright. Luigi Mangione was indicted Thursday on federal murder charges in the killing of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, a necessary step, prosecutors say, to seek the death penalty. The indictment returned by a grand jury in Manhattan federal court also charges Mangione with two counts of stalking and firearms in a firearms count. It was not immediately clear when the 26-year-old Mangione will be arraigned. A message seeking comment was left for a spokesperson for his lawyers. Mangione, an Ivy League graduate and from a prominent Maryland real estate family, also faces separate state murder charges. He's accused of shooting Thompson, 50, in the back outside a Manhattan hotel on December 4th as the executive arrived at the United Healthcare's annual investor conference, which I must remind you still went on after they found out that he had died. They still had the conference. That actually kind of makes me laugh. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced this month that she has directed federal prosecutors in Manhattan to seek the death penalty, following through on the president's campaign promise to vigorously pursue capital punishment. It's the first death penalty case sought by the Justice Department since Donald Trump has returned to office in January, with a vow to resume federal executions after they were halted under previous administration. The killing and ensuing 5-day manhunt leading to Mangione's arrest rattled the business community, with some health insurers hastily switching to remote work for online shareholder meetings. You fucking scumbags. It also galvanized the health insurance critics, some of whom have rallied around Mangione as a stand-in for frustrations over coverage. Oh, it's good. You're bad people, guys. You're bad people. Guys, they're humans too. They have families. These people have families. You must care for them. The billionaires. Care for the billionaires and their families, not the ones who are literally getting coverage denied on a mass scale, which triggered this. It's almost like. Uh-oh. What happened over on Twitch? No? What, because I'm covering frickin' Luigi? I didn't say anything. Didn't I? Yeah. Yeah, it did. It got auto-modded, and then I had to remove it, so.
To remind you that 60% of sales on Amazon come from...
Honestly, Talon, I think that it's because you, yeah, I think that you might have too many strikes, because at this point, it's not even giving me an option to not deny it, so I don't know what to tell you, dude. Maybe quit fucking around. What up, dude? How's it going? Rome Dog. God, I miss your old name. But we have established Big James is fine. Well, dude, you know what, Talent? No. Honestly, you're getting on my nerves just because of, like, I don't mind you being an active chatter, but damn, dude, sometimes you are borderline just spam. And then you do fucking paragraphs. Again, the self-importance over there is just insane to me sometimes. Oh, dang. Yeah, I'm fucking tired of this shit. Again, like, him bitching about something getting auto-modded and then me removing it, like, right there. That's enough for me to just be like, nah, dude. You know what? Wah. Hey, learn from your experience. All right. The killing and ensuing 5-day manhunt, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we know that. Surveillance video showed a masked gunman shooting Thompson from behind. Videos say the words delayed, denied, deposed were scrawled on the ammunition, mimicking a phrase commonly used to deny insurance coverage. And that is literally it. So, let's see. Anything else? Let's see. Jacobin. Two failed strategies. The bullets used to the bullets Mangione allegedly used to kill Thompson had denied, delayed, deposed, inscribed on them. See, I'm somehow more... I am a more responsible reporter than they are. It was an expression of anger against an industry whose business model rests on enormous amounts of human suffering. While the majority of Americans do not believe that Mangione's actions were acceptable, only 17% support his actions. The percentage is much higher among the young. 41% of Americans aged 18 to 21 would describe Mangione's actions as acceptable. It's not hard to understand the views of this demographic. A recent poll found that 1 in every 6 Americans was staying in a job that they would otherwise leave out of fear of losing their insurance. Although, even among the insured delays and denials are common. Yep. And they're the lucky ones. Tens of millions of Americans don't have insurance at all. The whole system is grotesque. None of this, of course, is to say that what Mangione did was justifiable or wise. The theory that individual acts of violence will somehow spark mass revolt and bring about structural change, what used to be called propaganda of the deed, has been tested by assassins all over the world in a wide variety of circumstances for centuries. We know it doesn't work. At best, the assassins have an afterlife as folk heroes. At worst, their actions are used to justify repression of the left. Yep, I was worried about that one. But the injustices that motivate the assassins never go anywhere as a result. While political violence and murder tend to be ultimately futile, state-sponsored murder is not just cruel, but deeply immoral. Bondi's bid to give Mangione the death penalty should be an opportunity to take back the argument that socialists have long marshaled against capital punishment. The practice is and always will be indefensible. Yep. That's why the 17%, honestly, again, when you talk about capital punishment from prisons, immediately they're just like, yeah. Like they're consistent in their stance that, yeah, corporal, or is it considered corporal punishment at that point? But yeah, man. Bo the Ho. Anywho, have you heard about any of this Beyond the Map's Edge treasure hunt thing from Netflix? No. What is that? Ooh, I like treasure hunts. Is it like something we can all partake in? Wait a minute. Now that's something I might do, and I would film content for that. He's a leftist political streamer. Pepper. I'm just sitting there with a Goonies map. All right. I've always been against capital punishment ever since the Penn and Teller episode about it. Yeah. Yeah, Penn and Teller's bullshit they have a great episode on capital punishment and why it doesn't work. And yeah, they actually kind of cover this argument too. Like, while I believe like the folk hero thing, and yes, again, man, like, trust me, I understand it. And there's a part of me that is just like, hey, there's that other side that is like, dude, this could be like weaponized and totally antithetical to everything that he was trying to accomplish. So that's where I was like, like, let's be real. The whole idea that he got caught is kind of like, had there just been this person that just did the deed and not gotten caught, oh man, that would have been a much better situation. But here we are. I believe in death pen if they are killing in prison. No, I don't. No, I don't believe in capital punishment. I really don't. I would almost call myself like, I don't know, a human practicalist that, like, if the person, listen, there's so much of a line that I know everybody has, that there's a reason that, like, you know, the Punisher as a idea even exists. There's a reason that people loved. See, I was thinking about this today, though. I was thinking about, like, for everybody bitching about the people who love Luigi, there's this guy. I forgot his name. Here, let's look up the case. Guy. Not Cain Velasquez. Cain Velasquez was also the same situation where Guy Punch or Guy Plotch, right? Yeah, Dossett. Yeah, publicly killing Jeffrey Dossett. In 1984. Yeah, here we go. Leon Gary Potch was an American man known for publicly killing Jeffrey Dossett, a child molester who had kidnapped and raped. It's so pathetic that I have to even say that term. Plotch's son, Joseph Boyce. But here's the thing: he did it here. On March 16th, 1984, Dossett was flown back to Louisiana to face trial. He arrived at a Baton Rouge Metropolitan Airport and was led in handcuffs by police officers through the airport at around 9:30, where Plachette was waiting for Dossett. Or Plachette was waiting for Dossett. An employee at a local ABC affiliate had told Plachette when Dossett would be arriving at the airport. Oh shit! I did not realize that part. A news crew from WBRZ was waiting for Dossett and had set up their cameras to record his arrival. Opposite the news crew was a bank of payphones where Plachette waited while talking to his best friend on the phone. He wore a baseball cap and sunglasses so that no one would recognize him. As Dosset was escorted through the airport, he passed the news crews who were taping the scene. He then walked past Plotch, who fired at the right side of Dosset's head at close range. Dosset fell to the floor, bleeding from a wound from his right ear. Plotch placed the telephone receiver down before the police officers restrained him and removed the gun from his hand as the other attended to Dosset. The officers who grabbed the gun, who grabbed hold of Plotch recognized him. They kept pinning him against the banks of the telephones, asking him, Gary, why, Gary? Why, Gary? The incident was captured on video. Dosset fell into a coma and died days later. Plotch was initially charged with second-degree murder, but agreed to a plea bargain in which he pleaded no contest to manslaughter. He was sentenced to 7 years suspended sentence, 5 years probation, 300 hours of community service, which he completed in 1989. Psychologist reports Plush's case after it was learned that Dache had abused Jody months prior to the kidnapping. The psychiatrist Edward Uzi examined Plush and determined that he could not tell the difference between right and wrong when he killed. Oh, really? Interesting. That's an interesting take. But see, my point with this, and going deeper into this, is this guy was immediately like, and is still to this day pointed out by right wingers as like, you know, the, you know, God, the blueprint. And that's where it's like, oh, so you're perfectly fine with that, but, okay, well. So it has nothing to do with, like, the actual committing of the act, like these people were saying, and just like, well, you're taking, it's the taking of a life. Which, again, these people, they feign such just, you know, pearl clutching over the idea of a lost life. Meanwhile, murder is an unlawful killing of another. The unlawful part is the pertinent word. Yeah. Again, I just gotta say, the federal government gunning for his death penalty. I was watching one lawyer talking about how, like, great. It's great for them to look big, mean, tough, right? Well, this is one of those situations that good luck. Like, with the evidence that they have, it's not much. Like, it's really, the prosecutor, like the state prosecutors, when they were doing their whole, oh God, what is it called? Where you have to show the other team, like your stuff. I really am brain farting hard today. I'm trying not to, but crap, what the fuck is the name of it? I used to know these things, man. I don't know why I keep wanting to say expediency. It's not expediency. Exposure? No, fuck. Okay, then I think it's hypocritical that the government says we can't kill, but then it kills us. Is that better? Yeah. Yeah, actually. No, that's it's not a bad argument. Pretty, you know. When they're making these moralistic, you know, arguments, that is something that you could always bring up. Oh, God. Just think of it that way. We had 4 years where there was no federal capital punishment. Jeez. It's almost like we were making strides in the right direction, but here we are. Ugh. Really, it's just so frustrating. All right, what do we got? The death penalty is a very simple issue. Here. Discovery. Thank you. Thank you. I was having like the ultimate like stoner brain fart right there. I was just like, I cannot think of what it's called. Discovery. Yes, when they go into Discovery, and that, you know, It's also why I think that Luigi's attorneys aren't like freaking out, but hey. It could just be hopium on my end. Alright, let's see. Let's finish reading this little part here. You know what? Go from up here. Just as propaganda of the deed has failed everywhere, it has been tried. Governments that respond to assassinations with bloodthirsty repression have tended to be equally unsuccessful in achieving their goals. The conditions that inspire the assassinations don't disappear, and meanwhile, the dead assassins become martyrs to inspire their successors. Yep. So for everybody saying like, oh yeah, you know, the government, they need to do something. They need to make an example of them. Which, it's kind of weird, again, with this whole thing happening with Abrego Garcia, which, let's be real, the lack of communication with him and the fact that they're not letting anybody in the prison to see him makes me think that he is no longer around and that this could be the biggest political scandal of all time, possibly. All time! No, in all American history, at least. This is a special case of a much broader point about the death penalty, which is that it simply doesn't work as a deterrent. In an article about capital punishment for ordinary crimes, Karl Marx asked whether it might not be time to change the economic system that breeds street crime instead of glorifying the hangman who executes a lot of criminals to make room only for the supply of new ones. Yep. But that's the prison industrial complex. Dude, do you think that Karl Marx could have, like, actually pictured what the prison industrial complex has become? Because, yeah. Right, in the New York Daily Tribune, Marx mocked the idea that executions function as an effective deterrent, dryly noting that the continued occurrence of murders of the most atrocious kind following closely upon the execution of criminals. Of course, defenders of the death penalty can insist that there are fewer atrocious murderers because of the deterrent effect of executions. But 21st century statistical evidence simply doesn't bear out that claim. We can compare the murder rates in states that don't have the death penalty to murder rates that do and make similar country-to-country comparisons. The classic response to this point is to compare the warning issued when criminals are executed to the effect of a lighthouse. We know about the ships that crash anyway, but we have no way of knowing how many shipwrecks lighthouses prevent. Surely, this line of thought holds the lack of statistical evidence about how many ships steered to safety when the captain saw the lighthouse isn't a good enough reason to abolish the institution of a lighthouse. This is an absurd comparison. Imagine that we kept up all the lighthouses on the East Coast and ripped up all the ones on the West Coast. Pretty quickly, we would know about how many shipwrecks lighthouses prevent. This is the kind of evidence state by state, country by country comparisons between jurisdictions with and without the death penalty have already given us. Of course, you could accept this and still insist that murderers deserve to be executed, but that's a morally indefensible position. As Marx noted that in the New York Daily Tribune article, both Immanuel Kant and G.W.F. Hegel defended capital punishment on these grounds. But he dismissed this attempt to give a transcendental sanction to the rules of the existing society. Damn, dude. Why can't I have dyslexia back? Oh yeah, by the way, I had to turn that off because it was messing something up on my computer. It was preventing a whole bunch of updates, so... Thus proclaiming society's brutality as an eternal law with extreme contempt. This theory, considering punishment as the result of criminals' own will, is only a metaphysical expression of the old rule: eye against eye, tooth against tooth, blood against blood. It's one thing to say that you can be morally justified in killing an enemy soldiers who are invading your country, or shooting someone who attacks you with a knife in a back alley. But giving the state the power to coldly and calculatedly take the lives of a safely contained prisoner is an entirely different matter. Yeah, that is something that nobody ever thinks about, is the fact that they're all like, they are contained, they are like not a menace to society anymore. They are, but it's literally the bloodthirst. It's to placate bloodthirst, whether it's the state or it's the people who, the victims. It's no coincidence that most liberal democracies have long stopped using the death penalty, and that so many of the states that still practice it have little regard for human rights in general. Yep. Thank you. Many aspects of criminal justice reform are legitimately complicated and messy. This isn't one of them. The death penalty is an abomination. Amen. As I said, this sucks. I want my dyslexia back. If you guys don't know, dyslexia is an awesome fonting that you can turn on your computer, but for some reason, I don't know why, it was messing up a lot of my programs. And it was preventing a update specifically on Streamlabs. So oh, yo, what up, Legend Sean? How you doing, dude? I think it's likely hypocritical, especially when referring to capital punishment. I wrote a paper on prison industrial complex 25 years ago for college class. Oh shit. Distracting. What if they are killing other prisoners? Do you think we should protect those other prisoners? Yeah, that's called solitary confinement, bro. No, there's no justification for this. You either you have blood, it's justifying bloodlust. That's all it's doing. It's literally the eye for an eye thing. And you know what's really fucked up is even after they're dead, nothing changes. You're still left with this gaping hole in your heart. And there's no, now here's my argument. There are such reprehensible human beings that it does kind of make you go, this is where I'm a little bit at odds with it myself. But if I'm going to go systematically, then no. I literally, no. Ugh. Because again, man, somebody tried to do a gotcha with me on that one, and there's no gotcha. Because yes, there are some, but here's the other problem. The gotcha is usually pedophilia. They usually bring up some kind of thing like that, and that's why I brought up that guy who shot him. Because here's the other thing. If they truly have a problem, this big of a problem, with this specific issue, how come there hasn't been any reform to maximize sentencing for these people? Because have you seen the facts that most of these guys that get convicted of these SA crimes and these types of crimes, they on average do 3 to 7 years and then get out on parole? Okay. And then you got then they do the easy thing where, oh, it's the Democrats, it's that Kim Fox lady who, that liberal Kim Fox lady, she loves crime. And they're doing that here. Actually, Chicago, perfect example with this, but a different subject. Bail reform. The fact that we got rid of cash bail is good. It was such a fucking clusterfuck, and it was being just manipulated and abused to the, oh my God. The bounty hunting that was done in Illinois was beyond illegal at that point, and it's just insane. It's insane that we were just yeah, you know what? Let's do this predatory cash bail thing. But I also see some of the problems with it where they didn't adjust a lot of the other punishments and standards for withholding a suspect for something. So I don't know, man. I think there's room to definitely kind of do something with that, because, yeah, 4.1% of death row inmates are innocent. Yeah, provably. You're missing that point, Distracting, provably. Where, yes, there is more evidence to prove their innocence. That's what honestly, the Innocence Project was what really did. I got to give them a lot of credit. Like, it worked. I had exposure to the Innocence Project, and I looked into it. God, oh no, do I have to admit that literature actually works? Because they handed me a pamphlet, and that was one of them. Shit. All right. Uh-oh. Because I have been on here before. I'm not going to, pretend that I haven't been like the condescending guy where it's just like, come on, where are you guys going to go hand out pamphlets on a train platform? What's going on here? I'm not trying to be that guy. Oh, also, by the way, Mitesh, this one's for you. It was really cute. We were all chilling upstairs today. And, oh, he heard me say, and he was kind of being a little bummy. I just said your name, and he just kind of did this thing where he's just like, it was very cute. You get a free one. You get to see the puppy very happy. Because, you know what? He deserves it. Also, these marrow snacks, I asked my vet about them. They're marrow snacks for your dogs, guys. Apparently those are, they're good for them. So, that was a pleasant surprise, especially with everything that I've been going through with my vet lately. She kind of yelled at me the last time I took Stan in, and this was before I was doing stream, so it had nothing to do with, giving him snacks here. But at one point, she's just like, he's a little heavy for his breed. I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, he likes to eat. And then she asked me how much I'm feeding him, and I kind of realized, I'm like, well, I'm feeding him with my lab, and she was just like, tell me you're not feeding him the same amount as your lab. I was just like, I might be. She's like, no, you have to stop that immediately. So he eats way differently. Actually, that's also why the snacks help him, because he has a faster metabolism. So it's kind of like the idea where if you snack and you have like tiny little snacks, it keeps your metabolism burning. That's why you lose more weight. Yeah, that's literally him. So gotta keep that metabolism burning. I would not think you would think solitary is okay. Like, if they gave me solitary and asking for, like, no, like, that's not how that works. But also, no, see, this is why I honestly, my patience is very thin with you, and specifically, like, people like you, is you're always gonna have a but if. Like, you never just accept answers, which already pisses me off. But realistically, with this one specifically, no, I already said, like, to your other question, what if a prisoner is a problem? What if he's hurting other prisoners? That's where I say solitary. The way they abuse solitary for other prisoners right now is insane. Like, just because there's like these huge extremes, and this is, I would even say the death penalty on this one was kind of in that before I just blanketly said, nah, state sanctioned capital punishment is insane. I keep dying in RuneScape to vampires because I keep getting distracted by chat. Yeah, I'll be honest, that thought just got killed by chat because I saw you talk about RuneScape for a second and I just went, RuneScape? What? It's okay. The book Just Mercy really changed my perspective on the death penalty and life in prison. Yeah. Socializing with a barrier? Yeah. Yeah, I don't see how you can't have, like, see, this is where I don't understand it. Like, when they say solitary, like, the prison industrial complex, they see solitary and they go, okay, room, ISO, all that. No, I'm saying isolate them from the other prisoners. Yes, they can have contact. Like, do the large cage idea thing. Like, dude, the fact that like Batman comics and other other comic books address this because they are fantastical, that actually kind of brings a practicality to my argument where I'm like, no, this actually isn't that hard when you apply Gotham logic to this. Ugh. I just realized I actually have the same code as Batman. And Spider-Man. Because I'll be honest, man, I morally think that it comes down to, like, well, if you have that bloodlust, then that makes you no better than them. Like, if you have the ability to take their life or, like, to be the one to snuff out their life, I'm just gonna say, man, that means in your brain, you have the exact same function that allows you to kill as they do. As long and short of it, it's that ability to have that final meh, and, like, make it as a conscious decision, not like as a adrenaline, like they were saying with the, you know, if you're in the middle of getting accosted with a knife and you happen to have a firearm on you and you use it, well, that's a different story. But I just think that the whole capital punishment thing, like, dude, this is another topic that I thought we were going in the right direction. I thought we were already kind of moving past this. Nope. We're moving backwards. It's like all for the argument, like just how often capital punishment is wrong. Just go to what's it called? Oh my god. Wait. The hell? Hold on, guys. YouTube just barked at me. Give me a second. Well, that's quite the hiccup. What the it just, sorry guys, it just wiped chat out completely. My chat went black and it's still not back yet. Like, I can see you guys on my screen, like on... Shit. What's going on here? You know what? I'll just do this. Here we go. There it goes. All right, you're all back. Man. All right. With everything that's been happening the last, like, 2 weeks with my computer, it's time. It's time to call in my IT guy. Have him take a look, because this is happening a little too frequently. Okay. Oh, wait. Sorry. I just, Okay, thanks for that. I appreciate that. Apparently YouTube, this happened to, like, a lot. Huh. And now one of our viewers is saying that, yeah, I actually just saw that, dude. Thank you. Here, I'm gonna take a look. Yeah, it's definitely on YouTube side, so just bear with it. Man. Streamlabs, then YouTube. Well, let's see if Twitch does. Well, no, Twitch already did that because it knocked out all my my collaborating guests, which I've only got like 3. So, oh yeah, shit, I forgot about that. Call Elon for tech support. No. No. No, I'm good on that. God. He's literally, wow. I just thought about that. He's like the last person I'd ever call. Or like, even try to hit up on like Twitch or whatever the fuck. Or Twitch. Twitter. I keep doing that. I keep mixing up Twitch and Twitter. I think it's time, guys. Let's just say X. Fucking be done with it.
If Democrats really want to die on the hill.
No. Yeah, do they? I don't know. All right, let's get some news and then we'll go into some debatey stuff. And we also have a really fun Piers Morgan interview. It's with Tim Dillon, who is a hilarious comedian who, if you guys don't know, like, he's politically active, but half of what he says to like placate to Trumpers, a little bit of it is because he's a little lost in the conspiracy sauce, but realistically, he's doing it for a bit. Like, he's a lot of times they do not understand that he's doing it ironically, but that's part of the MAGA cult too, when they love themselves some, comedians. Like, God, I can't wait for that day where they figure it out too. They're like, oh, he's making fun of us. Shit. But here we have got an Adam Mockler story. Let's cover this real quick.
All right, this is incredibly serious. What Trump tweeted out this morning at 5 a.m. could hurt our economy for years, for a decade, if Trump doesn't calm the hell down, because he is currently pissed off at Jerome Powell, who is the chair of the Federal Reserve, because Jay Powell told the truth in Chicago yesterday. Jay Powell has been on...
Jay Powell? You have a little nickname for him, Jay Powell?
Honestly, one of the only people over the past few months keeping a steady hand with the economy. And I know that it's not totally showing.
Oh no.
Stock market is in a frenzy.
Oh,
a lot of CEOs are panicked. But I do want to give some credit to Jerome Powell for, number one, constantly saying we will never allow any political pressure to change our minds. I mean, part of the reason why Trump is so mad, which we'll get into in 1 second, is because he wants to fire Jay Powell, but he doesn't have the power to. He wants to remove Jay Powell.
Oh my God.
He doesn't have the power to. And Jerome Powell keeps going on stage and saying, hey, we're going to be independent for as long as we exist. Listen really quickly.
That we're monitoring carefully. Generally speaking, Fed independence is very widely understood and supported in Washington, in Congress, where it really matters. And, the point is we can make our decisions, and we will only make our decisions based on our best thinking, based on our best analysis of the data about...
Best thinking? Best analysis? What kind of liberal propaganda is that? We go off Trump's instincts. We go off Trump's pure instincts.
What is the way to achieve our dual mandate goals as we can to best serve the American people? That's the only thing we're ever going to do. We're never going to be influenced by any political pressure.
Okay, but in all seriousness, that is how the Fed is supposed to work. That is how it's supposed to operate. When it's independent, that allows a functioning economy. It's the cornerstone of a functioning economy. Because if the Fed chair were a political appointee meant to serve the president or to push the president's agenda forward, even if it's a bad idea, then it would not be a good idea. They're appointed to be apolitical and to guard the long-term health of the economy, not coddle whatever president is on.
Okay, just because there's one good thing about it doesn't mean that it is like such a great institution. Calm down, Adam.
Office at the time, especially one that is caught up in a lot of grievance and vengeance, and Trump's policies are all incoherent. And, Jerome Powell called that out. I'll break down Trump's post in just 1 second, but I think it's important we lay the groundwork. Like, listening to the Fed chair saying that the current policies will lead to more inflation.
The level of tariff increases announced so far is significantly larger than anticipated, and the same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth.
And Trump was livid at this. Somebody told the truth on stage about him. Trump was livid. One more clip.
The initial reading on first quarter GDP in a couple of weeks, the data we have in hand so far suggests that growth has slowed in the first quarter of this year from last year's solid pace. Despite strong motor vehicle sales, overall consumer spending appears to have grown modestly. In addition, strong imports during the first quarter reflecting attempts by businesses to get ahead of potential tariffs.
So the GDP could slow, and he uses some really interesting wording. He says, slowed in the first quarter of this year from last year's solid pace. He even makes sure to point out that last year we were on a solid pace.
He's not blowing Biden. Shut up.
Who was president last year? By
Yeah, there it is.
the way. Oh, yeah.
I know Adam Mockler's content well enough to just be like, all right, so where's he going to glaze the Dems?
The old guy who had a steady hand. I would take the old guy with the steady hand over the orange raving lunatic any day, because the orange raving lunatic is now trying to strip independence away from the Federal Reserve in the same way that Erdogan began to take
hold my ice cream pretty steady there, Jack.
over his country's economy, and it didn't turn out too well. So I do want to repeat, credit where credit is due. I think Jerome Powell
Now where do I go?
may be the only reason the U.S. economy is slightly on fire instead of completely engulfed in
I
flames.
hate to say how often
Now,
Joe Biden would like kind of just wander off was kind of funny.
yes, the U.S. economy is still on fire, but this would have been way worse if Jerome Powell wasn't out there being a calm, steady voice. And a lot of people are going to
See, I think that's kind of what's missing is like the Trump contingent. They spent the last 4 years so up in arms about like with their Fox News shit. They didn't have like Greg Gutfeld. You know, this is why he's bad at his job, because he didn't make them just kind of laugh it off. You know, like they held on to that angst and they just took it with them.
disagree and say, Adam, Jerome Powell doesn't have any effect.
But to the other end,
He can't change anything, but that's not true.
Maybe we should
When
hold on
Jerome
to that
Powell
angst.
speaks, when the Fed chair speaks, the markets move. There's a direct correlation between his speeches
that's
and the
why.
markets. That is how it works.
What was it? Nasdaq today did all right.
So when he goes out there with a calm demeanor and a steady hand, at a time when Trump is running around essentially setting the economy on fire, ideally Jerome Powell is able to restore even the slightest bit of confidence in American markets and in the American economy, so CEOs and business owners know that we're safe to invest in. Now, at the end of the day, what the president does overshadow the Fed chair, because this current president is a huge attention whore. But I think credit where credit is due to Jerome Powell. Now, let's get on to the main scary part. I mean, there are a lot of scary parts with this, but Trump's tweet at
Wander and Chief actually did a decent job, except with Israel and the Joe Manchin bipartisanship.
5:12 a.m. this morning Central Time about the Fed chair is a huge...
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, nobody focused on the good. They just focused on, they hyper focused on all the bad. And they kind of in turn played into the Republican hands. Like, I'm sorry, man.
Step in the wrong direction.
Like, this last election really was kind of a mirror. Like, it held up a mirror to all of us to go like, oh shit,
in a terrible direction. We're already seeing signs of something really dark here, because just
like, I'll also say that the second that Kamala abandoned her platform on universal health care and then picked up Cheney and then ignored the Palestinians, Palestinian speakers. Yeah, that was like a collection of shit that was just like, oh, you don't want the left. Okay.
generally, Americans have never had to wonder if their currency is on the edge of collapsing, or had to second guess if the US dollar is about to be weak next week. Overall, I know that there are exceptions to this. Overall, Americans have enjoyed a relatively stable currency, but now, as the US dollar is beginning to weaken, it feels like Erdogan's Turkey, where he gained control of the economy and cut interest rates on the whim of his ego and on the whim of his political goals over the next 6 months with no long-term analysis. I played a clip earlier where Jerome Powell says directly that there needs to be analysis and data going into it, but when you're going at the whim of one man's political ego, whether it's Erdogan in Turkey, who ruined the economy, or Trump, who is still ruining the economy, it's not good. If Trump gets his way, America's global financial credibility is finished. We are done. There won't be a safe market to park your money, and investors will treat U.S. assets like they treat assets in corrupt, unstable regimes. Something to flee from, not something to park your cash in. Okay, now let's break down what Trump said. He wrote this morning, quote, "The ECB is expected to cut interest rates for the 7th time, and yet too late Jerome Powell of the Fed, who is always too late and wrong, yesterday issued a report which was another, in typical, complete mess." And when he's talking about the ECB, it's the European Central Bank, who has cut interest rates for the 7th time. But we're not Europe. We are not the European Central Bank, and Jerome Powell knows that. I think Jerome Powell...
No, because they're making decisions to like stifle the policies of fucking Trump, and they're also helping the people.
Powell has a better understanding.
That is the difference.
What's going on than Trump, but I'm just taking a guess there. Also,
their economy is actually doing okay, and the thing is, because you keep doing this shit, they're about to get flooded with cheap Chinese goods, so they're gonna have a little bit more of a boom. They're gonna feel the like, dude. Thanks for bolstering the middle class of Europe. Good job, Trump.
The way this dude writes is such a mess. Why is it always full of commas, and then a small phrase and a comma, and then a phrase and a comma? Like right here, too late Jerome Powell of the Fed, comma, who was always
5 years ago? Like you're talking 2019?
Too late and wrong.
Even 2019 wasn't that great.
Comma. Yesterday issued a report, which was another comma, and typical comma.
Dude, interest rates haven't been great until like it was, I think 2016, 27, like 20, it was 2016 through 2018, and then 2019.
A complete mess. Who writes like this? But to continue, he says, oil prices are down. Groceries, even eggs, are down. Not true. Now, egg prices may be down from their massive peak after Trump took office, but gas prices are exactly where they...
Dude, cheese was I was just grocery shopping. The cheese that usually cost me $2.50 was fucking $4.
They were under the Biden admin. He then says, and the USA is getting rich on tariffs. Have we even collected any of it yet? Too late. Should have lowered interest rates like the ECB long ago, but he should certainly lower them now. Powell's termination cannot come fast enough. Now, just to debunk that end line, Trump suggested firing the Fed chair.
I thought they were still over 3%, my bad.
Talked about it multiple times, but he does not have the power to remove him because, again, it's independent. President Trump lashed out at Fed Chair Jerome Powell, suggesting that his termination is coming soon, despite having no power to enforce this whatsoever. Yeah. But to go back to Trump's tweet, it's just a blatantly authoritarian way of trying...
Well, I keep saying his termination because his term is up in 2026. He could have actually met his term. I'll even be fair to him, and he might have mistyped that.
And the problem with Trump's framing here is that Trump refers to Jerome Powell like he's this dictator of the American economy, or he's a dictator of monetary policy, but he's not. He's the spokesperson.
He's a Richard Potato.
For the Federal Open Market Committee, which is the FOMC, and they operate by consensus among multiple Fed governors and regional bank presidents and experienced, smart people. So we have a system that is designed explicitly to avoid the type of centralized, autocratic decision-making that Trump seems to want, where one man, one ego can decide how the whole economy runs. No, you want a consensus among people who have stake in the game, not people with conflicts of interest. You don't want Elon Musk running the policy, but it's probably important to have people who understand how banks work running monetary policy. Also, the idea that the U.S. is getting rich on tariffs, as he says here in all caps, is number one, not true. Tariffs are paid by American businesses and then therefore consumers, but also this contradicts Trump's stated purpose of the tariffs. Trump has put forward many different end goals regarding the tariffs, none of them quite clear, but one of the most prominent ones is that we're trying to reshore American manufacturing so we don't have to rely on the supply chains of other countries. If we get into a war or another pandemic, we can build everything at home in America. But the question then is, how are we going to get rich on tariffs if we're not even importing anything? Because that revenue that's raised by American consumers and businesses, by the way, comes because you're taxing imports. But if you're not importing everything and you're building everything at home, then where is the revenue going to come from? None of it makes sense.
Simple things.
Maybe I'm overthinking something that is not supposed to make...
No, actually, no. That's the perfect amount of thought that should be going into these things, but here we are.
Makes sense in the first place. Because I could sit here for 3 hours and lay out all of the contradictions between Trump and his admin, but I guess I'll leave it with this. Trump right now claims that prices are down, but this isn't even universally true. It's not even mostly true. Some prices have come down, like of eggs, from the peak level of about a month ago when they were at like $11, but it's still way higher than it was under the Biden admin. Nothing has come down. In fact, we're going to see inflation continue to rise.
Yep.
All right, we have a massive breaking news story that is simply not being covered by the mainstream media. We got new leaked internal documents showing that Palantir, which is one of the largest surveillance companies in the United States, is helping ICE deport people through massive breaches of privacy. And let's be crystal clear before I even dig in. This is surveillance capitalism. This is surveillance within America being weaponized against immigrants. And what have we seen over the past few weeks? If immigrants are put into a special class with no due process, anybody can be put in that special class with no due process. So it doesn't matter if you're a citizen that committed 0 crimes whatsoever. If you're denied due process or a habeas petition in the same way that some of these immigrants have been, you're cooked, you're screwed. There's nothing you can do. But let's jump into this. Internal Palantir Slack chats and message boards obtained by 404 Media show the contracting giant. They do a lot of contracting, they do a lot of big data stuff and surveillance. That's what Palantir specializes in. The contracting giant is helping find the location of people flagged for deportation, and Palantir is now, quote, a more mature partner to ICE. And Palantir is trying to address the ethics about this, but let's dig in. And Palantir tried to address the ethics on this, but they made it worse. And in doing so, kind of made the Trump admin just look completely disheveled. So make sure you drop a like. Make sure you drop some blue hearts.
Interesting. I mean, okay.
Let's jump in with this. Again, according to some internal Slack messages that we'll be going through, Palantir is prototyping new workflows with ICE that feed real-time data of people walking on the streets or driving to law enforcement agencies. This is like out of a dystopian movie, and they're testing it. They're test running it on immigrants, hoping that people won't really cause a fuss. People won't really say
Yeah, I was about to say, but how the what?
anything.
Guys, like, bro, like, I think that we all are comfortable with the idea of them, like, kind of spying on us a little bit like this shit, but this is a different story.
Then what did I just say? Once you create that new class of people with no due process, anybody can be put in that class. So Palantir, the surveillance giant, is taking on an increased role with immigration and customs enforcement, including finding the physical location of people who are marked for deportation in real time. And this was only leaked by Palantir Slack messages. Slack is essentially a messaging workflow service where you and other coworkers can make sure you're on top of your tasks and that you're messaging properly. And these got leaked. The leak shows that Palantir's work with ICE includes producing leads for law enforcement to find people to deport and keeping track of the logistics of Trump's mass deportation effort, and provides concrete insight into the Trump admin's wish to leverage data to enforce its immigration agenda.
Hearing this kind of stuff makes me nauseous. Well, the thing, yeah, I mean,
interesting.
Dude, this is
so if Palantir,
there's surveillance state, and then there's literally like what Batman had in.
Palantir has access to all this
data, very close.
Which they do, and they are using.
God, I was talking about how they could actually do that with Wi-Fi routers recently, where they can turn Wi-Fi routers into imagers to like image out a building.
Using it to help the Trump admin. How did they not stop that quote unquote administrative error, as the admin calls it, of deporting
just through pinging
Abrego Garcia? How do they not catch any of these mistakes? Oh wait, they're complicit. Palantir is entirely complicit. Quote, hey all, this is coming from a Slack message. Hey all. Wanted to provide a quick update on our work with ICE, said Akash Jain, the Chief Technology Officer, the CTO. These messages got leaked. Quote, over the past few weeks, we prototyped a new set of data integrations and workflows with ICE. This is terrifying, and it's not just theoretical. These are real lives being turned into data points. Real people who are being tracked. Their habits, their locations, their legal status are all being tracked and analyzed, but I guess not well, because they're still deporting people entirely illegally. And it's not a coincidence that this is all accelerating under Trump's return. His admin isn't just bringing back the cruelty of the first term, it's bringing a new level of tech-driven precision, and it does remind me of some Patriot Act stuff in the Bush era. Genuinely, this is an extension of the Patriot Act in a way, because think about it, a private surveillance company with deep ties to government contracts, by the way, founded by Peter Thiel, who's a big Trump donor, is now developing advanced tools to assist in the identification, the habit tracking, the targeting, and extraction of human beings. I'm not gonna say undocumented immigrants, I'm gonna say human beings. No human beings should be tracked in this manner. And I think the scariest part is they're doing this so quietly that we didn't even.
Yeah, but no, don't, again, because calling them aliens, calling them illegal aliens, that's the bullshit. No, calling them undocumented immigrants, now you're just not willing to call them what they are. Come on, dude. Oh my God, this always happens, and it's always like the fucking libs. It's always the guy like, oh, we don't want to say that.
And learn about it until we got leaked memos. Quote, the new admin's focus on leveraging data to drive enforcement operations has accelerated those efforts. So again, the Trump admin is accelerating this scary technology. A page of an internal Palantir wiki obtained by 404 Media says Palantir participated in a 3-week sprint where developers rapidly work on new projects with Homeland Security Investigations Innovations Lab, which is the agency's centralized hub. The prototype.
What he did do that Trump rolled back that again nobody really talked about was like the whole CFPB there were a bunch of lawsuits that were about to make it illegal to have the scam callers and all that. That's also why you haven't had scam callers calling you all the time for the past like few months, is because we have not had that rolled back yet. But once they go after that, hello, scam calls again.
Type was a success, and ICE updated an ongoing Palantir contract for the company to continue to work on it.
I think he's calling them humans because they can use this against any of us. Okay, that's true.
But it's like, how much of a success could it be if the deportations are still this sloppy?
Hey, Nixo, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hello, what's your opinions on Ukraine?
404 Media first broke news of Palantir's updated ICE contract on
Well, let me get through this story.
Wednesday. U.S. government contracting records said Palantir was paid tens of millions of dollars to deploy the new target.
God, I mean, I have the controversial opinion that, you know, Russia started it and they have the they have the right to protect themselves and
and enforcement prioritization.
Types
it's
of
funny.
things,
The Trump admin keeps flaunting these very small saves. Like, hey, we sent some immigrants to El Salvador and saved $400,000. Yet they're spending tens of millions of dollars. What? Those additions, worth tens of millions, were added to Palantir's $95.9 million
Yeah, but you also probably live in a state that doesn't have the protections that my state does.
Contract with ICE for work on the ICM system. So, like, what are the odds
Gracias.
that Elon Musk would ever even get anywhere near Palantir in regards to Doge?
Welcome to the community.
Doge would never cut any contracts that help the military, that help ICE, that help Trump consolidate power and do authoritarian stuff. He would never target the infrastructure for authoritarianism that's being assembled in real time because that only benefits him. But he is more than happy to target
It'd be funny if he did, though.
any program that helps cancer research funding, or
you know what? Hold on, I have some interesting information about Xi Jinping.
Or helps people across the country, or helps people across the globe stop viruses from coming to our doorstep. So the leaked material contains more specifics on the work. Palantir's role also includes.
Why does Trump have to be such a Russian acid hole? Yeah.
A quote self-deportation tracking project, which is designed to help ICE develop a more accurate
Because they showed me the rubles. I like the look of the rubles.
understanding of people who
I also like the word rubles.
voluntarily leave the United States. Anyone in the comments seen Black Mirror? If you've seen Black Mirror, let me know, because this reminds me of like the worst episode of Black Mirror. Why can't technology be used for cool things? What if Palantir decided we're going to
watch the newest one.
Use this system that we have to track down.
I read the synopsis and then I got they had a little warning on it and I was like, what? I looked into it. I was like, oh my God. It's about like literally having to sell yourself to have more time with your loved ones kind of thing. It's
to help people who are being targeted by the government. Or what about a middle ground? If there's a criminal here who is committing some sort of crime.
I don't need a reminder that I live in a dystopian hellhole of a country when it comes to healthcare.
You don't spy on them, but you can use the data to help ICE deport them. They're criminal. That is fine. But then also use your data to stop ICE, to act as a guardrail on ICE whenever they overstep, which they have many, many times. ICE is literally throwing people into the back of trucks and circling around for 10 hours while they figure out if this person is illegal or not giving them any due process whatsoever. So why can't Palantir prevent stuff like that? Again, the leaked material contains...
Man, imagine how much money we're wasting on gas for these assholes to do that.
More specifics on their work, and the effort will last around 6 months and is being concentrated on delivering prototype capabilities, the wiki says.
Well, Trump did call Belgium, Brussels a hellhole too. I live there and it's the headquarters of NATO.
The wiki leaves open the potential for longer-term engagements with ICE, saying that is currently determined, or to be determined, sorry, but the entire point is human beings are being tracked, habit tracked, targeted.
Listen. That place, Brussels, all they got are the sprouts. They're not great. I've had them. They're not great. You need butter. You need to saute them. They don't taste great by themselves. What kind of travesty is that?
And if a human being is being targeted, you can be targeted. I can be targeted and tracked, which is scary. And honestly, the government has been tracking people like this for a while, I'm assuming.
Somebody tried to pass it off to me as cabbage once. They couldn't fool me.
In many different ways. We know they have. Since the Patriot Act. I'm sure even after that whole debacle, the government still tracks us. But the broad point that I want to make
this is awesome.
This is
has
new.
The best beer in the world.
Tracking people.
Ooh, yes. You know what? They have some of them. They got some of those monasteries. Ooh, yeah.
And then targeting them.
Love me some monastery beer.
Based on your secret.
Free Luigi.
Tracking as if they don't have any sort of right to privacy is insane. And that's what the Trump
You
admin is
haven't
acting
seen my
like.
candle
that
back there.
immigrants, or that many people, even U.S.
no.
citizens now, don't have fundamental rights. So I'm going to leave it there. Make
Some
sure you
dumb
drop
beats.
a like.
I
It'll
feel
help
like I
boost
haven't
this
seen you in a
video.
while, man.
Make sure you subscribe. It'll boost this story. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out.
Unless this is your first time that it's like, oh, awkward. I don't think it is, though. All right. Life in Supermax. We will do this one later. We'll do this one before the fun half, but right around there. There we go. Oh, is he using TMZ clips? Shit. Yeah, I work a lot. Nah, don't worry about it. Yeah, here. Not sure if you saw this. I actually got one. Why not? It was funny. I was at Comic-Con and I saw it. I was like, ooh, I kind of want it. It's a good decoration. You know, maybe if I, noise. Yeah. Maybe if I get my insurance ever denied, I'll just light it and just. Oh man, you made me say my Hail Marys, Luigi. You brought me back. You brought me back. So, what brought you back into religion? Well, have you ever heard of Blue Cross Blue Shield? Oh fuck, man. Yeah, dude. I will say this much. The insurance companies, like even the good ones, like, dude, I've had the best insurance and I've had the worst insurance. Which is kind of weird because sometimes there's not much of a difference. Like, I had that happen once where I went in thinking that like everything was they pre-approved it and said, yes, this is covered by your insurance. This isn't going to be an issue. Then I got one of those surprise bills where they were just like, oh, by the way, you owe us $600. I was just like, what? Excuse me? And yeah, that one didn't go away. That sucked. Dude, that sucked. Because it was one of those times, too, where, like, I got that bill on a day where it was just like, this was not the day I needed this. It's always then. Like, can you guys ever have, like, I don't know, just, fuck, there's got to be some way to have some better timing with that. Man, I really... Alright, I'm gonna have to find a new version of this story because I just realized it's got a TMZ clip. I can't use a Wait a minute, TMZ used a stand-up comedian's clip? Wait, what? No. Oh, this was 3 years ago. That's what I thought.
I was insane.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. He's reporting this like it's new. When did he report this? 22 hours ago he made this?
Occasionally we like to circle back to this topic.
Okay, hold on. Because if this happened twice, there's no way. There's no way. Wait, did this happen twice to this guy? No. Hold on. Here.
I was in St. Louis last week. I've been going there for years, but last week was the first time I actually went and actually up close saw the St. Louis Arch. And I gotta say.
I gotta say. Now that's great. Okay. If you've ever been to the St. Louis Arch, you know this man's disappointment.
It's better than anybody else's
That happened to
fucking
me.
arch. But
I remember getting down, and my dad is trying to sell me on the fact, yeah, it's such great architecture, and it's really impressive. And I'm just like, that was boring as what the hell did we just waste 3 hours doing? Like, that was stupid.
it looks like somebody set out to make a giant fucking McDonald's and was like, I'm bored. Let's quit. Or maybe make a metal detector for a fucking giraffe. Come on through. Boop. See, you left your cell phone. I know, it's shit like that's always lost on me. Like, I know I'm supposed to appreciate, like, certain architecture and shit.
You're an HVAC engineer. Hey, you're like this. You think that you are among friends here.
Like that, like,
we have
more
another
than
HVAC
I do,
engineer
but
in
never,
chat.
I don't get
Not engineer, but he's an HVAC technician.
like the Washington Monument. I'm like, somebody got paid to design that shit? It's a fucking pencil. I mean, that's it. It's just a big fucking cement pencil. Some people think it looks like a dick, but I think they're saving that design for Trump's monument. No, fuck you, stupid, all right? Oh, shit. What are you, his fucking mom? Get the fuck out of here. Oh, God, am I the first one to dislike Trump? Oh, my God, I must have invented disliking Donald Trump. Hey, on your way out, remember, you can suck my balls anytime you want, all right? Fucking break up my show, lady. You know what? You come up here and do this shit, and yeah, I will go fuck.
Oh.
That hurt a little bit, all right? I'll admit that that hurt. And see, right now, this is like...
Yeah, I mean, they carried her out after that. I had a friend come crying to me on Facebook because they heard a speech from a politician talking about autism and it being an epidemic and a disease. Basically, we need people to cover this terrible speech. No one is talking about it. They've been attacking trans people. Now they're coming for autistic people. I was diagnosed at 12 years old. Someone called RFK. Yeah, no, I have been covering this. I covered it 2 days ago. I had the day off yesterday, but yeah, Jamie, I'll go into this a little bit more because yeah, the speech is ridiculous. Man, this is where I'm kind of playing that game of do I even want to fucking platform it? But we should at least make people like aware of what's happening with it. I think that I'll do a summary.
So glad.
Oh yeah, this happened like 2 or 3 days ago, and I got so angry at it because I had the same assessment. Like when I heard the word epidemic, and then I saw the report, and I was just like, this dumb motherfucker doesn't understand that they extended what the classifications of what is now like autism. So like before, ADHD was not classified on the autism spectrum. Now it was. So immediately with that classification, I was then put on the spectrum. So weird how that works, right? And then guess what they also did in 2018? They expanded the study to include more marginalized communities. Yeah. And then he's sitting here with shocked Pikachu face of, I saw that they got more blacks and Latinos. Oh, they've got more autism. We're listening to a guy who sounds like that about this shit. Like, can we just, I love how we can live through this fucking like Trumpist hellscape, but we cannot just bring up the fact that the man is a certifiable fucking Looney Tune who sounds like a Looney Tune.
She saved the worst of it for me.
Yeah, he's good. But then I like some like, shit lib comes in here is just, he's got whatever voice, just don't make fun of him. I hate that shit.
And right now, like, I still got to do comedy. I mean, like,
Yeah, it was added in 2022.
Like, you ever go to a family reunion and your uncle cusses out your grandma, you know?
Yeah, if you recently took a DSM-5, you would end up being classified as mildly autistic. They put it under the same classification of having a mental or neurodivergence is how they first classify it. So therefore, they then move it into
And somebody comes up like, who wants cake? You know, like, I gotta...
ADHD. Is that what you guys
be the guy who goes, who wants
that's
cake
kind of funny.
right now? I mean, dude, fucking, what the fuck was that? Did she get mad at anybody else for talking shit on Trump? I'm like the 9th out of 10 guys. I'm the first. What, everybody else up here was like, yay, Donald Trump. No, come on, man. I mean, I think people are getting kind of out of hand with it a little bit. I mean, you know, with Trump, with you know, worrying about Trump so much. Like, people are like, he's already comparing him to Hitler. I'm like, he doesn't speak fucking German. Fucking relax. Not that big a deal.
What? The fact that he did that cold and he was responding. Oh, all right. Well improvised, my man.
But you know, I mean, I'm sick of living in a world that's run by fucking bullies, man. I really am. Yeah, thank you. You know.
Yeah, only recently this ADHD came up like a combination. I've only started seeing it on the online and HTE. Careful with that stuff. The amount of people that are in, like, this is one thing, and I know this is actually going to be a little bit of a hot take, but the amount of people that are in leftist spaces that I'm finding out are not actually properly diagnosed through, like, mental health professionals, where they took an online course and then they were diagnosed. That bothers me significantly, especially when they have platforms like this and they speak to people that then do the same thing, where then you have this mix of people that have gone and gotten the diagnoses. They have gone through many hours of therapy to make sure that they're not getting misdiagnosed. Like, but then they're so like, because this is the one that really bothered me. Vosh was so quick to jump on his autism diagnosis when it convenienced him, but he says that he was not formally diagnosed because his parents said it would be an inconvenience to him. So I'm just gonna say that's irresponsible. As a content creator here that has taken the DSM-5, that has had a formal diagnosis, I can say this, you know, for at least standing on that soapbox.
Fuck that shit. I was just thinking I'd look down and I was bleeding or something, and I was like, ah, shit. They've been looking at that the whole time, like, somebody needs to get him an ambulance. But, man, I'll fucking fight her.
Man, I'll fucking fight her.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna sit right in front and get offended by everything tonight. What a fucking stupid ass, man. And people were going back telling me, they're like, there's this lady up in the front to your right who's kind of fucking up the show. And I'm like, okay, cool, thanks for the advice. They didn't say anything about her fucking throwing shit. I mean...
Yeah, exactly. I had to go for an assessment and a waiting list for a year or so, 6 weeks of appointments with my mom. But she was also going through cancer at the same time, and I got my paperwork just at the same weekend she randomly died from an aneurysm. I'm sorry to hear that, man. My mom randomly passed away, so I understand that pain all too well. I'm still going through it, so my condolences, dude. I was diagnosed Asperger's the final year of that before it lumped in with autism, but then my life was sort of turned upside down and my priorities changed, so getting help for stuff sort of took the backseat. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. No, you need to be diagnosed by a psychiatrist. Yeah, exactly.
And I really did have an inclination to go pro wrestling on it right there. I was like... But I'm a pussy.
Dude, oh my god, okay, I just became a huge fan of him and his comedy. That was well handled.
You know, I'm not fucking, I don't want my daughter and my wife having to fucking bail me out over that shit. I mean,
wow. Let's see. 58K views is it on his original video? Damn, Luke Beasley did this guy dirty. And I happen to know that Beasley didn't credit this guy. So you know what we're gonna do? Here, everybody, Caparulo. I can't even say Carpulo. Caparulo. Okay, John Caparulo. Here we go. Follow John Caparulo comedy. No. Sorry. I just saw that somebody was thinking. Are you guys think? Hold on. Somebody just sent me this clip. I don't think so. Hold on. No. Sorry. I'm not going to play. This one has 197,000 views. 197,000 views. I have 197,000 views. And this guy, he's got 15K on it. Dude, come on. Tell me you left a fucking... No. Oh, no, you just used his clip getting attacked. This is, I gotta say, this is one of Luke Beasley's most dirty videos as far as like clickbait title, using a 3-year-old clip, not giving the comedian any fucking credit. And then he, oh, wait. Even worse, more egregious. He used a TMZ clip of it, not even the original clip from the man himself. Wow. That, I gotta say, put a major ding on this. I'm actually going to dislike this video. Fuck you. That is bullshit. It's taking away from working comics. The increase in RFKD is legitimate, though, and we need to investigate whether Fox News is costing RFKD. Attach. Coming in with the swerve. I mean, if she wanted to play games, these hands rated E for everyone. That's one thing that annoys me about Beasley, is that he never links the videos he uses. No. That's actually kind of why I stopped watching him and being overly nice when unneeded. Yeah, like, I can do that a little sometimes. Like, I try to kill with kindness. My mom, like, I'm not sure if Beasley got it from his mom the way I got it from mine, but I really took that advice from my mom, like, to heart. And when I started using it, I started realizing how effective it is. Like, I shut down a lot of conflicts, or just not even conflicts necessarily, but like, you know, heated arguments, that kind of shit. And then there was one specific time where like somebody who hated me ended up like liking me after that, because it did turn out they were just like, oh, you're not a bad person after all. It's like, who told you that? They're like, they did. It's just like, well, here's why they might think that. It's almost like you should get both sides of the story before, you know, making your mind up on somebody like me. So, oh man, but that's a good reason to stop watching him. I'm not really a big Luke Beasley fan. I'm not even subscribed to his channel. I refuse to, because of it's the way that he like presents himself, kind of like David Pakman. And Mockler, I hate to say it, he's got like maybe a year or two. We'll see how he starts pivoting. Here's the thing about Mockler that I'm really interested in, is how he's already a parental lip. Like, he's the same liberal that like or, well, not my parents, because my parents are not a good example, but, like, you know, a 40-something. He's got, like, 40-something-year-old politics, and he's only, like, what, 21? So, in Belgium, we have P.O. boxes in all shopping malls. There are people that use their garage as P.O. boxes, too. They get paid a little bit. Huh. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I had to go for an assessment and waiting for... Oh. Sorry. Yeah, the whole, like, broadening of the autism spectrum story, and the fact that it's not being covered as the broadening of the autism spectrum, and it's being... They're, like, it's irresponsibly being reported on as an epidemic. Like, they're... Even them saying, RFK called it an epidemic. It's on them to be like, but it's not. You know, only a few publications. USA Today, I have to give them credit. They had an editorial writer or a opinion piece writer who they came in and they put themselves on the fire, man, because the very beginning of the article starts with RFK does not understand how clinical studies work, and for him to do this is blatantly irresponsible, and he's trying to bastardize these people. Like, when he said, children with autism, they're gonna live lonely lives, they're never gonna get married, they're never gonna experience any love, like, dude, it's insane. It's insane, the shit that, and, like, that's the kind of stuff where it kind of should just be not taken seriously. Sorry, guys. Just got asked if I wanted anything from a gas station, and I was like, you know what? There we go. And the hell connected it. Yeah. Well, and that's, dude, we're barreling into a measles outbreak. Like, 2 children confirmed have died from measles, and one of them had Mennonite parents that were, you know... Jalapeno beef jerky for me, please. Hey, Unimoogle, you heard Mitesh. Not for me, though. Ooh, the jalapeno beef jerky. That would probably make me feel a little not well. So, let's not do that. All right, guys. We got segment time. Segment time. This is your segment song. It's segment time. All right, guys. Well, Tim Dillon, one of the comedians that I really do enjoy watching, despite the fact that we have different politics and I disagree with him on a wide array of things. He is very good at what he does. He's very, very good at political debates. So the fact that Piers Morgan brought him on and somehow didn't understand that he was going to say some some things that were going to put Piers on the back foot. I kind of thought that was funny, so let's take a look at Tim Dillon. Oh my god, he's wearing... Wait. Are you kidding me? This motherfucker comes in here. He's got the... Oh yeah. Tim Dillon, yeah. Macho madness has overtaken him, yeah. In the fields of greatness, uh-huh.
only flowers that bloom bright. Let you know when you have macho madness yourself. Yeah.
All right, let's go for it.
I just want to come out and say I love the Mossad. I'm not suicidal. I love when the planes I am in land. There's a lot more context. Americans are fat pigs and British people have effed up teeth, but we're allies. Piers, I've openly supported Hamas. It depends who you're having lunch with. Don't you want to just get through a lunch, Piers? Do you want to fight everyone all the time? Yes. A ton of liberals who said to me, wait a minute, I feel like I just took acid. I said, why? They go, do I agree with Steve Bannon?
Tim, you have a
no
great
allergies for me.
friendship with RFK.
No, yeah.
He's an authentic guy.
Antihistamines got nothing on macho madness, yeah.
He goes, the instant oatmeal has glyphosate in it, and it's actually not healthy.
Mayonnaise.
I think we need to invade Steak and Shake with the military and shut it down. I don't think we need half measures in this country. I should be let out of McDonald's.
Actually, dude, just an aside. I had a buddy that started getting a little bit of a problem with Nasonex. I'm not even joking. He had like a mini addiction to it to the point where he fucked up his nasal cavity.
Tim Dillon is a comedian, a podcaster, and a political commentator with some choice words for politicians on both sides of the aisle. He was also in the sequel to Joker, but we couldn't find any mention of that on his website. Dillon's new Netflix special, I'm Your Mother, is streaming now. It's billed by Outkick as must-watch offensive comedy that woke losers will hate, which sounds right up my strata. And I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Tim Dillon now. Tim, great to have you on Uncensored again.
Thank you, Pierce. I appreciate it. I was listening to your last segment about the Mossad. I just want to come out and say I love the Mossad. I'm not suicidal. I love when the planes I am in land, and I'll just continue to a lot of appreciation for that intelligence service and all intelligence services. They're all doing great.
Well, I'm glad we've got that cleared up. I wanted to start actually with a very aggressive.
That was kind of a nervous laugh.
Move against you, which is to repeat something you said on Joe Rogan against my countrymen. Let's take a listen.
British people's teeth are gross.
Yeah, brush your fucking teeth.
Is that why?
Yeah.
But they have fucked up teeth.
When people have small jaws, like in your
yeah,
you see, like,
they eat mushy peas and they have scurvy.
Well, would you like to apologise to the British people for your grotesque insult of our teeth and jaws?
Well, sure. I would like to say that was taken out of context.
No, it bloody wasn't.
There's a lot more context. Americans are fat pigs and British people have effed up teeth, but we're allies.
My teeth are immaculate, I'll have you know. Actually,
Your
thanks
teeth
to
are
a
lovely.
Beverly Hills dentist.
That's right. Well, you're like, I feel like you're an honorary American in many ways.
Thank you very much. I feel like one. I've actually lived and worked out here for most of the last 20 years, so I'm very happy to do that. Let's talk about comedy, Tim, generally. There's been a belief by many comedians that you almost can't do too much on Trump because the real Trump is funnier than anything comedians can do in relation to Trump. A, do you accept that premise? And B, where do you think comedy is now with Trump Mark II as he's come back as president?
I think comedy is where it should be, where people are connecting with things that they find funny. Trump is a brilliant comedian. Outside of his political skill, he's an incredibly funny person. And watching him is very entertaining. And I think often the people that try to lampoon him fail so badly because, you know, a lot of the things he does are naturally satirical, whether he intends it or not. I don't think he's always intending it to be funny, but he just kind of says anything he wants. That's a quality that we don't see in a lot of people, certainly almost in no political figures. And that's what makes him so funny. He's like, you know, if your aunt had a few glasses of wine and she would say anything she wanted, and she's hilarious. Is she a comedian? Maybe not a comedian, but she's funnier than a lot of people because she just doesn't care. And I think that's what Trump is. He just doesn't care. Yeah.
Well, he has a very unfiltered, uncensored style. You know, I've known Trump 20 years, and he just says what comes into his head. Sometimes he says it for deliberate effect, and sometimes he just says something because he's just heard it a minute ago, and he thinks it's interesting to repeat it in the public domain.
Yeah, but if you're not going to acknowledge that he also has blatantly stupid moments because of that, then you guys are just sycophantic dumb shits.
And the world goes crazy, or...
See, this is where it's like, I almost like my position better than Tim's, because it's like, no, it's kind of hard to be, like, as a comedian. It actually, Biden and like that whole thing, that was great for these guys, because that, like, doing the pivot, David Lucas, like, kill Tony, doing that pivot was kind of like, oh, see, it's shocking. But they also now are starting to realize, oh, alienating the other side of my audience, and now they are uncomfortable. Now it is bad. Like, and now, like, it is, like, very touchy. And on top of it, leftist comedians are starting to outsell these dudes in the fucking smaller clubs. That should definitely open some eyes over there, and they might want to change some. Like, I'm not saying they should, change their comedic style just because, like, no, they should just not alienate a bunch of other, centrist or left-leaning fucking people. Just
overreacts or underreacts, whatever
going
it may
out on a limb.
Be. But I think you're right. He's a naturally funny guy.
The same way, but yeah, you could say the same thing like as a Trumper, where it's like, well, how come you alienate us? It's like, touche.
But if you're on the liberal woke side, they just refuse to ever laugh at anything he does. And I always think
that's why being a political comedian sucks, and nobody actually wants to do it.
A lot calmer if they just realized a lot of what he does and says is designed specifically to wind them up.
I think...
yeah, but he's the leader of the free fucking world, and markets move when he is just trying to rile people up. It's one thing when Tim Dillon here makes a zinger and makes a poop tweet. He's not moving markets there, fucking PEIRS. Like, dude, sometimes it does actually hurt you that this man.
1,000%.
It really does. Like, like, he refuses to accept that is a major detriment to his objectivity.
What he does to them is when your parents would tell you, I'm sending you to military school. And you would flip out and scream and yell every time they said it. But they knew those were the words that were going to get a reaction out of you. I think he's brilliant in that sense. He knows how to distract.
Yeah, but then what about when he actually fucks up with, like, I don't know, sending somebody to a gulag without any fucking due process? How about that, Tim?
He knows the media. He knows the value of spectacle. And I think they still, 10 years into his political life, they haven't found a way to effectively counter him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what do you make of the state of the Democrats right now with historic low polling? Joe Biden came out of the crypt yesterday.
That's actually funny. You know how they love to look at updated polling for Trump? Guess what they haven't been doing?
Today we have AOC.
Yeah, I was about to say, have you seen AOC's approval rating? You might want to take a look at that one, PEIRS.
To be doing all the running to lead the party, which seems to me to be a failure to recognize why they've become so unpopular.
They have to moderate their social positions and actually adopt some of the more populist economic positions of somebody like Bernie Sanders. But it has to be fun. The problem with modern liberalism is that it's not fun. It's actually tiring. It's exhausting. It's a bore. And Trump threw a party. And people enjoyed his rallies, and they thought he was funny. And
that's actually, I wouldn't go there, because the DNC, by that fucking metric, Tim, you're being ignorant as fuck.
Politics is a game of, a lot of it is optics. What does something look like? How does it make you feel?
I've been saying this, though. I have been saying this, and this is where it is kind of like, you got to play to the stupids. You have to play stupid. Like, this is where I know it pisses some off in here where I say it. Like, yeah, sometimes you have to dumb it down. Like, you got to dumb down the language.
And right now they're struggling to find a message, I think, that resonates with regular people. Regular people.
No, honestly, if dude, I'm not even kidding. This is the problem. If Gavin Newsom starts adopting Trump behaviors where he's just like, yeah, you know what? I really don't give a shit what you guys think. We have to do this. The second that somebody on the left says something like that, it's done. Or somebody actually makes a really good zinger. Like, these fucking, curated political strategist moves, that's not what's going to win any of these Trump supporting assholes or Trump supporting middle Americans over. Although, again, guys like Tim Dillon and Piers Morgan, they're being super disingenuous with not recognizing the fact that he's lost all of his independent support. The only people he has supporting him right now are his most sycophantic people.
Do not want child sex changes.
You have what, 42% of the country, and that's literally his most sycophantic people. That hasn't changed. Somebody said this, that Trump capped out in 2020 and hasn't moved up since.
I don't know how that became
and on top of that, he keeps getting more and more unpopular.
Linchpin of their.
How's that work?
Right.
They're
I don't get it. It's the craziest. I don't understand how some of these positions, they're immovable. They won't move on biological men and women's sports, but they will move on health care. They don't even bring that up anymore. So why are these issues that are incredibly divisive the only issues where they will not give an inch?
What are you talking about? Why are these incredibly divisive issues? You just talked about healthcare. Why are you focusing on the fact that you're not advocating for healthcare? You're not moving the message. There's nothing actually, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going to get mad at this. There's nothing I hate more than disingenuous cocksuckers like him that pull that shit where I'm going to move to the left of them even. See what I did there? See what I did there?
Yeah,
I didn't mean cocksucker as a derivative because he's gay.
Completely agree. When you do live shows, do you care that your audience may have pro-Trumpers and virulent anti-Trumpers? Does it factor into your thinking or not?
No, because comedy is about, I think, trying to make everybody laugh. I think there's a lot of absurdity.
Bullshit.
In American life.
Bullshit.
A lot of it isn't political.
That's complete bullshit. That's complete bullshit. Then go play colleges, Tim. Then make a college tour your next tour. If you are that unconcerned about audiences, Tim Dillon's college tour coming up 2026.
I think we should have a strong Democratic Party. I don't want to live in a one-party state. I don't want to live in a theocracy. I look at the Middle East where you have these Petra dictatorships, and I don't want to live in that. I want a functioning democratic state. So I think that sometimes calling people out for how absurd their behavior.
Tim Dillon, he's a pretty popular comedian.
Is actually in the long run
in the Rogan sphere,
helping maybe them realize, oh yeah, this is silly. We should not be as ridiculous, and then that helps everybody. I think you just call out who's behaving in a ridiculous way.
Oh, what up, Ryan?
Hey, I'm against some of the things the Trump people are doing. And I've called that out. I just think it's not, I don't care who's in the audience. I think we all have to recognize the absurd moment that we're in. And it's an insane time to be alive as a human being in any country. You have AI coming down the pike. You have the richest guy in the world with a chainsaw screaming and running around. That's wild. We have the president of the country is Donald Trump again, which is wild. All of these things are inherently somewhat funny. They're certainly crazy. And I think I think even diehard Republicans will admit we're living in a time that's pretty insane.
Now, I may be about to shock you with this, but tallow is an exceptional moisturizer. The oil in our few years has been the rise of cancel culture, which now, thankfully, seems to be slightly dissipating. It was interesting to me that with your new stand-up show, which came out on Netflix this week, you actually resurrect Frank Underwood. Let's take a look at the clip.
Jesus Christ, Frank, I'll read it. But first, you gotta plug my comedy special.
Oh, Jesus.
It's good. I filmed it in Austin.
I don't care if you filmed it on Mars with Elon Musk. I'm not here to help you.
These photos you gave me, I've posted them all. I'm on the internet. We don't have blackmail, we have content. We're all demons from hell.
You son of a bitch.
Now, A, it was very funny, but secondly, it was very interesting to me that you used Kevin Spacey to do that. I interviewed Kevin last summer, had a very long and very emotional interview with him. He was very raw, felt very, very beaten down by what had happened to him, and was desperate to make.
Oh, poor Kevin being victimized by his own actions and having consequences that met those actions. Gee, again, dude, what the fuck is it about these people that are just like Kilmar Abrego Garcia? Nah, yeah, he was in the country illegally, but we need to feel bad for the fucking rapist. I can't stand these fucking assholes. Like, seriously, Piers Morgan and, like, anybody that does think like this, seriously, get help.
Could come back, and he's beginning to, and people...
Like, at this point, you have to realize how, like, there is no consistency. You're just an asshole. It's always just whatever fits your little selfish needs, and that's how you, like, that's your politics. Whatever helps me.
People like you having the courage, frankly, to use him in the way that you did will help with that process. But this is a guy who, I'm not sure what more he's supposed to have done. He went through a criminal trial and a civil trial, and he was acquitted in both. He's not been convicted of any crime, and yet he seems to be completely untouchable by Hollywood. When you came to use him...
Yeah, it's almost like they actually saw him do these things, and even Hollywood producers won't fuck with him. That's fucking weird, Piers.
Was part of that a deliberate statement by you to say this is...
When you make Epstein uncomfortable, maybe, just maybe, you're not a great guy.
Absurd that, of course, he should be able to work?
Well, that show, House of Cards, was the first hit on that.
There never is consistency, Pep. The consistency is supporting whoever it's convenient to. Yep.
He's probably the most memorable character that has ever been on any Netflix show, Frank Underwood. Kevin's a brilliant actor.
Yeah.
Like everyone on Earth, he's an imperfect human being. I tend to think that the world is an incredibly complicated place where it's governed by laws. And we can't have mob vigilante justice. And that's what that whole era of our country felt like. It felt like, kind of a scarlet letter thing where you wanted people kind of paraded through the streets and you wanted people to be shamed and banished. I feel like we're past that. I feel like you can bring someone on who's incredibly talented, who's flawed and human and has made mistakes. And I think at the end of the day, most people now are ready for a lot of these people to come back and do the things that they were really, really good at doing. And most people are adults and they understand that, like, people contain multitudes. And if someone is not acting in a criminal manner, then I think you have to give that person the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I also think if you're going to be a fair democratic society, you've got to allow people to have a second chance, right? If they completely fuck up, whatever it may be, even people who've perhaps been convicted of crimes. I mean, I look at people, like Mike Tyson, the boxer who went to prison for rape. Now, he always denied that he raped anybody, but he was convicted. But he's been allowed to...
No, this is fundamentally because you're very okay with violence against women.
Be brought back.
No, that's what it is.
By society. He is...
Notice the fucking pattern.
Arguably as famous now as he's ever been.
Or sexual violence, I should say. Hold on, because Kevin Spacey, being gay.
And certainly is busy work-wise. Why is it one rule for people like Mike and another rule for people like Kevin Spacey? It seems that there's a very arbitrary court of public opinion, which is determining whether people are allowed back or not.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the time and the consensus and where people happen to be. I think people now have realized that that is exhausting. Being hyper judgmental all the time, asserting what a good and virtuous person you are at every moment is exhausting. It's a standard that no one can really live up to. And many of the people who are most vocal about, banishing other people, they themselves would get in trouble soon after for something they had done.
Of course.
I'll actually agree to that.
Because
I'll agree to that shit. The more outraged people get, the more I start to wonder what skeletons they have in their closet, or like what actually on the left specifically, then I start to ask like, oh, did you just have something happen to you and this is kind of you lashing out? Because more times than not, that tends to be what happens.
Nobody is perfect. And like Warren Buffett, I think it was Warren Buffett, maybe I'm mistaken, but if you put a cop on anyone's tail for 2 miles, they're going to get a ticket. Like, I don't think anyone's entire life holds up under scrutiny. And, we just have to look at it in a nuanced way. I think nuance is coming back. That's
I'll give
the
you
hope.
that.
Yeah. And I think the black and white, with us or against us, Manichaean sense of people being either good or evil isn't true. Look at the Middle East conflict. It seems to me that you have very impassioned people on both sides of that conflict that feel very strongly about issues. And there are people that are very conflicted about it. And I don't think, that
it's like you a way of counterbalancing your own bad acts, then using that to continue your own bad behaviors. Yep.
People that think one thing are necessarily evil or wrong or bad. I think that people are bringing their own life experience to it, their own set of values, and they're looking at it and they're trying to figure it out. I mean, especially a guy like me, an Irish Catholic guy who grew up on Long Island, who doesn't really know much about it and has been educating myself, watching shows like yours and others. And the questions of the world aren't always the easiest, Like, I don't think it's an easy question necessarily to go, how do you fix that problem that's been going on for 2,000
Hey, Bloodstone, what up?
years?
Yeah, look, I'm an Irish Catholic too, and one of the best things I've read or seen about the whole Israel-Hamas war was by a Jewish journalist in the UK called Jonathan Friedland, who wrote a piece saying that he could construct a very good argument for why the Palestinians had the most right to feel aggrieved about the 75-year conflict, but also could write a separate piece about why Israelis could also justifiably claim to have the right to feel most aggrieved. Yeah. And I thought that was one of the most interesting, nuanced, and
I've been
smart
craving
takes
these
on
ever
the whole
since.
thing,
All right,
which is a bit like the troubles in Northern Ireland, which raged for many decades. Is that, again, implacable people living very close to each other. And in the end, it actually took a fresh collection of people, Bill Clinton, Tony Blair, George Mitchell, and others, to look at that intractable problem and out of it forge a peace, which nobody thought could happen. But it did happen. And I suspect that in a few years' time, we will hopefully see the same thing in the Middle East, and we'll look back on it and wonder why things got so completely intractable in the way that they did. But that is the nature of life. But I do think you're right that nuance is the thing that's been missing from almost everything, whether it be warfare, the culture wars, the woke mindset, which always struck me as ironic because, like, if you're a liberal,
handicaps,
the way that the woke left have behaved is very fascist. It's very telling people what they should find funny, what movies they're allowed to enjoy, what historical figures they can revere, what clothes they can wear without appropriating people,
how about you?
It's a very fascist kind of outlook for people who would, if you ask them, say, the people I most oppose in the world are fascists.
Yes, well, it's a secular religion, just like a lot of the tenets of tech are a secular religion, just like you have a lot of people that are fundamentalist religious, whether they're Christian, Muslim, or Jewish. It's a fundamentalism. where you don't allow any nuance. You don't allow
It would only create an equal justification if you don't understand the conflict and you use it as propaganda. Yep.
Space to respect.
Well, that's what he does. Like he definitely listen. He may not be overtly doing like propaganda like for the state, but he is. It's the same thing as Tim Pool, where he's useful for it.
Fully disagree.
He's definitely producing content that is going to be used down that line.
I don't want my friends to
A whole bunch of herbal teas from advice from this sobriety channel, trying some blackberry citrus and zinc tea. Hell yeah, man.
The same way that I do about everything. That would be incredibly boring. I want to have people.
Man, you're gonna have the cleanest damn kidneys.
People that disagree with me. I want to have friendships with people where
Actually, it's also going to help do a bunch of liver repair.
I go, we don't agree on something, but we value each other as human beings because there are deeper human truths in life than politics. And that's everywhere across.
This is where, like, again, I could smoke a bowl with Tim and we could definitely, like, hang out.
Every political spectrum. So to me, it's like, I think the most interesting things about life are not going to be who somebody voted for. That's not how you remember a human being. You're not going to stand up at a memorial and talk about who somebody voted for.
That is true.
You're most likely going to talk about.
Well, no, that's actually funny. Trumpers will, though, because they'll get buried in it with a Trump flag over their casket because that's how fucking weird these people are.
The things they accomplished, the way they treated their friends, their family, things they like to do, their humor, their compassion. We've reduced everything to tribal mindset, and it seems to be, hopefully now.
Yeah, but you're contributing to that, Tim. Just as bad.
Starting to dissipate,
like,
where
Jesus.
It's harder to know what.
This is the problem I have with him, though, is like he doesn't know, like, you don't know when he turns the comedy off and then gets serious. Like, I try to have a degree of, when I'm doing the ha-has and when I'm trying to do something a little more serious.
Side you're on?
That's my critique on this.
Because you look at certain issues and you go, well, I'm this. And you look at certain issues and go, well, I feel like that. I think it's getting a lot murkier and people don't. And you see a lot of fights on the right now.
Yeah.
From tariffs to market.
Enough with your damn.
Or text PEIRS.
Go get Piers
PEIRS
Morgan's gold
to 65532, or follow the link below.
Nice. Hell yeah, that's a good birthday present.
But I
I'd
like
be
that.
happy.
I actually find that quite healthy because I think it shows that people are, I see conservative commentators who might a few years ago have just blindly gone along with supporting their side come what may because they felt they were in a kind of war with the opposition, which wouldn't allow for any admission of going against your own side on something. And now they're much more prepared, I've noticed on social media, to come out and criticize their own side. And I want to cheer that and say that's exactly how it should be. You should be able to look at a set of facts, and if they change, say, actually, you know what? My side's got that wrong. It is intellectually honest to do that.
I think if you care about free speech, you have to be concerned with deporting people that attended protests that were critical of Israel. It doesn't mean you agree with everything those people said or any of it. It means that if those people have not committed a crime and you cannot show that they are financially supporting Hamas or in any tactical way, and they're out there speaking freely at a protest, writing op-eds, deporting them because they've been critical of a foreign government seems to feed the conspiracy theories that the United States is acting and doing things at the behest of Israel. What you want to do, if you're creating a political culture, you want to try to prevent people from drifting to the extremes. That should be the whole point of creating any type of political culture, is to say there are lines that people aren't going to cross. They're not going to get into Holocaust denialism, or they're not going to go, on the other side into this crazy, let's banish everyone who disagrees with us and let's try to get them to lose their job and destroy their reputation and really do a ton of damage to people's lives. These extremes you want to prevent. And to me, what I see, there's a lot of long-term damage, not only to the relationship we have with Israel, but to, you know, people's faith in our government to make decisions. If we start deporting people without any due process, putting them in a jail in El Salvador, I think these are things that conservatives are saying, wait a minute, we've died on the hill of free speech. We can't support deporting people because they've been critical of our government or Israel. It's crazy. If they're legally here on a legal visa.
Right. What if they are, for argument's sake, openly supporting Hamas?
That doesn't matter.
Which is a prescribed terror group in the United States. In that circumstance, because you got this guy, Mahmoud Khalil, who was the head of the protest group in Colombia, who was apparently distributing pro-Hamas literature and was there on a green card. Would that change your thinking about somebody like that?
Piers, I've openly supported Hamas. It depends who you're having lunch with. Don't you want to just get through a lunch, Piers? Do you want to fight everyone all the time? If I'm out to lunch with people from the Middle East, I'm not going to start a whole thing here. No, listen, the thing becomes what is Hamas literature? Is it like a brochure that says, welcome to Hamas? Am I selling it to Hamas timeshare? What is he doing? He's walking around a quad at Columbia. I got to see this literature that's supposedly Hamas. I had no idea Hamas
look at him
was
already
doing...
pushing back. See, you got to leave it to a comedian to fucking call bullshit on the tactic that he was just using right there.
Pamphlets, brochures. I didn't know.
Wow, look at him. See, he didn't get them.
Oh, do you go through a Hamas presentation? Do you show up to the lobby of a Marriott and they just get up and tell you about the organization? I don't know. It seems flimsy. The language we're using to deport that guy seems flimsy to me, unless you can make a real case that he was genuinely supporting Hamas in a tactical way that endangers residents of the United States of America. If he beat up a
He's
Jewish
not saying
student,
what I
if he
wanted him to
committed
say.
a
I'm not getting my clips.
crime, if he, all of these things. But if he's just voicing a very anti-Israel,
yeah, the rare Piers fail. Look at that.
Israel point of view, I think deporting him.
It's kind of fun watching him suck on that sour shit that he just had to eat.
Is going to feed the flames of a lot of people that think that we're doing things at the behest of Israel and that we're compromising our values to do it.
What do you make of Tariff Gate? I mean, I think most people seem to agree with Trump's overview that America has seen too much of a drain of its manufacturing outside of the US. But a lot of people question the blunt instrument weapon he's now unleashing with these tariffs. What do you feel about it?
I think the biggest two questions right now that are shaping politics around the world are the mass migration of people from one place to another and the economic devastation of the working class, not only in America, but in Europe, in the UK. I find these to be the two biggest issues, and they all have to do with immigration and trade. I'm not an economist. I think Trump's instincts about tariffs are largely correct, that the industrial base of the country has been hollowed out. The asset-owning class has made a lot of money over the past 30 or 40 years, but people in the manufacturing sector have seen the prospects of their lives dwindle, and they're unable to live at a standard that you would want them to live. So I think that largely he's correct about the problem. And I think renegotiating some of these trade deals is a good idea. But I also understand.
And he says thank you too. I mean, look at him. Oh, he's still sitting.
This is a major economic shift. It's probably going to be an incredibly volatile period, and it may not work because we're very much down the road of the global economy. We are a very integrated economy, and unwinding that is going to be, I think, difficult. But this is why the question really is, what is a country? What is a nation? Is it an economic zone? Is it a place for people to just make money?
This is a great point, because like I always thought of this like leave it to the Star Trek thing to happen, where we all get our utopian ideas from Star Trek, but I started thinking of like just in general how silly it is to have these arbitrary, like, you can't move there because you're not from there. When
England,
at some point, then we're like going to be interplanetary and still somehow doing that. Is okay?
Has that non-dom tax?
He looks so sad. He really does. He actually looks like he's upset that he's not getting the right-wing clips that he thought he would from this
law, and a bunch of millionaires decide to leave and go live in Spain.
He probably does get a look at, like, if they're doing this live, so he'll see, like, if there's a live dip. I could see that happening, where, like, thousands of people that disagree with Tim just dipping the fuck out. Okay.
Or other countries. It doesn't mean that I agree with that law, and it doesn't mean that I agree with high taxes. But what it does tell me is that there are people that don't see the United Kingdom as their home. They see it as an economic opportunity. And if that changes, they get up and leave. Countries have unique histories and cultures, and they have to be worth sacrificing for and dying for and struggling for. And if you see everything as just an economic opportunity where you have a borderless world where people are loyal to a certain financial position over an actual country, I think that is a real interesting thing. I think that's the biggest issue right now in Europe. It's a massive issue in places like Scandinavia, and it's a big issue in America. What does it mean to be a country? Not in a racist way, not in a nativist way, but what is the social contract between the citizens and the government? And are these places actual nations, or do they exist for a very wealthy group of people to just kind of pillage and further immiserate the lives of everybody?
Piers ain't happy.
Else.
I think that's such a really smart assessment.
So what is going on? We are watching Piers Morgan interviewing a comedian, not a, like, he's very, very, like, not, he's very much not a, like a political streamer or any of that. He does cover politics, but he's a stand-up first and foremost, and even his podcast is about comedy. It's not about politics. He just happens to cover something.
I completely
He's not like Dave Smith.
You did a very amusing rant on this theme about the current state of the US and offshoring of American manufacturing, using the metaphor of Oompa Loompas, Willy Wonka, and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I don't want to give too much away, other than the Oompa Loompas didn't come out on top. But what was just for those who didn't hear it at the time, just explain that again, the way you deployed that metaphor.
Sad for Western civilization.
About Willy Wonka as a great way to
Lucky Duck, welcome to the stream.
think about, because you have the most famous factory in history is probably
By the way, guys, if you're over on YouTube and you haven't already liked the stream and subscribed, please do. Really helps me out in the algorithm, and I really, really appreciate it. As a small streamer, it goes a long way.
Chocolate factory from Willy Wonka. It's the thing that everyone can understand. Right. So if you had all these Oompa Loompas that had made chocolate forever, and there's many generations of them, and they are trained in that skill, they're artisanal chocolate makers, and this is what they do, and then the factory is sold to a multinational conglomerate that looks at the numbers and says, we can make a lot more money and drive up profits for our investors if we go to where labor costs are low. And so we've moved the chocolate factory to China, to Taiwan, to India, to Pakistan. And the Oompa Loompas are now in the gig economy. They're delivering DoorDash. They're
Hey, man, thanks for the raid. I really appreciate that. Frank Embry News.
They're driving Ubers.
Thank you.
Some of them are on fentanyl. They're not able to function. They're adopting pathological behavior. The chocolate factory itself is turned into a high-end condo because why not? And all the condos are sold for $20 or $40 million to the daughters of Chinese amusement park tycoons who go there a few months out of the year to do cocaine with the friends that they met in art school. And that might be 432 Park Avenue, Manhattan, or it might be One Hyde Park. And I love Knightsbridge, but when I stay at the Mandarin and I look at One Hyde Park, I see there's 2 lights on because most of those condos are just vertical money laundering.
Yeah.
They're stash boxes for a few $100 million.
Man.
And every now and then you'll just see a sad.
Again, leave it to Tim to, like, in these things to just make a random, like, few good points where you're just like, yeah, see, good.
Little Prince go in his Lambo or something.
Yeah.
But, we've turned these cities into Chinese ghost cities where people aren't even there. There's no school bus pulling up outside of these condos where people are getting in, and a lot.
Meanwhile, Piers is thinking of his empty apartment in New York City.
These billionaires are just purchasing these as investments under the names of LLCs. So the chocolate factory becomes a high-end condo, and then 3 blocks away you have the Oompa Loompas on fentanyl going, that was my life forever.
Yeah.
And now I've been completely cast out. And then Charlie, who's now a multi-billionaire, is coming on your show, and he's talking about how important it is that we continue to support the Ukraine, which might be nice in theory, but he doesn't care at all about the Oompa Loompas. So we're all a little suspect about his newfound love for the Ukraine.
What the fuck?
Absolutely brilliant.
No, that was actually pretty good.
I have to say, you are a genius, but you're interesting to me because
stop it.
I know that you take. Well, no, you are. You're a comic genius, but you have a really serious news vein running through you, which I think makes you quite unusual. You've also interviewed a lot of people on your show. Who's been the most impressive person when you look back of all the guests?
I got to be honest. I have to be honest. We had a lot of people on. We had Steve Bannon on. I got calls from.
Matash, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Dude, thank you.
A ton of liberals who said to me, wait a minute. I feel like I just took acid. I said, why? They go, do I agree with Steve Bannon? They said, I turned on that episode.
Oh, hell yeah, man. Charlie Martinez, really appreciate that. Thanks again, man.
I wanted to turn it off, and I couldn't. And they said, because here's a guy criticizing Elon Musk, criticizing tech.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. It does happen 5 times.
Talking about taxing billionaires, talking about the American middle class. We didn't hear a ton of that from the Democratic Party. And their mind kind of melted. And I found that to be a very interesting interview because a lot of people that were conditioned to think this guy,
they paid for it, guys, so I'm gonna let it roll.
Was a neo-Nazi or a,
I was hoping Ryan and Duck would get one. Oh, shit. Ryan, you got to make sure that your ability to accept the memberships is on. I know they've been changing that every month. I don't know why.
We're Steve Bannon was one of the only people who said, why are there not more black?
By the way, if you guys want to have accept a gifted membership over on YouTube, and any support over on YouTube, I really do appreciate. If you guys could like and follow, it helps me out huge in the algorithm. So anybody over on Twitch, please do that. And if you haven't already followed on the channel, please do.
I
appreciate you guys being here.
This is a Steve Bannon quote.
Yeah, shout out to Frank Embry for rating.
Not an AOC quote, by the way.
You guys
Steve
enjoyed
Bannon
the stream.
quote. That's crazy. And it's just very interesting because I think it is very odd when you have an entire media go, you cannot listen to someone. And then when that person speaks and you hear them and you go, well, I don't agree with everything they're saying, but I will tell you this, they don't sound like a crazy person I shouldn't listen to. He's not talking about flat Earth. He's not talking about JFK Jr. coming back from the dead. He's talking about issues the Democratic Party talked about in the early 90s when they won 2 elections.
Yes. Yeah, I interviewed Bannon myself recently. I mean, I did the Bill Maher show, and he was on that.
Yeah, but then he goes at it with the other side of that, where he's like an evil genius planner. Dude, the fact that we have to look at our modern political zeitgeist right now, and we have him to thank for the shock and awe moniker that they've been using to dub Trump's whole platform since January.
As well.
That's on Bannon. That wasn't even Project 2025. That was directly from him.
Last week. And I completely agree with you. And it's interesting because Bill Maher...
You just got to keep them guessing. You got to just... what was it? You got to flood the zone. That's what it was. You got to flood the zone, make sure that they don't have time to even grasp onto from one story to the next. And then when you flood the zone, you can still get those touchdowns, but they're over there focusing on the individual players.
Show about going to have dinner with Trump. And
actually, going to Tim's point,
he predicted to me before it even aired. He said, I'm going to get
evil
hammered
as shit, but he's not wrong.
By my side for this. I can already feel it. Because he'd announced he was going to do it, announced he was going to talk about it. And sure enough, he did get hammered by so many people who like his show and identify as liberals. And again, it comes back to this, what is wrong with going to sit down at the White House with the President of the United States, even if you have attacked him and criticized him and don't agree with him about a number of things, but you also agree with him about a lot of stuff too, as Bill Maher now does, whether it's immigration or the woke left and their madness and so on. But the idea that he has to become vilified by fellow liberals for doing that, I just find so depressing.
I think people are still holding on to the idea that the way to defeat Trump is to completely ignore his appeal. They don't want to give him an inch. They don't want to concede that he's been right about things. They don't want to concede that he does have his finger on the pulse of certain hot button issues that the American people, like it or not, have kind of rendered a verdict on. They don't want to concede any of that. I think there's a deep fear that if you admit he's right about one thing, then he's going to take that and run with it, and that you'll have to...
From my own personal perspective, no, but I could see that being like the perception on other leftists.
Then concede all his other points, which I don't think is true. I think you can do what I've literally just done, where I say, I disagree here, I agree here. But I have a lot of very smart friends that realize, and they're in that, kind of machine, and they realize that isn't working. A lot of them are in the media, and I did an interview with CNN yesterday, and we sat down for an hour, and then they said, we're going to edit it and put it out. I said, why don't you just put it out? Maybe put out a small clip of it on the internet, but put out the full hour. I had a great discussion with this woman, Elle Reeves, who's a great journalist. And I mean, she does all these Vice things and stuff. I'm sure people dislike her. But for me, I thought she conducted a very fair interview, and we had some very good exchanges. And I said, well, why in God's name would we? And of course, they're asking, well, why is Joe Rogan so popular? I said, well, number one, he's not editing his interviews. He's putting out a full interview.
Yes.
Why?
Well, again, like, dude, if they're gonna edit it for prime time, but if they don't put out the full interview on their online platform, fine, that's something to say. Because like Hassan got the same treatment, so I don't know, man. They do these exposés that run for about 5 minutes to give people like more exposure to or the perception that they are trying to give exposure to the other, side of the media sphere.
Would you edit an interview? I sat here for an hour, and there's points.
I have heard Trump say one thing. I've heard him say a bunch of shit. I hate people that have to play that game. I've never agreed with him.
I don't think,
dude, broken clock.
This guy's right. And then there's points where people are going to go, she's right. And then there's points where people are going to go, the hell with both of them, but put it out. And I think that's what
isn't
they're
that why,
still trying.
Tim, don't you think it's why? Yeah. But don't you think?
Actually, daylight savings time. I agree with him on that.
It's why
if he actually gets rid of it, that's something I will have to just concede and go, no, good job.
Shows like yours are getting so popular.
Finally.
Why my show's become really popular? Why Rogan's?
Yeah, but the firm is I don't care.
So popular. Why? Because I think young people in particular, they're just done with feeling like everything's getting cut, edited, censored by a conventional media, which doesn't seem to really understand the power of just putting stuff out and letting people make their own minds up. In other words, by the editing.
This dude just got to YouTube, and he's... Shut up, PEIRS. You benefited from that in that exact platform and that exact, just like the like that programming. So like for him to play this game of just like, no, how come they're not on the independent media sphere here? Shut up.
You are deciding what people should see,
Seriously,
what they
shut
should
up.
hear. You know, they slash a 1 hour interview with you to a 10.
I just watched this thing about AGT and like seeing him on it. Well, it just reminded me. I'm like, oh yeah.
Minute interview. You have no control over what side of you is going to be put out there. And there's no more rounded view of Tim Dillon. There's just going to be what CNN or whoever it is decides the public should see of you. Whereas what I would much rather do is what we've done here, which is just have a chat for an hour, put it all out, and people, like you say, they can hear stuff they agree with, stuff they don't agree with, but they get a much more rounded sense of who you really are. A bit like Steve Bannon when he did.
Yeah, but that's not what they're editing out, dude.
Your show or did mine.
Right.
I completely agree with you.
Like, this guy's acting like he's never heard of a program block. This is super disingenuous. Anybody that's ever taken like Media 101 would tell you that this is just how it's done.
He was a very.
It's a network. They have scheduling. Like they live by the commercial blocks. Like, so this is why you will get just abrupt interruptions during like an important CNN story, because sometimes they have like they have to run those commercials.
Surprising guy to interview.
Yeah,
I found myself agreeing with a lot more than I thought.
That's actually kind of like, he would be doing the exact same thing if he had like commercials, like if he wasn't on YouTube. That's the difference. What he's advocating for, fine. If they're going to do more online platforming, great. But this is super disingenuous. I'm just going to say it. And I don't like going to bat for the fucking mainstream media, but he's being super disingenuous here, especially for someone who has been in media for what, 30 plus years?
I think they want to put people in boxes and they want you to play a role and they want you to be a character.
Oh, it's almost like Piers Morgan. Like, this is kind of weird, little meta.
Yes, because they've arranged.
Like, this is almost like Piers right here. Purse those lips a little more, because behind those sunglasses, he's totally making fun of you, bro.
The world in a way that they need people to fill a slot. They need this person to be the right-wing person. They need this person to be the left-wing person. They won't allow.
Oh my God. No. I feel fucking dirty watching this with him pretending that. I don't do that at all. Never. You've got to be. Okay, my connection's fine. What the hell is going on with this YouTube? This is nuts.
You'll have a show where 3 or 4 people come on, they have a spirited disagreement. You're not editing what they say. You're allowing them to speak.
No.
You know? I watch. You have Candace or Dave Smith or Batya or any of these people or Cenk or any of these guys come on. They say their piece. And so I'm hoping they release it in full, and maybe they will. But that's the failure of the traditional media model, is that editors go in the back and they decide what they want the interview to be, what they want you to be in the interview. And I hope they release the full thing, because it's actually a really, really good discussion.
Boston Maritime Walker. I liked him, Dillon.
But it's not, it might not fit the agenda that they're trying to push.
Oh, sorry, guys. I had a connectivity issue with specifically with YouTube.
Yes. Which they shouldn't feel the need to do, because younger people don't want to have an agenda forced on them. They want to make their own minds up.
Well, I showed up. You know, she said you showed up.
Yeah.
She said a lot of people wouldn't come and talk to CNN because they think that CNN is dishonest. And I said, well, no, I showed up because I'm going to sit here and do an interview. And then after that, they go, now we go edit it.
You have, Tim, you have a great friendship with RFK Jr. I've interviewed him many times, actually, on Uncensored. I really like him. You do a brilliant impression of him, which I would love you to do a little taste of. And then
my opinion of the 11th Amendment.
Let's have a little burst of your RFK.
Sorry, I don't know the Constitution like a good gun-toting American.
Well, he's a very authentic guy. And like, I think I told him once I was eating oatmeal because I said, I think that's healthy. And then he goes, the instant oatmeal has glyphosate in it, and it's actually not healthy because the pesticides that it's grown. So but
he's focusing on the dumbest shit.
He's an authentic guy. He's an authentic guy. I
limits the power of the federal courts.
Liked him immediately when I met him. I found him to be very authentic. I think he's got a good family. I think his wife is great. I'm not a scientist. I don't know if he's right about everything, but I know he's telling you exactly what he thinks.
I think you asked me that before. Or did you ask me about another amendment? Are you just trying to like get me to be nice and up on my Constitution? I appreciate that.
And I know that
keeping me
that's
honest.
half of the battle in trying to figure out what the truth of something is you got to be having good faith arguments. You got to be dealing with people, and you can't have people lying and misrepresenting their views. And no one's accusing him of that. What's interesting is like, he's coming out and authentically saying he's said the same thing for 20 or 30 years. He was a liberal hero for a long time because he went after polluters. He was a guy that went after polluters. And then he's now talking about public health, and people are very uncomfortable. I don't agree with everything either. I think it's like, he's going after poppers or whatever. It's like, I don't think children are fat because they're taking poppers, but it's like, or when they say that like Steak and Shake is now doing beef tallow on the fries, it's like, I think we need to invade Steak and Shake with the military and shut it down. I don't think we need half measures in this country. I should be let out of McDonald's at gunpoint. So if he gets more radical, I would be happy. Half measures are not going to do it in America. We need to close this down. There should be military at the supermarkets. You should get approved to buy things. I mean, I think that's what we need to start doing. It needs to get very extreme. But I think he's a really interesting American. He's had an American life. The guy kicked a heroin addiction. He's an interesting guy. So, I mean, people tend to really not like him.
Yeah, but him kicking the heroin addiction does kind of lead me to like, oh, what's he taking now? What's he on? It's nothing illicit. It could be as simple as Ozempic or something like that.
And
Ozempic. That's not the one that you would get addicted to, but you know what I mean.
Listen, people are well within their rights to disagree with him, but everything he is saying, he deeply believes. And, was it the best idea to have these 18-year-old kids being vaccinated 3 times for this thing? It had an incredibly low death rate? Probably not. But nobody wants to, but it doesn't mean that maybe.
But what was interesting, I thought, was he was characterized as as an implacable anti-vaxxer, and yet one of the first things I heard him do in his new job was to urge people to have the measles vaccine, for example. So I do think he's another one where people have been led down a certain thought process about what his views actually are. And some of them are contentious, there's no question. But broadly speaking, there was a lot of mythology about what he actually stands for.
Well, I think, again, people don't want to give anyone an inch. This is the problem. They don't want to say that he has made some good points. They won't. I mean, these are people that it was left-wing to question corporations. It was left-wing to talk about poison in the food. It was left-wing to talk about...
Is. See, no. See, guys, this is how they do that bullshit where they're just like, how did the Democratic Party swap during this from the Civil War Democratic Party and the Republican Party into this modern era? Like, they always do this shit. Well, this is how. Like, this is what they keep fucking pulling. So let's not let them, pivot to the left and then try to own it like they were always there. I hate that shit.
Pharma and the amount of power they have. These were left.
He had to capitulate to the measles vaccine.
Wing idea.
Yeah, it's almost like the measles doesn't give a fuck about this, raspy voice dipshit.
Years ago, this was not right wing. They became right wing, during COVID and then after COVID, but they were always.
You actually spelled fuck wrong and it still got you. Yeah, that one I'm allowing.
Left wing. It was left wing to question the war machine or the CIA or the FBI or the national security state. Those are now right-wing positions. The left-wing positions are very status quo positions. They are pro-foreign intervention. And by the way, there's merits to debating all these things, but now it is the Democratic Party that is far more likely to tell you that things in America are okay. You should stop complaining.
Yeah. No, he's right about this.
That the, financial sector is the
Go back
and
to
the
your
stock
job
market
and
is the
just
most important thing.
You got your handouts. What you want more?
That
okay,
pharma should be
we'll
trusted,
pretend that
and
we're
that we
helping
should
you.
be in other countries intervening, and that was all.
I don't think he understands left-wing positions. The problem is this is like, again, where I have a problem with him, is he tries to posit like he is centrist, but he just that's sad for people like him. It's like, dude, just admit that like what I do, where I'm interested in all politics. I'm interested in all these discussions, and I'm not going to shut it down just because of the way that the fucking discourse is. But I will admit to you, I am left of center. I definitely come at things with a leftist bias, but I will try my best to see it from your point of view. What he's doing here is, like you just said it, like he doesn't actually see it from a leftist perspective. But as I said, don't let them take that and then just like run with it. Like this, it is kind of sad that we keep losing ground or like we keep losing certain issues to the right that were ours to begin with.
Truly corporate right-wing propaganda.
I mean, we did it with the electric cars
8-10 years ago. And now it is the positions of the Democratic Party, because I think they just got in the room with some very wealthy people that said, we're going to fund the hell out of you if you leave us alone. And we need you to go after social issues and tell people that we're going to have a trans Batman, but stop with the healthcare, stop with the economic justice, stop criticizing corporations. And then identity politics was invented as a great way to distract people from the idea that the economic realities of their lives were steadily getting worse, but you could pretend to be progressive because you were going to say that Nike has a CEO that's a person of color, or that Chase Manhattan Bank was going to evict you, but they were going to get your pronouns correct while you were being dragged out of your house.
Tim Dillon, you are a voice of common sense. I loved your special. Tim Dillon, I'm Your Mother. It's been on Netflix since the 15th. I urge everyone to go and watch it. It's laugh out loud funny, but it's also got some great moments of seriousness. It makes some great points. I profoundly enjoyed it, and I love interviewing you. I think you're a refreshing voice of nuanced common sense in a world of
thank you so much. And the next time you're in LA,
the
next time you're in LA, I want you to let me know. We're gonna go and join the volunteer fire department.
You know what? I'd happily do that.
Yeah.
I actually have a house. I'm in LA now. I have a house here.
Lovely.
And actually,
I'm in New York, but I'm coming to London in this. Yeah, I'm coming to London in the spring. It's one of my favorite cities. I think it is such a great city, and I root for a revolution of common sense in that country as well, because I think there needs to be a renegotiation in that country as well of people's rights and their liberties and their expectations. I think that it's a great country. We've borrowed so much of our country from that country, and people should be able to express their opinion and not be attacked and called names and everything else.
Yeah. I think we've lost two.
But that's the thing, dude. Like what you just said there, they should be able to express their political positions and not be able to be made fun of and called names, when that's their political position, is calling people names and being reprehensible pieces of shit. Dude, Tim is gay. So the second they come for gay marriage, I wonder if he's going to pivot.
Two things.
Like, that's the kind of stuff that I truly do always wonder. And I get, if I brought this up to him as a comedian, he would laugh me out of like the debate with that. He'd just be like, see, that's what you guys always do. It's like, because it's the easiest way to get you. It is a gotcha. Because for real, man, what the fuck? Are you just going to go, well, you know what? Yeah, I think that I think that I shouldn't have rights. You're right. You know what? I should be labeled as a second-class citizen. Fuck me, right?
The UK and the US.
Yeah, he's gay.
Collectively, actually, free speech.
Openly, I'm not breaking any news here.
I think, and common sense. And I detect both are returning. In fact, as we're speaking, this morning in the UK, the Supreme Court there ruled that a woman is a biological female. And that has finally parked that debate legally in the UK from trans women claiming to be women legally, with all the complications that come off that, which are to the denigration of women's rights. You know, I've always said that personally, I want trans
as long as they're able to identify as women still, fine.
To have the same rights to free.
But if you're taking away the right to identify as a woman, then yeah, sorry, bud, that's kind of fucked up.
Freedom, equality, and safety as me or anybody else,
Fucking
but not
A.
at the expense of eroding women's rights. And, you know, again,
How does that erode women's rights? How? It always comes back to trans sports with you dumb shits, but you can never get past that one. How does this actually erode a woman's right? Huh?
comes back to me to be just common sense.
Also, can we just acknowledge that, you know, a man transitioning to become a woman is literally doing something that, like, societally puts them at a fucking disadvantage. You never bring that up. You never bring up the fact that, like, a white cis guy becoming a woman by choice. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Oh. But they're coming for me.
I said the two things do not.
I'm the victim.
Not have to be mutually exclusive. You can protect women's rights and promote trans rights to fairness, equality, and safety. They can both.
No one's pushing trans on kids. What they're doing is they're doing the thing that most people did back when it was they're pushing gay on kids. Next, it's bestiality. I grew up with that fucking argument. I'm not sure how old you are, Stewie, but for real, that's bullshit. What they're doing is saying, hey, you know how I have this friend? So, like, for instance, in my life, if I had a child, I would have to explain to them why their aunt or their auntie looks a little different and, like, has, you know, some masculine qualities, things like that. This is something that you're literally putting your fucking kids at a disadvantage. Like, you're making your kids fucking certifiably dumber. Like, you're doing the thing where they're going to be about 12 to 13 years old. Whenever the fuck you actually allow your kids to leave your little, not even nest, like your little dowry where you just fucking, you know, indoctrinate them day in and day out. And that's the big fear. That's the big fear, is that they're not going to become the thing you want them to be. The biggest fear is that they might want to be trans. Oh no, or they might want to be trans, like it's a fucking, yeah, like it's that kind of choice. No, they might discover that they are trans, and then you are gonna have to fucking reconcile with that. And somehow, some way, it always, like, this is the toxic masculinity dad thing, where it's like, somehow I failed my kid. I failed as a father. Fuck off. Like, anybody that thinks like that.
Done. But the moment you try and erode one right by...
What's really fucked up is that people... you know what? I'm going to say this one anecdotally. In my life, I have a friend who, and I use that term loosely, who has a daughter who just is about to celebrate her 16th birthday. She's having a baby. You know what? It's kind of funny because this person found God, became a born-again Christian, and they would always tout about how family-driven they were and how they didn't want to teach these lessons to their daughter. They didn't want to teach. I don't want my daughter, you know, having anything that might confuse her like that or any of this shit. But it still ends up with a fucking grandkid before the age of 40.
Enforcing another. I think you lose the plot. So I agree. I think
because people that don't want to accept it are making it a big issue. The people who don't want to, like, literally, like, Stewie, it comes down to this. If you think trans people are ewy and you don't get it, that's where it's coming from. And that's no way to judge people.
I think Britain, especially on free speech,
because basically I think that it's disgusting to think the other way, man.
Has lost it.
I think that it's fucked up that like anybody has to have that much thought. If you're that deeply insecure with yourself that you look at a trans, like honestly, I know that this has been a hot topic here and it has been a little bit of a spicy take, but for real, it started happening when online, when passing trans girls started getting into fucking like straight dudes algorithms, and then they found out like one of them jerked off to Bailey J, and that ruined them. And all of a sudden, that became the, am I gay? I don't know. They got a penis.
Lost the plot. And it needs to really get a grip of that.
And that's where this all stems from.
And I think it will. And I think that Trump's win in America has gone a long way to restoring...
Otherwise, you wouldn't fucking care.
...free speech, what it really means. And also, I think, as he said in his victory speech, a core of common sense, which is where most people sit. You know, most people do not sit on the extremities of these issues. They actually sit in a place of common sense. I've always felt that.
It's funny when they say, I don't want to imagine two guys doing it. It's like, oh, so when you meet people, you just imagine them doing it. Yeah, that's actually the thing. Like that, it is kind of going into the deeper psyche of men and how most of them are actually kind of like grapey and like this is how they think. And they think of women as sexual tools of like they always objectify women. Like every single woman they ever meet, they are automatically picturing with their clothes off. Like this is how it works.
But more power to you, Tim. I loved your special, love your show, love having you on Censored. You'll be welcome back anytime.
Thank you, Pierce. I really appreciate it. And thanks for everything you're doing. You have a great show, and I really love watching.
Great, mate. Thank you very much. I really appreciate
selective
it.
service. No, what?
Take care.
Where the hell are you getting that?
Not
in the IDF. Hell, not even in America anymore. They are definitely not exempt from selective service if they bring that back. Hey, what up, Pungaroo? How you doing? You say most men? I said like the ones that identify as right wing that are bringing these trans issues up and making them into this thing that honestly, it's almost like we should be focusing on the economy, but whatever. It's almost like you want to focus on a culture war issue because acknowledging that your side, your president or whoever the fuck like you're supporting in this one is fucking up. It's my transmission. That bitch never works. You know what Anita White. Nice name. I agree. Dude, okay, so get this shit. I don't know why. This is just random, but beginning of like last year, just randomly went to the grocery store. I come outside and I'm like, why does my car sound weird? And I just look underneath and dude, they tried to get my catalytic converter, but they have like this shield that attaches the cat and the trans and all that stuff. So like they they tried to pull the shield down and you just saw them give up. Where they were like, oh fuck this. I have never been more happy to own a pain in the ass car. Yeah, I'm a Jeep guy. Not even a cool Jeep guy. Got a fucking I got one of those little they literally, it looks like a Honda. It might as well be a Honda. But yeah, I just don't I just do not understand this whole like caring about it. Like it is such a minute issue. Like the fact is, like most of the people that I have these arguments with eventually admit that they don't even know a trans person, which that's kind of at the crux of the issue is you don't have an identifier. Like, and then you call everybody like me a lib, or you call us like, oh, you're just a fucking, oh my god, you're just a wokey, blah, 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 blah. It's like never applying the fact that it's like, no, I have a friend who wants to live their lives the way that they want to live their lives, and I support them in living their lives the way they want to, and it doesn't hurt anybody. The only thing that it hurts is your delicate sensibilities at not being able to accept that they might look a little different. That's usually what that is. And that's on you. That's not on them. They're not the fucking problem. And that's where I'm going to fucking just hardline that one. Yeah, our favorite Reefer Madness. God, we should just actually call him William Randolph Hearst. There we go. Oh, Citizen Kane. That's who he is. Citizen Kane. Glazy. I like how we're disagreeing, but you're just like, fuck this guy. Hey, we have fun here. See? Yeah. Even where we have disagreements, we can find some agreements in the fact that that guy sucks. Ooh, I just cracked my jaw. Why not have a safety pin? Are you kidding me? Shit. Oh, man. I need a safety pin. Fuck. Yeah, this thing clogged. Damn it. Hello, I'm your local trans person here. I can answer questions if I need to. Thank you, Sylvie. I know that I got actually got a decent representation of the trans community here. But that's also where, I'm sorry if I get a little reductive about it. I have had these conversations with a few of the trans folk in this community, specifically asking like, hey, am I, being insulting in my way of just breaking that down? I've been told no, like almost unilaterally, almost. There's one person that was just like, yeah, it does kind of feel like you are just reducing us down to sexual objects. I'm like, but that's how they reduce, like, that's my broader point, is like, that's what they already reduce women to. Like, this is, no matter what, they're always going to have that kind of like shitty, view. So surprisingly treating people like people gets them to stick around. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, and also just like, can see your points of view even. By the way, anybody over on Twitch and YouTube, number one, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you guys all being here. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. If you have not already, please subscribe to the channel. It really helps me out in the algorithm, and just in general, makes you fucking awesome. You guys, it's free. I really appreciate it. Also, we're about to smoke a little bit here. Just kind of, do the little puff puff pass. I think they hate trans people because their husbands want to sleep with them. Shit, I would too. Anita. Whoop, whoop. Anita, I have a Sears catalog from 1900. Found it in a box. A nice hooded buggy. $107. Damn. I actually would have thought cheaper for 1900. Huh, that's actually kind of interesting. So what was like the economy version of that? Was it like $60? Yeah, it seems like it would make sense if it was like $60. But hey, damn it. I know I have one down here. I cannot remember where I put all my little safety pins. I'm not sure if you guys are like me, but safety pins are like, or not safety pins. I keep calling them safety pins. Paper clips. Did you... That awesome Biden speech gave recently? No. Dude, he was local too to me. I don't give a shit. Not exactly a Biden guy. Don't care. Don't get involved. That's actually a pretty clever screen name there. Is at least to my knowledge, I don't think that it changes the peeps. Or you think Peps misspoke? What? Watch it, it's hilarious. I mean, why? Why? So I can miss the half-dead old man that didn't tank the economy, that somehow, with his boring ass, like... Seriously, man. It's depressing to think about just how bad he screwed the pooch. and just how bad America screwed the pooch. Because again, like realistically, we went through Trump once. We forgot about it. We had these rose-colored glasses where it's like his economy was great, and then we bought into it, and oh man. And then you find out that he did legit steal fucking votes. Like, it is kind of wild that he disenfranchised over 3 million voters, won by just about that amount. And he also, you go back and he was a little bit too confident in the fact that he was going to win. There are some things there that I have definitely taken a second look at where I'm like, okay. Didn't really catch it the first time, but now I see it. And realistically, it does kind of fly in the face of like, well, over 3 million people that voted for Biden didn't vote for Kamala. It's like, yeah, that's why. But it was over 10, actually. Over 10 million people who voted in the 2020 election did not turn out this year. That was a big factor that nobody really wants to talk about because it's not as sexy. You can't point the finger at them. You know? The people who just get disenfranchised or like they just don't care. You know, nothing gets better out like under any of these fuckers. And on top of it, all they have to hear from either side is just how bad it is. So, I actually had this really funny conversation with one of my friends where he was just like, dude, have you ever like just thought about things from a normie perspective? Like, how long has it been since you've done that? I'm like, a while. And that's pretty fair, man. I gotta say, like, I'm glad that they broke it to me like that too, or like they asked me like that. Hey, cool, man. Tree, Govin, Some Rebel, Dave Wayne. Sweet. Dave Wayne, he's still here? Holy shit. Bloodstone. Yeah. Hey, Matesh, thank you again for the 5 gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, man. Biden should have just ignored Trump, stayed on message, refused to debate, call him illegitimate, probably would have won. Yeah. Yeah. No, but he had to prove something to himself. The party needed to prove something. Although, no. Let's be real. No, I have to be real. Guys, Biden was underwater at that point by, it was like over 16 points, which is, that's bad. That's bad. Like, at that point in the election, too. Like, no, he was not poised to win. Which hard drugs are you fine with? None. Really. I mean, listen, if I could, I would have it to where, like, the milk of the puppy would have never really, made it past cultivation, but, whatever, man. The thing is, repentant, I don't give a shit. If people want to do drugs, let them. I don't care. You want to drink? Fine. Just don't hurt people. Don't drink and drive. Don't do drugs and go hurt people. If you do shit in the privacy of your own home, I don't give a fuck. But people like you do. And you're fucking profoundly weird for it. The fact that you want to thought police people, you want to fucking just do this thing where you control people's behaviors even when you're not there, you're a fucking wacko. A wacko. And you need to be called out on being a fucking wacko. Dude, go have kids. If you want to tell people how to live their lives so fucking badly, go have kids. And then let them hate you. And then you can hate them. Because they hate you, so you hate them. Oh, what did I didn't do anything wrong. It's these liberal colleges that fucked up my kids. It's never the parents. Yes, psychos are hard drug users. No, you are. You are a fucking psycho. You're psychotic in the way that you think about this shit, and how you process this shit, and how you fucking overthink about people doing shit you don't like. Oh, please don't have kids. Don't plan on it. Let's put it this way. I've said this many, many times, and I'll say it to you, and I'll put it out there on the internet forever. If I have children, and to my future children, if I have you, if you're here, number one, oops. Number two, Oops. Like, yes. No. No, you're the one who classifies pot as a fucking drug. No, dude. The fact is, you don't, like, how do you classify, gabapentin? How do you classify Lexapro? How do you classify any of the drugs that are antipsychotics or any of that shit? Shut up. I know what I'm doing here. Shut up. He's calling it an illicit drug. Caffeine is a drug? No, it is. But repentant man doesn't do any drugs. He does the X. He marks X's on his fists because he's a cool straight edge like CM Punk. Can't even be like that, man. You can't even be like CM Punk. Damn. Look at my eyes. What do you see? The cult of personality. Sorry, I had to. By the way, guys, it is WrestleMania weekend coming up. This is the first time ever that I have not actually just been like, yeah. I just, yay, we get to see John Cena win. Woohoo. CM Punk, the GOAT. No, this kid's just retarded. Who, me? Number one, calling me a kid. Cool. CM Punk is the GOAT. 2000%. I'm a huge CM Punk fan. The Royal Rumble when John... Yeah, I mean, that was pretty cool. Dude, I met John Henry just this weekend. He was at C2E2. That was fun. He was really, really cool. I just turned around and I saw that it was, he was, like, first off, I was picking up this little guy, actually. So I grabbed this dude, my little Godzilla here, and I hear, oh, nice little Godzilla. And I, like, turn around and sure as shit, I'm like, that's Jerry the King Lawler. He had his king, like, he had the hat on. And I was just like, right? That's cool. Yeah, it turns out that King is a pretty big Godzilla fan, so that was pretty cool. But yeah, man, that was fucking funny. Because I turn around when I saw him and I see Joe Henry just sitting there with the TNA belt. I'm like, that's fucking Joe Henry. So I had to. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go talk to him. I can't hear your roar over the bubbler. Kois, yeah, that was this weekend. It was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Yeah, when I say Comic-Con, I meant C2E2. The next one is Fan Expo. That one's coming up in August. I will also be at that one. So. At least for a day. Why not? But I don't like meet celebrities or any of that shit. I'm not, like, I really don't care. God, at this point, I'm kind of like, more so like, hey, maybe I could get you on the show, you know, get a good interview. Oh, there's a few comic guests I would really like, dude. Oh my God, James Tinian. I would love to get him on here because not only is he a comic book creator, but he's a he's a leftist comic creator. Makes pretty profound books too. This explains everything. Smoking pot turns you into a psycho. Even the host and his friends agree. I'm a psycho, man. I'm psychotic. Dude, it's actually kind of funny. Like, you have no idea what you're talking about, but you come in here speaking like you know anything. Like, dude, you have Christians that look at you and call you fucking weird. Like, do you have friends? do you have friends? Like, I don't think you have friends. Like, you seem like you don't. Like, the fact that you're on a leftist streamer who, by the way, guys, if you're new here and you guys are enjoying Repentant Man calling me a psycho and telling me that, you know, pot smoking's bad, this guy watches and engages more with my stream in the last week than a lot of people like that watch regularly. So I gotta say, number one, thank you for the constant engagement. Number two, what are you doing? Like, you're not saving my soul, bro. Like, you do realize I accepted the Lord Jesus Christ into my heart when I was a young lad, and there was also this weird thing that happened when I read the Bible and realized that you guys, like anybody that uses that whole gatekeeping thing is you want to use the term psycho? Fine, I'll use it. You're fucking psychotic. You're doing this thing where you're like, oh, if you're a good person, you still need to believe in this arbitrary cartoon character and then you get the pass, then you get the ID to go into heaven. You fucking weirdos. You're afraid of something that came from a book from the 1400s that was never even mentioned in the Bible. That's fun, too. Like, wow. That's all I gotta say is, wow. It's always the same argument. No, you're not engaging in the slightest. No, the only reason that, like, we entertain you is because you entertain us with how fucking just stupid you are. Like, for real. The fact that you come in here and you're like, pot smoking is for degenerates and losers. This streamer's a pot smoking degenerate who sins. What Bible verse? What Bible verse, Repentant Man? What Bible verse? Please enlighten me, because I got two for you once you come to me with yours. But you first, bitch. Can you tell I've had it with them? By the way, we're doing a Pokemon break. I feel like this guy got cockblocked by a stoner. Oh my god, dude, she had hairy armpits and some fucking crystals. Sorry, that was being reductive. I may be talking about one of my exes. Mitesh, good idea. I dated a woman, a psycho woman, then married her. Thou shalt not smoketh that shite. Wait. My favorite Bible verse is, Lord, please bless this thy hand grenade so I can blow up my enemies with thine mercy. Blow up my enemies to bits with thine mercy. If you guys know, you know. Boom. We got a little octopus artillery. Oh my god, I got my favorite trainer. It's Larry, guys. It's Larry. I love Larry. Larry's the shit. Jan Mask. Oh my god, dude. Okay, so random. This is actually a pretty rare card. Yeah. Huh. Shit. Crocolator or Crocolor? Oh, dude. I got mine in. And then, oh man, I got a full art parasol lady. Wow, that's actually a really pretty card. I said grenade. It was Holy Hand Germain. Oh. I thought it was grenade. Hey, he got it though. So I really have been hearing that wrong my entire, like, wow, oh shit. Okay. Ugh. I did not. It's from the Holy Grail, dude. But either way. I still don't understand it. Need a spreadsheet to add up which ones you got. Wait, oh yeah. No, I actually have a I got a spreadsheet. I actually should probably do that. Now I think about it, because it's all manual right now. Like, I literally have the little Pokemon manuals that I mark the cards off with. Whatever. Sometimes it's just the way I've done things for years. So why would I change it now? That's why I like. Honestly, that's my favorite part about getting the ETBs, is getting the new book. I am such a dork. I really am. God. Wait, I don't think it would work for you, Mitesh. You're gonna end up with your own stand at some point. Yeah. Yeah, man. Hey, that's the thing. You gotta get your own stand. My favorite Bible verse is when the Terminator went back in time to save Jesus. Come with me if you want to live. They're about to put some nails into your hands. No, they're not. Dude, it's one of my favorite bits from Sam Kinison. He's just talking about, like, how Jesus is hanging on the cross, and they're just like, and he just said, and I forgive you. He's like, I don't think that's what he said. I think he's just like, how about you give me a pair of pliers? Anybody have a hammer? Oh, fuck. Sam Kinison really is one of the greatest to do it. First two specials, I will say that he jumped the shark pretty quickly. One of my religious uncles asked my daughter if she knew the first three words of the Bible. She was 12. She said, "What up, bitches? I almost died." What up, bitches? Yep. Isn't the tactileness the point? So I can understand having a pencil and paper card recorder. Your version would be Bill and Ted instead. It would be. It totally would be. You coming in here and saying anything isn't funny makes me go, that must have been hilarious. So, who was standing by the crosses hearing that combo anyway? Well, you know, there's one thing I know about Jewish women. They are a bit, you know, the term yenta came from somewhere. Oh, yeah, I think that... Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to do that. I just did oi. That should... Yeah, not. Let's not. Because I am not Jewish, and I'm... Yeah, that made me a little uncomfortable. I'm also, like, totally... not going there. Am I a pot smoker? Oh, you asked him, are you a pot smoker? Actually, that was pretty effective. Oh, he just farted in his sleep. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Really? A little bit worse than usual. Shit. Sorry, I'm trying to unclog my my vape, but I don't have my little... It's essentially a toothpick. It's a metal toothpick. My kid's praise to the Easter Bunny. Not sure if we did something right or wrong by never talking to him about religion. Dude, if you're dead serious... All right, that's always, like, I've always wondered that, like, if, you know, people who aren't religious, they have, like, the kid that is a little, like, weird with religious stuff like that, but instead, like, prays to the rock or something. I don't know. Why do many pot smokers have beards? Or why do so many pot smokers have beards? They're too lazy to shave. Or we don't have strong chins that, also, yo, my man, you're talking here calling yourself the repentant man, and you're gonna talk about beards? You might want to calm down on the long hair, bearded demographic if you're calling yourself repentant man. Just gonna go out on a limb. Damn. Hey, Cosmilano. Yo, nice name. How you doing? Yeah, that's actually a really dope name. Welcome to the stream. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. Hope that you are, yeah. Leftist. Yes. Yes, I'm leftist. Did the room give it away? Long hair, beard, me talking to a guy called Repentant Man. I don't know, 420 friendly, or is it the Elon eats corn long ways? I don't know. It's almost like I give myself away. But I don't have any, like, fuck Trump shit, so, hey. No, it's fine. No. I was being facetious. But Jesus wasn't a leftist? Are you fucking kidding me? He was, though. Like, if you're, like, take leftists out of it. The guy was about open borders. He was about loving your neighbor. He was actually about turning the other cheek. He was about... No. He was the ultimate leftist. He was about paying your taxes. Hell, he said to give up everything you fucking own. What are you talking about? Anybody that ever preaches prosperity gospel, you're out. You're out, homie. St. Peter. I'm sorry, man. He's got you on that naughty or nice list. You're on the naughty list. And then you go to the bad place, which isn't that bad because it's just purgatory, which is kind of like, it's not that different than what happens to the good people, because the good people, they only go to the waiting place, which is just like, yeah, it's like a, I don't know, it's like a cryo tube until the rest of the people decide that, yeah, you know what, we gotta do this thing. We gotta do this fucking, what do you call it? The rapture? We gotta bring the rapture. We gotta bring them on up. And then they unlock you from your cryo tube, and then you'll go boom. Are you religious? I am ex-religious. I grew up in a very heavily evangelical Christian, what I would call borderline cult. So I'm trying to say borderline because are you an atheist? Ish. I'm very much, I don't think about what happens after death because death is so finite. And honestly, my mom spent her whole life worrying about it and thinking about, like, her final moments with God. And my mom passed in her sleep randomly. So, I don't know. This was pretty fresh, though. Like, within the last 2 months. That's why my mom's memorial fund is on the, in the corner there. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take this opportunity to copy the link for this. I appreciate any support. It really helps me out. And this goes a long way. The obsessive fear of death is a death itself. It is. My mom, before she passed, I had a dog a few years back that he had a tumor, right? And my mom, she was pre-grieving his death 2 years before he died. So, you know, that's the kind of shit. Sorry to hear about your mom. Thanks. I appreciate that, man. I really do appreciate the condolences. No words are too, like, I've been trying to convey this. It's not empty. I do feel it. Thank you. Also why I have this little pot of flowers here, because it reminds me of my mother. May she rest in peace. Thank you, Repentant Man. Despite you being kind of a tool bag, and guess what? My mom was a dirty pot smoker. So, what now? Even though she was a good Christian. I'm not kidding either. One of my favorite parts about that, like, is Wise Repentant Man a tool bag. I entertain him because he's entertaining to me. That's the long and short of it. He's been here, honestly, like I said, he's been here for over a week now, and I'm just like, man, like, you're here every stream. What the fuck? That's a level of commitment I wasn't expecting. I bet Jesus rolled the fattest blunts. Oh my god, he rolls a cross one! Check it out, guys. I had this premonition. He passes it to Judas awkwardly, like... Oh. Alright. That just became my favorite bit of the night. That's pretty fucking funny. I'm not sure if you should hit this. I know one of you will betray me. And he passes right. Oh my god. He fucking does the ultimate where he skips a guy. He's just like, here. It's like, Judas, what the fuck, man? Alright, that's pretty. Oh, sorry about your mom. I took my mom shopping today. What a trip. But I'm glad to do it. Man, yeah. No, I that's the shit I'm gonna miss, man. It's just the random shit. Just taking my mom places, going and getting Culvers with her, Portillo's. She loved Portillo's. I'm gonna miss going and getting art supplies with her. That was one of our favorite things to do. So, yeah, it sucks. It is definitely one of the hardest things I've ever dealt with in my life, so. Pot smokers are misguided souls and need proper direction. What is your damage? I stopped smoking weed in 2022. Congratulations, Cosmolano. Again, 420 friendly stream. I have not, but I don't, like, dude, I'm also not one of those guys. I hate pot smokers that, like, shame people for quitting pot. That shit's fucked up. So how do you know Judas is the bad guy? If it was supposed to happen. I stopped smoking weed 7 years ago. Because I moved in with a girlfriend in the South and I was scared of getting arrested. Yeah, see? But it turns out in Arkansas they smoke that shit in the open in the city. Yeah, because they want legalization. It's weird how many people want this shit. It's almost like they're trying to control it for a reason. I need direction to the nearest hot box. Oh my god, I haven't hotboxed like in a long time. One of these days I'm gonna like tarp off all the comic books and I'm gonna hotbox this bitch. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. A year from now, it will be 7 years. Congrats, man. It's awesome. That is awesome. Like, I'm let's see. I quit when I was 24, so 14. I have been cigarette free for 14 years. So by smoking pot, be productive instead. I am. You don't understand how ADHD works, and the fact is, I am. I self-medicate with marijuana because it fucking helps me, like, in ways that other drugs don't. You're 38, yeah. Unfortunately. I have a little existential thing happening. Just a little wee bit. Like, I'm gonna be 40, this sucks. Damn, dude, you look amazing. Thank you. Fucking shit. Appreciate that. I never say that to people, but you don't look even close to 38. I really appreciate it. Man, you're making me blush over here. Look at... Woo. You know, you are becoming the winner of chat tonight. Oh, by the way, if you have not already followed and you're enjoying yourself, please do. Enjoy it. I enjoy you in the community, so
if I have deemed myself worthy. Oh, excuse me.
So being a chat streamer of a person so don't like is productive? Yeah, exactly. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, actually, that's a great point. Legend of Sean. So, in all seriousness, Repentant Man, you come here to do your shtick, right? But you're talking about productivity. You spend damn near 6 hours here. Like, at least. I do damn near 8-hour streams, and as far as I can tell, you're here for most of it. So, I don't know what to tell you, man. Can we talk about the genocide? Which one at this point? Fuck. Fortunately, we're getting close to 2. But yes, I mean, listen. I'm not one of those guys that's trying to bury what's happening in Palestine. I'm also not one of these guys that's also going to hyperfixate on it and at the detriment of having, any joy in these broadcasts. Trust me, man. MR, Majority Report, I've learned from Sam how to kind of do this with a little bit of, nuance and not get bogged down in the just not fucking, because you can become very nihilistic looking at the Gaza situation. That's what I would argue was happening with Emma. She was becoming super fucking nihilistic. Matt Leck, dude, this is why I harp on him whenever he makes fun of the Thanos shit and Marvel and all this, because he's so derogatory towards anything that's entertainment, but he seems miserable. He seems so fucking miserable all the time. So what? Where is his escape? And his audience seems to eat that up, but that also is so fucking unhealthy. I'm Irish, we love famine and genocide. You're a fine example, and I applaud your ability to admit you're wrong. Assume you'd be glad for warning people away from pot. What? When you get to hell? There is no hell. Oh, wait. No, simply Steve. Yes, there is. Repentant man. You must think of this. Why do you have the right to tell others what to do? Ah, and there it is. There it is. Because this is where a lot of when I was in Christianity, so I had to explain to me when I was in high school that they did this specific school that I was going to. We had a program with them where for 2 periods we would go there, and it was our mission, because there were only 4 of us, to try and convince the kids that were in our class to come to our school and be Christians. And one time, the most effective thing that got me to stop was just, hey man, you're really fucking annoying with that. I don't care. I'm not gonna join. Can you please just stop? I want to learn what we're here to learn. And I was like, okay. It was such an effective shutdown. I was like, I have to respect that. Hell on Earth is I mean, if there is a hell on Earth, I don't really smoke now because I am comfortable enough to know I will never have financial troubles and can do way more stuff that costs money that I need to be sober to drive to. What? I guess this is one of the parts of living in, a city that I don't have to worry about that. There's something about public transport that is just very cool. Makes us crack and think of the Lord. Well, again, dude, we had this, or I tried to have this discussion. I don't think he ever actually answered me, but I had brought up how Jesus turned water into wine. Is wine a drug? Alcohol is classified as a drug. How's that work? All right, guys, I will be right back. I need to grab my safety pin. Paperclip. Oh, poor Uni. Uni Moogle just realized her membership went up. Poor Uni. Beastie Boys Sabotage. Hell yeah. All right. Since you went over it really, really fast, what do I think of Israel? We have an IDF soldier in this audience that is a conscript who is gay, who is not exactly having the greatest time, but I'm kind of sick of lumping every Israeli in as being part of the genocide. Like, I'm just gonna say, man, like, I know plenty of people that are not for the genocide, that live in Israel. I have plenty of Jewish friends that do not condone the genocide. But what is happening now is this whole thing where they're getting conflated just by saying they're Jewish. That, like, when one of my friends had to say that he's legitimately worried that he wears his Star of David, it's like, okay, like, and that's why I'm coming around where I'm like, all right, man. I mean, good for them, but if you join the IDF rotten hell, you don't join. You're conscripted. If you live in Israel, then you're conscripted. That is just how it happens. So unless he was going to run from the country, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, that's a little different. Prison? I mean, that's easy to say. It's easy to say when we're not from a place that conscripts people like that. Like, honestly, it's not just Israel I have this opinion about. I actually have this opinion about, like, Italy, where it's like the same shit. Like, yes, they may not be doing the shit that fucking, Netanyahu and those putzes are, but I think that forced conscription in general is not cool, but no, I know, but here's my thing, Cosmolano. Still, such a cool name. I'm just gonna say this. It's not his choice, and the fact that he's a very cool person, it's so easy to dehumanize people when you just look at it from that perspective. But then, when you do have the human element to it, to just negate it, that's fucked up. So, don't lose your humanity just because other people have. I'm not here to play sides, man. I'm not one of those people. I can call out the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu, I call him BB just because it is easy. But somebody was like, "Oh, don't you use his pet name?" I'm like, really? Fine. Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel is a terrorist state funded by the U.S. It's funded by more than just the U.S., but yes, it's funded by all of NATO, pretty much. Well, not NATO, but other countries as well. I don't know. I am not here to literally run for, like, America good in this. They're not. Biden sucked on this. Not necessarily. See, this is the thing. Because, again, I don't know who it would have been. I'm not going to speak with authority on that one, but I just know, like, from geopolitical situations that I've lived through, the second that the U.S. decides to dip out from a situation like that, it tends to go worse. Like, look at what happened in Afghanistan. Like, it tends to get worse. And my thought process is, if the U.S. just unilaterally stops supporting Israel, then all of a sudden, say, China comes in, Russia is the main one that I was thinking, like, if they went to Russia and then they just, like, unilaterally wiped out Gaza. Like, but here's the problem. Now Trump is in office, and that's what they're doing. I mean, dude, the fact is, we went from Genocide Joe to being like, we're kind of complicit in this, to oh my God, we're about to bomb them off the face of the earth, and that's my, like, now what? Like, because you say the tax dollars, like, this is where I've been a little confused about this one, guys. Because also, I will say this. I've noticed that the same people that have been super, super vocal about this in the past leading up to the election got very quiet post-election. That's kind of a shitty thing. It would revert back to the 2,000 years before Israel, where the Arabs and Jews lived together. No, it wouldn't. See, that's idealistic. That's idealistic. That's not taking into account what we actually are living through right now and the geopolitical situation that we're living through right now. That's not feasible. Not now. Like, I get it. If we had never gone in, like, this is great if we had a DeLorean. But we don't. We live in this practical fucking reality where shit... Dude, America is about to become a fascist state, and we are still sitting here arguing the finer points of whether or not it's, you know, yeah, well, technically, is it supporting Zionism to, well, not supporting, like, sorry, I actually just read your comment, and I was just like, I did that thing where I saw Zionism, and I just put the word into whatever the fuck I was talking about. I was like, oh, shit. Godzilla is our only hope. I'm a big fan of the G-Man, and I'm rooting for him. I am all for Godzilla 2026. Let's go. Let's go. Fuck 2025. I'll give Ghidorah to 2028. That'd be fucking funny. It's like, oh god, we just had Godzilla in 2026. You can't get any worse than that. The three heads just appear. You just hear like, it's like, ah! Oh man. Peace phone call. Yo, see ya, Jeff. So since Israel cannot be dealt with peacefully and they can't exist, it seems they aren't trying to force the world to take military action against them. Well, again, there's a lot of semantical arguments going on right now that, again, it's great if you're recognizing the practicality of the history behind everything. That's not what's happening, and that's never gonna happen because we're dealing with some fucking sociopathic assholes that, like, literally, man, Israel literally can't exist. I get it. I get it. Now, this is where Cosmolano, with all due respect, the fact that everybody who, like, before October 7th didn't give a shit about this conflict, I do have a problem with people that now want to act like they are scholars on this, specifically because they got introduced to this on October 7th. Now, if you're well-versed in this, where you have gone through the, 4 different... Well, you shouldn't. That's hipstery. I mean, look at me. But no, for real, though. Because I lived through the 2003 conflict that this almost happened, they were declaring that we were going to go to nuclear fucking war in 2003. I'm not sure if you knew that. So, leadership also would also be a group of people who think their race is superior. Well, I mean, you do realize, this is my point, like, in America, we're dealing with that. I think you mentioned that you're not American, so this is a little bit different. Unless I'm mixing you up with somebody else, I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm just saying. Because the whole thing is, you can care about this, as far as being an activist, if there is a path forward. There was... what's the path forward now? I am very confused about that. I'm still gonna talk about the genocide. I'm still gonna talk about everything that's going on. I'm still gonna report on it, but I genuinely, if you felt helpless during the Biden administration, multiply that times 10 right now. And then on top of it, add the fact that I have personally lost wealth. I have personally lost, a significant, portion of my mental well-being in just the last 3 to 4 months. So, wait, yes it does. I don't mean subjectively. The idea that you are the strongest is never going to be true. You're going to crumble in your pathetic attempts to be strong. Well, yeah, that's most people that try to deem themselves as being superior than anybody, and it's not always a racial aspect, man. That's a very modern one for us. No, the way that this has usually worked is you lived very close to somebody, right? And that little group tended to cause problems with you, or you cause problems with them, and then you deem them as being inferior. That's usually how that goes. Like this, I don't understand why people are acting like this is a new behavior in humanity. That's the one thing I will say. It's a slippery slope because you can use that argument for any Asian country and African country. That's why Israel cannot exist. It's not possible to think of it that way and survive, which is, I think, what you were saying. Wait, yeah, I mean, I semi-agree. I think you can care about it, like, a lot, but if you're going to speak on it as if you're an expert, you should be deferring to the utmost experts who have been covering this. Yes. Yes. That is something that I 100% agree with. Because I understand the powerlessness, man. I also understand the powerlessness of this specific one because it's like, you can't really do much. There's nothing you can do. It's not like we can go to Gaza to help because they're killing fucking, aid workers. So. But what are we going to do? Protest? We're going to protest Donald Trump now and the genocide? Because that worked with Biden. That worked with our own side. Meanwhile, fascism is starting to reign supreme and we're literally losing our rights, but let's focus on Gaza. I'm not trying to be that fucking guy, but at some point you do have to recognize that your country has its own fucking issues you do have to fucking deal with in order to deal with Gaza. Unfortunately, being an American, it's not as cut and dry as I can just support this one cause and then that's it. There's a lot of fucking causal bullshit that's going on. I get it, Cosma. But the thing is, it was our fault through years. This goes back to fucking way before Orange Man. But what I'm talking about is how much worse in the last 4 fucking months it has gotten. We have gone from, oh, you know what? We need to withhold support from Israel. We need to push for a ceasefire. Now, we're not even pushing for ceasefire. Now, we're at a point where our country wants to bomb the crap out of it so it can become a golf course. I'd say that we're in a bit of a different position than we were with fucking Biden. So I'm just gonna say, sorry. Now you're talking. Fortunately, Gaza seems to be one of the only middle ground issues that the right and the left can agree on. So it's only the one issue that that's brought up perpetually. Orange Man bad is a waste of time. No, it's not. Orange Man bad is not a waste of time when you're pointing out the actual substance of what Orange Man bad is, what Orange Man is doing. If you're just going to this is why on this program, I don't just do Orange Man bad. I bring up the substance of what Orange Man does. Where's the college protests like there were when Biden was in office in Gaza? Good point. That's a great point. Although, it's not being... Hold on. It's a great point, but here it is. It's not being reported on, and the ones that they do eventually get to are the arrests. Like what happened in was it Ohio? I think it was Ohio where the girl got Harvard. Okay, Harvard, and then I think one also happened in Ohio where they got black bagged. So there is that too. Like, look at YouTube chat. There's Orange Man Great here, right here in YouTube chat. Okay. Wait, who said that? Orange Man Great. Oh, Alan? I don't know who that is. Yeah, they're disappearing people. Yes, yes. And that's what we should be focusing on. That stuff. They're disappearing. Like, right now, me focusing on Kilmar, El Brego, Garcia, and the fact that they're doing that is much more substantive to me, personally, than hyperfixating on what's going on in Gaza on the day-to-day, when, again, I'm not, like, listen, I'm going to be completely real with you. I haven't seen, like, a lot of reporting from other places on this. Like, even Majority Report, you know, the be-all, end-all on this subject. They even started calming down on it. So, I just, like, look at Facebook chat. Oh, shit. Facebook chat. You're making me open Facebook? Yuck. Why would you do this to me? Yeah, Facebook chat. Ugh. I mean, you guys can follow me on Facebook if you want to. Ugh. I don't recommend it, but it is Pep Talks TV if you guys want to check it out. I mean, it's... I post most of my stuff there, though, if you guys want to get, like, updates on the channel and shit, so...
You're watching the Weather Channel, your most accurate and dependable source of weather information.
Sorry, I don't mean to pick at you. What I mean is the whole system is bad regardless of the administration. Well, yeah. You're limited on social, so rather than having to screen record... Yeah, I am a little limited on the socials, I'll give you that much. I do it for my mental health, man. I can't track Twitch already. Oh, shit. Are you serious? Whatever. I don't know. I have kind of found myself, like, thinking that this is, like, a wedge issue that has been used by, like, leftist fucking psyops to really just, like, go hard at the left and, like, divide them specifically on the issue of Gaza. But that's just my opinion. I could be completely wrong. But... Chi-Town chill. I'm never mad, broski. I mean, I get mad, but I get, like, I am the guy who, like, gets angry, but then Jill Jill Stein type psyop. No, it is. It is. Because think about it. Think of the only people who won from us fighting. Huh? Huh? Who? Who's the people who gained the most from dividing the left? And constantly does. Who? Fucking A, man. And honestly, that's why I have the attitude I do, where it's like, are you really that fucking annoyed with me? Like, I've had that a few times, and I, like, the longer I've been here, you know what? Like, I've had one instance where, yeah, I did catch that I had a longtime viewer just kind of trying to manipulate the content, where I was like, yo, not doing that. You know, if there's one thing that you guys can always take away from me streaming is you're getting me. I'm not placating to you. I'm not saying. I'm not gonna single him out, but I'm just gonna say that it was somebody in this community that, you know, Mike. What happened to Mike? No, it was not Mike. Bulletproof Baldy. Bulletproof Baldy, are you Mike? Wait a minute. Where's Mike? God, we haven't seen Mike. What is it, Mike James? I haven't seen him in a long time. Hope everything's solid with him. He's still on my subscription list, so. Wait, what? Sorry. No, it wasn't. That wasn't him. Because I've had this multiple times. Like, people focus so heavily on Trump getting inaugurated in the first place that everyone skipped over the arrest of Maxim Chernik and their unfortunate passing under ice. Yep. Yeah. How did they manipulate you? What they were trying to do was they were getting passive aggressive in the comments. So at some point I did do the thing, just because this is how I am, where I kind of asked, I was like, hey, what the fuck is going on? Like, what am I doing that's apparently pissing you off? And then it turned into this thing where it's like, it's a list of things. It's like, all right, get the fuck out of here then. Like, honestly, I don't understand people that come to these platforms and hate watch people on a regular basis, or like they harbor such disagreements, but they can't talk. Like, especially with me, I'm a smaller content creator that you guys can actually reach out to and you can talk to. I'm not a Vosh. I'm not one of these, or fucking Destiny, or any of the bigger left-wing content creators, which I love how I'm living in 2021, where these guys were the bigger ones. I should be saying, let's see, who's the bigger guys? Actually, Majority Report. Adam Mockler, I guess. Ugh, really? I don't know. Because it's not TYT anymore. Fuck. Actually, now this kind of took me into a stomach. I don't even know. It was so underreported, I literally can't find one article referencing it, and ICE, that's wild. I was in a left chat and mentioned Gaza and got banned tonight? Really? Like, did you just bring it up, like, why is nobody talking about this, or how was it brought up? By the way, guys, it's going green. Let's celebrate together. Please elaborate, Bulletproof Baldy. I would like to know exactly how that worked. Hassan being the biggest. Yeah. Damn. Excuse me. Yo! Uzafar, how you doing, dude? Good to see you. How have you been? I hope you're doing well. Oh, by the way, guys, here, I need to get better at doing this. I need chatbot. Yeah, in the next few days, if I have chatbot up, just know it's time. Because I could definitely use some help in posting this, so I don't have to, because, like, I'm gonna be completely real with y'all. This isn't easy to promote. Like, This is one of those things that every time that I have to say it, it does remind me that it's happening. And when it does, there's just so much finality coming with it. So it's like, it's a lot, man. But I appreciate any support. Thank you to anybody that has supported and has donated. Oh, actually, Bulletproof and Baldy, thank you for the subscription over on Twitch. I really appreciate that. That really helps out. As I said, guys, like, the sooner that I can ask for innocuous shit or just supporting the stream, the better. But fuck, man. I just miss my mom, guys. I really do. It's kind of weird. I know, I just said smoked, but I sat down, and as I sat down, my mom's pic is like right behind my computer here. So just kind of gave me a little reminder where I'm like, oh yeah, shit. Yeah, just so you guys know, her memorial is on her birthday. So yeah. Fuck, man. I don't wish this on anybody. But if you guys want to know, and I can help you guys with any of this, just so you know, it does get a little bit easier. Like, it doesn't get any easier to like necessarily grieve, but it gets easier as far as going back to your normal self and allowing yourself moments to grieve instead of just being in a constant state of shock-grief. Good to see you as well. Worried because of your cough for a minute. Can you listen to this? Calm you down. You will not regret it. I respect your love for your mom. Oh, thank you, man. I really do. I appreciate it. Let's see. Nope. Sorry, it's unapproved music. I can't. I lost my dad 15 years ago. I'm still broken. I don't see this getting any better. Literally, every day. Every day it gets a little easier to become myself again, but it also solidifies the fact that she is just gone. And yeah, it doesn't seem real. Like, it's not music. Be honest, I'm not comfortable playing this. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry. Maybe next stream. I'll watch it off stream and then I'll approve it. You don't know what it is? I know, I don't know what it is. That's what I'm saying. Here. Let's say Surat Al-Fia, the opener. Sorry, Rashid. Yeah, see, again, I don't know what this is. Oh, Sylvie, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. Oh, fuck. Oh, hell yeah. Jojo Mojo Jojo, Warpig Gaming. Fuck yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no. I just realized that Unimog was going to be upset. Oh no. The fact that it doesn't let you target people is kind of like, ugh. That is annoying. I will say that much about the YouTube gifted memberships. Good that you had her and she was obviously class. Some have hateful pricks from others. Yeah, no, well, I mean, my mom, like, I've talked about it openly here. My mom had multiple, like, people call it multiple personality disorder. It's dissociative personality disorder. But she had, like, her main personality was pretty much always there. But like when she would have her flare, like we call them flare-ups or like her moments, they could last for anywhere from like 20 to 30 minutes, but realistically it was, you know, but yeah, she had a personality that was just downright nasty. So no, I had a very, very, very special childhood, and just in general relationship with their mother, because, you know, it wasn't always great, but realistically, I gotta say, like, she, like you just said, she was class. My mom, she was the definition of class. No, and that was all around, man. Yeah, she was all about that. But she was also like she was an artist. She was cool. Like, she genuinely cared about people, to the point where one time I watched her give up a coat knowing damn well she could not afford to do so to a homeless person, and that's my mom, you know, like, who she was. I miss her though, like I said. Thought you were informed in the regard of planning to read about it. It's the Quran. You spoke about it on stream once. Oh, okay. Well, just because I have glossed, like, number one, I'm a stoner, dude. Like, I have read so many damn books that I don't remember. Like, it, and the Quran was one of them that I did, like, that was something that I had to do. Like, that was kind of, you know, I think that was when, because I read the Torah too. So yeah, no, it was a West, like not Western, Eastern religion class or whatever. But yeah, we had to read a bunch of other, like, I hate to call them bullet points, but like bullet points from other religions. Like, I don't know. Gotta say, kind of risky for a religion that definitely it prides itself on keeping people in there. So, did I ever listen to it? No. I'll listen to it off stream. Thank you. I appreciate it. I also, just out of all due respect, it has nothing to do with it being the Quran or not. I would do this to anybody. Like, most of my stuff that I play on stream, it either needs to be you need to be like on Discord and you need to put it in the suggestions so I can vet it, or I just play it later. It's nothing personal. It has nothing to do with even the content. So I just hope you understand that. Which, if you're not part of the Discord already, here, I will link, it's what I said. No, it's, I get it. As I said, thank you. I appreciate you getting me, because it has literally nothing to do with the contents or you. It's just, it wasn't part of the plan. It's not part of my show. Like, I didn't, if you put it in suggestions, then you have a good chance of getting that into the show. So I will link you the Discord right now. If you're not already part of it, please join up. I really appreciate and you can put it either in suggestions or general chat, either or I will accept. Senator Van Hollen. No, I was actually going to do that. Once. Oh, that's YouTube. Give me a second. Which, by the way, guys, please, if you're over on Twitch and you haven't already, here is the link to my YouTube channel. Please go over there, subscribe. It really helps me out. Trying to get to 2,000 here, so. Alright, well, while chat loads. Jesus. How long am I going tonight? Oh, shit. Another hour or so. I'm not looking to pop off just yet. Plus I actually I got this that I wanted to watch. All right. Here is a interesting video about why do you want children? Ooh. You know what? I'll tackle this real quick. No, I don't. I don't want them, but if I had them, I'd be okay. I mean, right? That's what happens in life. And what could you do better with them if you had them? Oh, I think I'd be a good dad. I think that, like, it's not about me. It's about them. Like, it's about, just then giving, like, myself to teaching them. Like, no, trust me, I have... Oh, thank you for joining the Mile Club, Silly. Awesome. Do we need more children? There's enough. I think there is. So my best friend, right? I just have to say that, like, my best friend, he has a big family who started having kids young. Like, his sister had her first kid when I met him when she was 18. So, like, I've always kind of had this idea where I'm like, okay, like, you're having enough for all of us at this point, because, like, they have, like, a lot. And I'm like, damn. But I also grew up, like, in a large family that, attention was scarce and shit. Like, created some issues. There's definitely, like, I'm not close with a handful of my siblings. Like, it's one of those things, man. It seems great, and then it's not. So, if I'm able to, nah. Because, like, my dad, one of the best things he ever did for me was just, he pulled me aside and he was just like when I asked him the same question, essentially, I'm like, hey, man, if you could do it all over, would you still have kids? And he's just like, no. He said it so convincingly that it literally hit me in, like, the stomach, where I was just like, oh, that was a little too fast. Damn. He's like, no, absolutely not. He's like, you gave me one day where I got to Uncle Scrooge that? No. It's like, in no other regards there is neither demographically for society nor the sake of following human nature. Well, again, like, I get it. The human nature aspect, who's gonna take care of you? Dude, all right, here's the most fucked up one I've ever gotten is, who's gonna mourn you? What the fuck? Holy morbid, just like, does this person live in the Black Parade all day? Like, holy shit. Who's gonna mourn you? I agree. It was not a good. I was not a good dad. I could have been better. You're born alone, you die alone. I do know that. It was also kind of what made me a little more comfortable in my position on death was when somebody just blatantly asked me, they're like, "Where were you before you were here?" I was like, "Oh, like profound, right? Damn, like what the fuck, bro." But for real, I was like, oh, shit. Yeah, shit. All right, so I just go back to the land of nothing. Cool. No, it's very weird to, like, even try to comprehend that this might be your only shot. Like, trust me, man. This is coming from somebody that loved him some Jesus. So do not think for a minute that I am coming from, like, this nihilistic, like, ooh, you never believed. It's like, or 1 in a trillion chance to be alive. That is fucking true. I have also given that, like, its credence where I'm just like, you know what? if there's one thing that I can say is that I at least won one race in my life. Out of that many, it's just like, what's up, bitches? Never gotta fucking win another one ever. And I made it out with 10 fingers, 10 toes, and just a tiny bit of tism. What's up? I am so kidding, guys. Damn. That was cold. Imagine you had 4 sons and all of them have long hair like you, pep talks. Jeez. I mean, I don't know. That's the weirdest part is I can't really like picture myself like actually being a dad. Like I think I'd be a good dad, but I just can't picture it, man. Like I don't know, man. I like being an uncle. I really do. Like I really like being an uncle. From what I heard about death, it's peaceful, so I'm not worried. So no more anxiety. Fuck yeah. I mean, Bloodstone by Stars. The fact that my mom had all of her mental proclivities, that's one of the things like that does help me a little bit, is just knowing that she's not suffering anymore. That does help a little. Un poquito. But still. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, cause I went from like fearing death to like just being like strangely accepting to it, where I'm just like, it happens, it happens. Like, you know, I'm 38 years old now. You know, statistically, in the context of how many people have lived on this planet, I think I've had a good run. But hey, knock on fucking wood. Because yeah, I'm not looking for that. I kind of like, you know, this. That's actually like the weird part is I genuinely I like life. Like even when it's bad, like feeling is cool because I'm not sure, maybe this is because of my nihilistic like view on death is I'm feeling and I'm only going to get to do that once. So good, bad, scared, whatever. I'm glad to feel it. I'm glad that I'm here. Like, I don't know, man. I wake up with this like weird like appreciation for life that a lot of people don't seem to. And in Christianity, I had always been told that it's like, yeah, you got to thank God for that. I'm like, why don't I just thank the fact that I'm here? Like, I don't need that. It's like, damn. Death is not good. You are 1 in a trillion. Make it happen. We're too relaxed. One chance. Fuck shit up. Have the crack. Don't do that. I mean, if you mean have the crack, like then just letting your pants just like slip down, just letting the people just see it. Like, oh shit. As someone who has a negative ass, that happens a lot. You know, I was one of those, like, dude, I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, that was one thing where genetics were just like, yeah, you ain't getting no badonker. You're getting 2 upside down eggs. I do not know what this feeling thing is you keep talking about. Oh, see, I mean, I got those. See, I dealt with that in therapy. I got those in spades, apparently. Like, is it weird that I got like the equivalent of like a special sticker where I was like, am I doing this right? Am I like actually feeling things the way I'm supposed to? And it was kind of weird to see my therapist kind of have this look on her face, just, hey kids, having feelings is pretty cool, but not as cool as expressing them appropriately. That is true. That's actually where I was kind of going with that, because she gave me that. Like, Bloodstone, this, what I'm doing right here, some would say it's unhealthy. Some would say it's like damn near self-doxing. I say, I don't give a fuck. I'm here once. It's on the internet. Once I'm gone, hey, then you get to watch it. Is it weird that that was actually a part of why I started this? Was to have like an online record of my existence? I'm not even kidding. That was like one of the motivating factors in me starting a YouTube channel. Because I realized that's why I was doing stand-up. Yeah, there was actually like a little bit of a depressing reason to that kind of stuff. I was even Pep has some existential thoughts, guys. Definitely lived through my period there, so. But actually, no, Bloodstone. You make a crack, but you know what? You're right. Like, learning how to express your feelings appropriately is definitely something that, I'm not sure if, like, millennials are better at this, but I do kind of feel like we are. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because we're the first ones to actually tap into our trauma. We really were, though. God. The 90s was so about that, where it was just like, recognize your trauma. Okay. It's like, well, have I got some news for you? Dude, I'm not sure if you guys have ever done this, where, like, you're having a conversation with your parents, and then you say something, right? And it turns into a story, and you're telling the story, and they're looking at you just like, and you're like, am I telling this for the first time? And you realize you are, because you're telling it, you're narking on yourself from 15, 16 years ago. And they're just like, this is news to me. And you're like, oh. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. Kind of did that the last time I was at my dad's house. I was just like, oh, did I just tell you about the time I got arrested and bailed myself out because you told me the one time that you would never come and bail me out? All right. Well, that was pretty fun. Yeah, nothing's funnier than watching your dad just go, huh? Ooh. Oh, guys, we're in the fun half. We're in the fun half. Guys. We have a Vitali update. Okay, so we were following this in the last stream. He is a very, very annoying streamer from the Vine days. He's like a prankster YouTuber. Well, he is now a former IRL streamer for reasons. Let's take a look.
Oh boy, well, I don't think things can be too worse for the absolute moron of an IRL streamer, Vitali, as the president of the Philippines just made a reaction video to his incredibly stupid livestream. If you livestream yourself committing several crimes in a foreign country, and the president of the nation reacts to it saying, hey, we're not going to be lenient here, what do you even say to that? I guess it's just safe to say that you're in for a bad time. Obviously, we're talking about Vitali, one of the original pranksters on YouTube who completely crashed out in the worst way possible by attacking a random jogger in Miami. Then came back a few years later and actually did pretty well streaming until his entire team left him. Now, you can speculate why that would happen, but eventually, he decided to fly out to the Philippines and join forces with another kick streamer by the name of Sly Kane, who's a Filipino and actually is currently wanted, but this is the guy who filmed him while he was being an absolute moron in the Philippines. And these actions range from stealing motorcycles to crashing a tuk-tuk, threatening to rob a woman, stealing multiple security guards' hats, stealing an industrial fan from a restaurant, stealing a red light mask from a vendor, and harassing dozens of people. And actually, now there's more things that came to light. So more charges will be added shortly.
Drop that, Laura. Nice little Irish goodbye.
Because you know, the thing about these IRL streamers is they
guys, just so you know, once I hit that 10K like subs, I'm probably gonna start Irish goodbying stream.
Live stream themselves committing all these felonies. So all the prosecutors have to do is just sit and
go. I'm too Midwestern. It's gonna be a 15-minute goodbye. You all know me.
Through all of their streams and charge them accordingly. Overall, just a terrible idea to do this in a country that has their jail cells that look like this. A few things have happened since we last covered this situation. More clips of Vitaly acting like a moron in the Philippines have resurfaced, as already stated. Clips of the jail
Wait.
he's been held in has came out. The president has reacted to his live stream he's facing 24 years in prison for, and his cameraman seems to be on the run, as he's wanted for questioning, and he's live streaming unkicked rather than turning himself in. So, we have quite the video today, but let's start with the president. So on April 14th, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. sat down and reacted to Vitaly's live stream. And here he had quite a few things to say about Vitaly.
Give me your scooter now. Give me your scooter now. Give me a ride. No. Yes, you're gonna take a ride.
Ang isa pa nating nakita ngayong linggo, yung kagalit-galit na pinanggagawa ng isang foreign vlogger sa ating mga kababayan.
I'm gonna rob you.
Pero man ito o hindi, sino naman Pilipino ang hindi kukulo ang dugo sa napapanood natin? Bakit nakakalungkot dahil ito isang naging bahagi na ng social media na nagkakaroon ng mga vlogger na nanggugulo lang, nang aasar lang, nang buwisit lang, nang babastos lang para makakuha ng mga viewers.
Yeah, if you have the president saying who wouldn't be mad at that behavior, there's a low chance of him actually being let out anytime soon. It's kind of dystopian to watch a president of a nation address degenerate IRL stream.
The fact that the president now got involved when the top prosecutor is the guy prosecuting him is just like
streamers, but I guess 2025 actions will have 2025 like reactions.
Huwag tayong sasama dyan sa ganyang klaseng ugali. Hindi naman ganyan ang ugaling Pilipino. Asahan ninyo yung mga gumagawa ng ganyan na hindi natin pababayaan na patuloy nilang ginagawa.
Tapos na po ang mga dayuhan, akala na lang, kaya na lang napastangin mga Pilipino. Ito'y ehemplo na seryoso tayo na sa sariling bayan natin. Hindi tayo magpapabasa sa kanila.
The government just announced that Vitaly will be used as an example to show the world that they will not tolerate this behavior. I think Vitaly somehow has landed at the top of the list when it comes to social media Darwinism. He essentially let his hunger for clout completely destroy his life for extremely little upside. And the dude clearly was in absolute denial even after the press conference when they perp walked him out in front of the entire nation. By that time, he had already been to that jail. Is he not valuing his freedom at all, or is he still in denial? Is he like, oh, okay, I'll just be in this holding cell for a couple of weeks and then I'll be out? Unfortunately, that's not the case with him. Meanwhile, his cameraman Sly Kane is now on the run. He apparently changed his hair color from pink to blue. I guess that'll really make him blend in. And as I said previously, he's currently wanted for questioning. But the complete moron is spending his time IRL streaming. The dude is literally showing where he is on a live stream, and I guess he's on the run. This might be dumber than the people who are running from the cops and live streaming on Facebook the police chase. This is very similar. It's kind of baffling. I guess just certain IRL streamers are just some of the most fascinating criminals, because who in their right mind would live stream all their crimes and then live stream themselves on the run? Like, you would think this is a parody, but I guess this is just the new reality. Meanwhile, more footage of Vitaly's behavior in the Philippines have now just came out.
Follow me.
Wait.
I need toilet, please, toilet, please. I'm about to take Ay, caca. No. This is not how you make the burger. Show me how you do it. Don't worry, brother. I got it. Don't worry. I'm the manager. My name is Vitaly McDonald. Ron McDonald.
This episode of Batozy was filmed in front of a live studio audience.
Imagine adding trespassing and disruption of a business to your criminal record in the Philippines for a terrible joke on your live stream. Dude must have just
it wasn't even good.
Been way too used to living in LA, as he just assumed.
No, the better joke would have been if he actually made a good burger.
Assumes by default that there will be no consequences as long as he doesn't commit a serious crime. But then to make things even worse for himself, he doesn't end the joke there. He continues to harass these employees and then steals the food.
The manager told me to cook. We need some salt and pepper, so make me look for it. All right, motherfucker, I guess so. Salt, give me salt.
No that. No that.
Can I have salt, please, sir?
Salt, sir. Salt and...
They gave him salt. They actually gave him the salt.
Sorry, don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. I'm making a meal. Okay, we're out. That's it. That's it. I'll pay. I'll pay. Sir, how are you? Let me see what the I just cooked.
Yeah, I know he said he was going to pay for it there, but I didn't see him pay for it. But overall, I mean, he's
I hate to say that.
somehow just lowered the bar.
I hate to say that one. I was kind of like intrigued by
far from his past content. Like back in
That's
the
the
day,
problem with
Vitaly
this
would
content.
harass minimum wage workers here in the US for content. Now he's going to less privileged countries to harass their minimum wage workers for content. It's like he started falling down a staircase a decade ago and he's still falling down that same staircase today. The dude took a 15-hour flight to harass strangers for content and ended up being locked up in an absolute
Here's the joke. Actually, McDonald's pays pretty well in some of these countries.
nightmare jail. Apparently, the place that he's in is known as the Gulag.
Now, they call it the Gulag, an immigration detention center in the Philippines that has been making headlines for all the wrong reasons. Detainees claim the center is squalid, rat-infested, and overcrowded.
Right. Here's some more recent footage.
He's currently locked up in Camp Bagong Diwa, which isn't exactly a wellness retreat. It's overcrowded, undersupplied, and looks like something out of a post-apocalyptic horror flick. Think sweat, mildew, 30 guys to a cell, and about as much personal space as the inside of a sardine can. This isn't a short stay. This isn't wait and holding overnight and post bail in the morning. Because there is no bail. That's right, zero bail, zilch, nada. And no, it's not because someone forgot to process the paperwork. It's because he is considered a flight risk, a foreigner with no strong ties to the country other than a criminal record forming in real time. The authorities aren't taking chances. He's staying put.
And I guess what makes this just so incredibly ironic is apparently he wanted to go to jail.
Nobody controls me. If I go to jail, I'll go to jail. I'm a grown man. But you, I respect you. I am coming down. I am. I'm going to go eat. I'm good. I'm having fun with the chat. I know what I'm doing. It's not my first rodeo. And I'm not going to say, oh, don't arrest me. Here's the money. I will go to jail. I'm a proud man. I love jail. I get it up there for free. I don't have to pay.
Come on, dude. I mean, he made his own bed here. And I still don't even understand why he did all this. There's so much content of his streams when he's out in the Philippines where he's actually being a great guy, giving away phones and shoes to not so fortunate people. But still, he decided to do all of this on top of that. Why wouldn't he just still keep his streams at being a nice guy, giving away to the less fortunate, and just continue making content without harassing?
I'm gonna guess that it's a word that starts with a D and ends with rugs.
Random locals, and he wouldn't have been in jail right now. He wouldn't be banned on Kick, and he wouldn't be facing
banned on Kick
decades in prison in Philippines. It's like, dude, you were almost there. You were on the right path.
Man, you really gotta fuck
watching
up to
some
get
of the
banned on
clips of him
Kick.
actually being positive, it's good content. It's actually not bad at all. But then, right after he gives away some phones, he immediately goes out and starts harassing people. It's like, dude, you're almost there. But for some reason, I guess he had the urge to where he thought that the only way he would gain a viewership is if he harassed strangers or did like crazy things. And there might be some truth to that, but the extra bump in viewers is not worth a decade in prison. Because I'm hearing it will take roughly 1.5 to 3 years just for him to get sentenced. And then most likely the sentence is going to be anywhere from 3 to 10 years. Which is insane. Absolutely not worth the attention on Kick. It's kind of crazy to say, but it seems like best case, this guy is going to get out of prison in his 40s. But during that stream that caused this downfall, the Kick mods actually started getting onto him saying, hey, we're going to have to ban you for what's currently going on. And this is how he responded.
Really? My content's too much. Helping people is too much. Oh, thank you guys for the W stream, bro. Oh man, I'm gonna talk to the big boss.
Dude, just because you donated money doesn't give you a free pass to go harass strangers on the street. But apparently the higher ups on Kick, they were not having it whatsoever.
How come you guys don't tell the big boss what I do? Moderators, Kick moderators, if you're in the chat, how come you don't tell Eddie? How come you don't tell the big boss, other names, Akila and everybody, what I do on Kick? Yo, Vitaly's changing lives. He's gambling with losses and wins and helping lives. As soon as I do something wild, did you say anything to them what I'm actually doing? Exactly, bro. I'm on Kick for a reason. W Kick, W Eddie, W everybody on the team.
Again, dude did a lot of charity on his stream, but that's no excuse for the laundry list of felonies that he live streamed himself doing. The only reason he did all that is because he was streaming on Kick.com. So I'm not surprised Kick banned him. But honestly, that's the least of his problems. It'll definitely be interesting to see what happens and when his first hearing will be. But either way, we'll be covering it. So definitely subscribe if you're new here, and I'll see you in tomorrow's video. Peace.
Yeah, dude, I gotta give Atozy like all the fucking credit in the world for covering this the way that he has been, where he's made it like a series where you're getting all the updates, you're getting all the video. Dude, he literally went to South Korea to go to oh god, what was his name? Johnny Somali. He went to Johnny Somali's arraignment. That shit's wild to me, man. Like, but hey, he's committed to the content. That's why he really does. He deserves to be where he's at, man. Like, he's got almost 2 million subscribers. Like, man, I do enjoy his stuff. Like, definitely follow Atozy here. How's everybody doing over there? All right. Here we go. We got an 11-minute debate. Let's do it. With one of the most hateable people.
If Democrats really want to die on the hill of bringing back plane loads of criminal, illegal alien gang members,
but you haven't
proven
that
they're criminals. That's
we
the
are broadcasting in that whopping 720p, baby.
Problem.
Be my guest.
Honestly, like, look, I will be the first one to say if there is a criminal, if there's a gang member in this country someone who has committed any crime, big or small, get him out. Sure, I'll absolutely concede that. We don't need criminals in this country. But if you're talking about somebody who you don't know because you haven't afforded them due process, then you can't just make that claim.
But the fact remains, President Trump is not only securing our border, but he is deporting criminal, illegal aliens. And if Democrats want to stand in the way of that, and they want to tell their constituents, hey, vote for us in the midterms, vote for us in 2028, we'll make sure that the criminal aliens come back. Far be it for me to stand in your way. Continue that message. Best of luck with it.
All right, and if Republicans want to run on, hey, we can disappear you with no due process, far be it for me to stand in your way. If Republicans want to turn the United States into Russia, where we disappear political opponents with zero due process, sending them to foreign gulags somewhere, if that's really what you're running on behind the banner of the Party of Law and Order, be my guest.
This is an incredible success. President Trump has been able to do it in rapid speed, and there's nobody getting caught up that has a legal right to be here. You come into this country illegally, you are up for deportation. That might make Democrats mad, but I think that most of us on the right and the country that voted for this are quite happy with what's going on.
It's interesting that you say nobody's getting caught up, because Abrego Garcia was caught up by getting sent to a foreign gulag in El Salvador when the Trump administration itself conceded that it was an administrative error. And so the Supreme Court, this 6-3 conservative Supreme Court, and a court that is so extreme, we've never seen a court this far right in our lifetimes, ruled 9-0 unanimously that he had to be sent back. So to claim that no one is getting caught up in this system when that is exactly what's happening and it's being litigated at the highest levels of the judiciary is pretty bad faith here. That was me and Tommy Lahren during a debate on Fox LA hosted by Alex Michelson, wherein the hill that Tommy decided to die on was defending the illegal extradition of legal residents to a foreign maximum security prison. Pretty normal stuff. I mean, really, why wouldn't we want to disappear people who are in the US legally from the United States to an El Salvadorian gulag? So let's be clear on the facts here. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a legal resident of the United States. His wife is an American citizen. He has no charges against him. He has a valid work permit for the U.S. He's a sheet metal worker. He's a member of a union. He was deported by the Trump administration. The administration conceded in court that his deportation was a, quote, administrative error, and yet rather than return him, We're now in a situation where Trump has decided that this case represents his broader immigration agenda, and so he's opted to defy the U.S. Supreme Court, plunging us into a constitutional crisis. You'll notice in the initial clip that Tommy says that no one is getting caught up who has a legal right to be here. Again, he is a legal resident. He has a legal right to be here. He has work permits inside the United States.
Yeah, but her definition of legal is literally like, oh, he needs to come here the right way without having any fucking definition of what that is.
To work. The fact that somebody could say that
Like,
no one is
seriously,
getting
I've
caught
had
up
this
when we are
conversation
quite
before.
literally
It's
watching people
disgusting.
get caught up is a testament to the
They literally go like they had. Okay, so like the average conservative has this idea that the legal way of coming here is that in whatever country you're at, we'll just say Mexico. If you're in Mexico, then you have to find a job here. Then you have to secure your visa, all that. Then you have to extend said visa. Then you have to get appropriate permissions. Then you have to take a constitutional test that would make even the most, fucking educated American blush. And then you can become a citizen.
The fact that they have no qualms about lying to your face.
But then they're wondering why it's so, why aren't there more, like, how come they don't do it the right way? It's because it takes 12 years.
They are effectively broadcasting that they are completely comfortable
It's
saying
disgusting that they're so disingenuous about it. But on top of it, it is also a little bit that, Donald Trump and those motherfuckers, they just lie to him. So that's where it's on us to just be like, no, that's not what it is here.
Up is down and left is right. This is a group of people who are wholly untethered to reality, who feel like they can lie with impunity because within their right-wing media ecosystem, no one's going to hold them to account. And so what we're left with is utter nonsense like this.
Todavía hay preguntas sobre el ilegal que vivió en Maryland. ¿Sí o no? ¿Será retornado a los Estados Unidos?
As you know, the Supreme Court, after...
Oh my God, if he actually did it, if he started responding in Spanish. Bueno, como sabes, la Corte Suprema, después de que nos quitamos de encima.
We get out all of the fake news from CNN and all these other people. We won that case 9-0.
Suprema por 9 votos contra 0 y básicamente esa es realmente una decisión.
And basically, that's really a decision that will be made by the government of...
I'm going to keep going. Que tomara el gobierno de El Salvador porque ahí es donde Sobrego que es de la
El Salvador, because that's where, I assume that's the one you're talking about.
Que haces hablando.
He's from El Salvador.
Staying
hablando.
There, and he's from El Salvador, so that's a decision.
That actually wasn't that bad. Thank you.
Up to El Salvador, but it's interesting.
El Salvador, pero es interesante porque ganamos esa decisión 9-0 en la.
Because we won that decision 9-0.
I'm actually having a lot of fun with this.
Nothing in the Supreme Court.
Corte Suprema. Y se escuchas las noticias. Noticias no los sabanas.
And if you listen,
no surprise. And then he's just like, wait, no surprise.
The news, you wouldn't know that.
He just keeps
really
going.
Have no
Fair
idea.
enough.
Oh, correcto.
So it's up to El Salvador.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Says that he won the Supreme Court case 9-0, which is not true in that he lost the Supreme Court case
bien
9-0. And again, that betrays the fact that A, he is willing to lie with abandon, and B,
now I gotta deport you since you were speaking the habla española, so I gotta send you back.
B, he believes his supporters are so stupid they will believe the polar opposite of what is true. I know that Republicans...
Like, if you told me that from across the room, I could understand you.
Republicans love to pretend that Democrats hate them, but no one has more disdain for their own voters than Republicans. The debate between myself and Tommy continued with this. I think you and I can both agree that if these folks are committing fraud, that is a serious crime, probably the most serious crime that you could commit. And I mean, anybody who is committing fraud would obviously be charged, tried, convicted. And so can you explain to me how we've been hearing this talking point about fraud, all this fraud is getting eliminated over and over and over again, and yet not a single charge has been filed?
Muy bueno.
So if there's all this fraud that Elon Musk is tweeting about on a daily basis, that Fox is
nachos quesos
hosting interviews to discuss, where are the charges?
I can't wait for those charges to come down.
I always love those ones that get me, where I'm just thinking of him just like, no, that he would totally say that shit.
As you know, it takes a little while.
I mean, think about it. We're hearing about all of this fraud left and right as the supposed justification for Elon Musk's actions with Doge. He's out there working for you, shoring up your programs, and anyone who's protesting against his perceived overreach is simply helping perpetuate the very fraud that he's trying to root out. Only, small problem, there is quite literally zero proof of any fraud other than Elon's very legitimate source of, trust me, bro. Think about it. Fraud's pretty serious, right? Something you think if Elon found, he would have a vested interest in getting prosecuted.
All right, I got to give BTC, like, credit where credit's due. That was well done.
Right away.
Trust
and yet,
me, bro.
Why haven't we seen any litigation? Because it takes a long time, as Tommy claims? Think about every case that's been brought in front of the federal judges in the last few days or weeks or months. Cases preventing probationary employees from being fired, cases reinstating top officials who were wrongly terminated, cases blocking Trump's executive orders, like the one regarding birthright citizenship. They all moved pretty quickly, right? It has been 100 days, and yet still not a single lawsuit. I guess we'll see those as soon as we get proof of Trump's claims of election fraud from 2020. But if it seems ridiculous, let me disabuse you of that notion, because pretending that we're going to see charges that will never materialize is the strategy unto itself. Republicans know that they can convince their audience of something by promising charges at some untold point in the future, knowing full well that by the time it comes to actually substantiate it, they will have moved on to something else. Will we still be talking about Elon's elusive Social Security fraud in a month from now? 2 months? 6 months? Who knows? But Republicans can always just pretend that it's coming really soon, knowing full well that by the time the appropriate amount of time passes, they will distract you with something shiny and new. And finally, there was this moment.
And what you're also seeing is this president in action. He's managed to, in a couple of days' time, isolate China from the rest of the world, put them in their place. He's got that 90-day pause. Other countries coming to the table, 70 plus, lining up to make deals with this president. So I'm incredibly happy to see this thing play out. I understand the anxiety. I trust the process. I trust this president. And I think that we're off to the races.
Brian, do you trust this president?
I don't think that I trust the president any more than most of the country trust the president on the economy right now. The reality is that this is an economic calamity that he has ushered in, and he's done it unilaterally and voluntarily. If we actually do descend into a full-blown recession, which most people, most economists are predicting that we will right now, it'll be the first time that it's done at the hands of an American president as an error, a completely unforced error. The reality is that the stock market is tanking. All of our indexes are in correction territory. If a Democratic president did this, Tommy would be apoplectic at the ruin that has been ushered in. And the only
Amen. And she needs to blink harder at that
time there was some momentary reprieve in the
Could your lips raise any closer to your nostrils?
Stock market is when Donald Trump himself caved on his own policy. And finally, Tommy, you had mentioned that we're isolating China on the world stage. There's
she mad.
Reporting now that Japan,
that's mad smile,
and South Korea are negotiating trade deals with China to go around American tariffs. There's reporting that the EU is working with China to eliminate those tariffs for EVs. So I'm concerned that you're not familiar with which country, in fact, is actually being isolated on the world stage. It doesn't look like it's China.
She can't even keep that lower lip off her teeth.
The old art of the deal. Trump has China right where he wants him. Yeah. Only one problem, he doesn't. Trump claims to have done all of this in the interest of bolstering America's standing in the world in the face of an ascendant China, when in reality, all he's doing is driving the world into the
Do you think the Sisson test is hard? How much do you have to get right?
Arms of China.
It's like 90
Greenland, for example, is seeking closer ties with China now.
I think you can only miss like 2 questions.
With Greenland's foreign minister saying that it potentially is looking into a free trade agreement, according to Chinese state news agency.
I mean, it's been a long time, but I had a situation where I had a friend of mine. He took it and before he went in, he had me take it and I failed.
Shinwa.
He gave me like the pretest and I failed it.
Japan and South Korea are looking to jointly respond to U.S. tariffs, according to Reuters. The EU and China are now relaxing tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles. Does any of this sound like the U.S. is beating?
Trump's gonna hear that. He's like, you hear? Did you hear? He self-admitted. He said it himself. He failed.
In China? Of course not. And yet, despite all of this glaring evidence...
You know what, Talon? That might be the first fucking great idea that you actually had on this stream yet. I think that taking the citizen test might be fun.
Evidence that the world is abandoning the United States and coalescing around China.
Not tonight.
This administration continues to delude itself into thinking that it somehow has the upper hand.
The president has made his position on China quite clear, although I do have an additional statement that he just shared with me in the Oval Office. The ball is in China's court. China needs to make a deal with us. We don't have to make a deal with them. There's no difference between China and any other country except they are much larger. And China wants what we have, what every country wants, what we have, the American consumer. Or to put it another way, they need our money. So the president, again, has made it quite clear that he's open to a deal with China, but China needs to make
TK, they really didn't
make a deal with the United States of America.
And look, I say this as somebody who loves my country and who's dedicated his life to fighting for this country. We don't have the upper hand in this negotiation. It would be one thing if the world was united against China with us. It's not. The world is actually united against the United States because our president is a moron who spent the first 100 days in office threatening everyone. My God, he has threatened to invade half a dozen countries so far. They're our closest allies. Of course they're not going to be receptive to our overtures now. Of course they're going to run into the arms of China. Of course this is exacerbating our demise. Anybody who thinks that Trump is helping us regain our footing on the world stage is only helping cut off our own legs. And that's the thing about making America great again. So far, it's only served to make us worse.
They finally got rid of the... Alright. Got this. Oh, fuck, where'd it go? It happened again. What the hell? Oh my God, it deleted my video again. Dude, this is bullshit.
You messed up.
Here we go. Fucking find this again. Alright, let's learn.
Who knew that starting a Girl Scout Ponzi scheme would land you in a supermax? Well, congrats, you're here now. Trying to stay active, you head to the yard, and after failing spectacularly at showing off your non-existent dunking skills, you decide to take a well-earned break. Bad move. You picked the wrong seat. You unknowingly crossed an invisible boundary, the kind that everyone but you knows is very, very important. Fast forward a few minutes and you're getting absolutely wrecked inside a broom closet, and it's not even the people you supposedly offended doing the beating. Nope, it's your own cell block neighbors making sure that you pay the price for disrupting the delicate balance of prison politics. And trust us, it only gets worse from here. We're going to explain not only how bad it can be in a supermax, but how to survive it in today's episode of the infographic show, How to Survive a Supermax Prison. The first thing that's going to happen to you upon arriving in any prison is you're going straight into the hole. The SHU, or Special Housing Unit, is a segregated section of the prison reserved for disciplinary or safety concerns. You get your own cell, which, believe it or not, is a luxury. But that's about where the perks end. You're also going to get the worst food imaginable. Expect bland, unidentifiable slop served on a tray that looks older than the prison itself. If you're in segregation, you might even get what inmates call a Nutriloaf, a mystery brick of mashed up ingredients that somehow meets nutritional requirements, but tastes like regret and punishment. You won't be leaving your cell except for the occasional shower. If you're lucky, you might be able to also talk to the inmate next door through an air vent. If your cell has an opening, you might even be able to toss small messages on a string from one door to another. These messages are called kites, a low-tech prison telephone system that keeps inmates connected despite being in isolation. And survival rule number 1 is you don't mess with the kites. Communication is important, especially in a prison system that is rife with gangs. These gangs are always running businesses both in and out of the prison. Despite the Bureau of Prisons' best efforts, no one's been able to stop gangs from coordinating even during full-blown lockdowns. A kite might seem like just a simple message between inmates, something as harmless as trading ramen for stamps in a relatively innocent exchange. Or it could be sorting out a drug deal, arranging commissary trades, or even exchanging favors of a more personal nature. But a kite can also carry some serious weight. They might be relaying orders between shot callers and their underlings, coordinating everything from moving drugs around the prison to organizing hits. That's right, contracted murders can be arranged with just a scrap of paper and a string. And in prison, murder isn't always about money. Sometimes it's just punishment. The point is, messing with a kite is like severing vital lines of communication, and it's a great way to make a lot of people very, very angry. If it's not meant for you, you don't open it, you don't read it, and you definitely don't ask what's inside. You only pass it in the exact direction you're told to, and under no circumstances you let it fall into the hands of the guards. You hide and protect that kite with your life until you can move it to the next link in the chain. And if things get desperate, well, let's just say you better be ready to suitcase it. Wait, what, suitcasing? Oh, well, we'll get to that real soon, and you're not gonna like it.
I know this from The Wire.
One bit. But in prison, you do what you gotta do. When you're fresh in and you move to the SHU, you won't be dealing with kites or prison politics just yet. Right now, you're waiting for the captain's review. This is where prison authorities go through your file and decide just how likely you are to get killed if they throw you into general population. Gang affiliation, race, and past history all play a huge role in deciding where you'll be placed. For instance, the Aryan Brotherhood makes up a very small percentage of the total prison population, but their reputation for extreme violence is so bad that most prisons refuse to house more than 4 AB members in a single block at a time. During your own review process, rule number 2 is to be honest about your criminal history. If you're part of a gang, now is the time to fess up. Lying or omitting information might end up costing you your life. Normally, prisons are supposed to provide a safe environment for all prisoners to serve out their time. In reality, the prisoners are just as much in control of a prison as the warden and his guards. Prison politics are extremely important, to the point that wardens will often cooperate with shot callers just to keep the peace. A shot caller is the most important person in the prison, at least as far as you're concerned. They're the leaders of each
Is this a prep course for Trump's America?
Prison group, with groups technically broken down by
Doesn't hurt to just know.
Race. And when it comes to race relations in prison, there are a lot of unspoken rules. Be friendly with the wrong person at the wrong time, that could cost you your life. Be unfriendly with the wrong person, same outcome. Probably best to keep your mouth shut for a while. But assuming there's no obvious red flags, you're headed for the general population. Now prison authorities will often try very hard to keep your individual criminal record a secret from the other inmates. That's because of the convict code. Kill 60 people in cold blood? Probably not a problem for most convicts. Kill an old woman, a child, a pregnant woman? You are in serious trouble. Most gangs won't go for that. Doubly so if you're a sex offender that targeted minors, or if you're a snitch. Those are the 2 worst things you can be in prison. Chomos and rats. Either one is a guaranteed death sentence. And that's why prisons try to keep your records confidential, but gangs in prison often have ways of getting to that information. It's called pulling papers, and it is a big deal in prison. Gangs will bribe prison officials or lawyers on the outside to dig up paperwork, especially on potential recruits, because not everyone in prison is who they claim to be. The feds will often strike deals with prisoners. You might have pulled 2 20-year sentences to be served back to back, but the feds will cut it down to just 1 sentence if you agree to cooperate. All you gotta do is turn informant, go into the prison, join a gang, and be the eyes and ears for the fed.
Quote this video to get out of jury duty. Not a bad idea.
Even wardens will bribe prisoners with extra privileges or comforts if they turn.
Yo, man, I got a kite about this last week. You got a what now?
Informant, keeping prison authorities up to date on inner prison politics. If your papers get pulled and you have a history of being an informant, you're done. But prison is full of informants, despite all the codes of honor that you hear about. At the end of the day, nobody wants to do 40 years straight. Turning over some info for extra commissary or a better cell can be a good deal when you're facing spending a quarter of your life or more behind bars. Which is why, as you join the general population, now is as good a time as any to let you in on the biggest rule in prison. No snitching, ever. You see something, you keep your mouth shut. Now, not snitching doesn't mean telling your shot caller if you see others scheming or plotting. What no snitching really means is that if you're part of a plot and your partners get caught, you don't offer up any information. If you see someone else breaking the rules and they get caught, you didn't see a thing. But if you're personally wronged, you have every right to tell someone about it, just don't tell the guards. A sidebar to no snitching: if you've got problems with another inmate, you either handle it yourself or you bring it up with your shot caller. If you go to the guards, other inmates will assume you're a snitch, or worse, that your entire gang is full of rats. Maybe your shot caller's cutting deals with the warden. Now your whole group looks weak. A rookie who makes this mistake might get beaten badly by his own people, a way to prove to the other gangs that the problem has been handled. But if you're a veteran and you snitch to the guards, you just signed your own death warrant. Alright, so you got a cell assigned, it's time to introduce yourself to your new cellie. If you're lucky, you're in a well-maintained facility that's not overcrowded, but don't count on it. Expect to be crammed into a 2-person cell with as many as 5 people at a time, and let's hope you checked the tough guy act at the prison gates. Nobody's buying it, and nobody's got time for your attitude. Maybe you watch too many movies. Maybe you think the only way to earn some respect in prison is to march in and knock out the biggest guy. Yeah, good luck with that. The only thing that's gonna happen is you're gonna get shanked. There's rules and structure to prison life, and anyone who steps out of line gets put back in line. But more to the point, nobody's got time for wannabe gangsters or backyard tough guys. You've got people in here doing life sentences. They are never going to see the outside of a prison again. You ain't tougher than guys with nothing to lose. Nobody wants to deal with attitude. Prison is bad enough. Everyone just wants to do their time or pass their days as quietly as possible. So respect is important. You come at the other inmates correctly. You say things like "excuse me" if you bump into people. You mind your own business and you go on with your life. Inside the cell, there's a hierarchy, and it goes OGs before new fish. Now, maybe you got put in a cell with someone who doesn't know their place, always making trouble, but those prisoners don't tend to last long. So when you walk into a cell, unless you and your cellie arrive at the same time, consider the convicts already in there to be OG. That means that you show them respect, you respect their stuff, and you don't mess with their routines. And let's get one thing straight, OG gets the bottom bunk, you take the top bunk, and you be mindful of what you're doing up there, because anything that falls down might just start a problem that you don't want. Cells are typically about 7 feet by 12 feet, that's 7 feet across and 12 feet wide. You get a sink and a toilet combo, maybe a small desk to sit and write at, and that's it. Don't be a pig, clean up after yourself, and that means wipe the toilet seat after you pee and rinse out the sink after you brush your teeth. The sink often doubles as a soup bowl, with big communal meals cooked
I would actually be okay
in them, so keep it clean and hygienic.
just from that alone.
If your cell has an outlet, you probably will find inmates using stringers, pieces of metal hooked up to wires with wood in between them that get really hot when plugged in. You can stick a stringer into the bowl and boil water to make things like pasta and soup. Remember, what you got in your cell has to serve multiple purposes. When you're going number 2, you warn your cellies and you ask them to turn around. Also, you flush immediately. The moment that deuce makes a splash, you're flushing. You don't want to stink up the cell for your cellmates. Also, check that the water in the sink is running before you go number 2 in the bowl. That's because often the guards will shut off the water in the toilets right before they do a surprise inspection. It keeps people from flushing contraband. The last thing you want is to drop a deuce and have it sitting there for hours because the guards turned off the suction to the toilets. Yes, that is a real thing, so plan accordingly. General cleanliness in your cell is key, so don't be a pig or you're gonna get corrected. In prison, there's only one warning. After that, you get a correction, and that usually means having your head introduced to a concrete wall a few times until you get the message. When you first arrive, you can request some cleaning supplies, and you'll quickly notice that a lot of the inmates take cleanliness very seriously. For many, it's a coping mechanism, a small way to maintain control in a place where control is almost non-existent. But also, bugs and rats are a big problem, especially in the South. The last thing you want is to have bugs and rats crawling around your cell, because the warden isn't calling an exterminator. And even if your cellie doesn't care, the people in the cells next to you will. If your mess is the reason they're getting rats and roaches at night, they will be quick to correct you. Before you start your day, there's one more general rule about your cell that you need to know. Privacy in prison is almost non-existent. If you're on lockdown, forget about it. You are stuck in there with zero alone time. But if you're not on lockdown, you at least have the chance to leave your cell and have your door open. So you gotta handle your personal business smartly, especially in tiny cramped cells. But if you're not on lockdown and you have the privilege of open cells, the way to create privacy is simple. Hang up a towel on the door and then close it. You won't be able to fully shut it or lock your own cell door, but you can close it just enough so the blanket over the window gives you some privacy inside. That's your window of opportunity to handle your business, and everyone else will know to leave you alone. And don't go knocking on doors or barging in if you see a towel hanging. There could be all sorts of things happening in there, and none of them are your business. If you need to talk to someone, wait until they take the towel down. In the morning, you're going to go to the showers and get chow, and the showers are the most dangerous part of the prison if you don't know what you're doing. First up, make sure you shower. You don't want to stink. It'll annoy your cellmates and the other inmates. But you don't just take off for the shower either. You and your cellmate are a team, so when you hit the showers, you go together. One of you stands outside the shower and acts as a lookout while the other one washes. If you're on lookout and you see some dudes rushing up, you bang the wall hard as you can. That's the universal signal to let the guy in the shower know someone's coming for them. Make sure you wear shower shoes too. The shower's a good place to get fungus growing on your feet. But dudes do all sorts of things in the shower that ends up on the floor, so keep your feet clean and don't bring anything back to the cell with you. In a lot of joints, the showers are sanctioned places to fight. They're relatively private due to the prison not being allowed to stick cameras in there, so if you got a beef with someone, the shower's probably the place to squash it. And you need to be aware of others looking to squash beef so you don't get in the way. As you're going to chow, you're going to have your first opportunity to start exploring the cell block some. Don't be peeking into people's cells as you walk past. There's a lot of dudes in prison with mental issues, but also if people see you peeking, they might think that you're being nosy. Maybe you're doing recon for a hit or making plans to steal from them. Don't give anyone a reason to be suspicious of you and keep your eyes straight ahead. Now you're at morning chow, and if you sit in the wrong place, you're dead. It doesn't matter who your cellie is. When you get to chow, you sit with
I'd fuck up here.
With your own race. Prisons typically divided into whites, blacks, Mexicans, and
totally
the others.
Up here.
In some prisons, the others band together and they form a strong faction. But in most places, they'll align with either the blacks or the Mexicans, usually siding with whoever is
Although I'd just be like, D&D?
weaker to balance the power structure. Because in prison, everything is all about numbers. After you get your tray of food, you sit with a group and you stay there. You might go play dominoes during rec time with someone of another race, but there are times and places where mixing is allowed, and chow isn't one of them. Race relations are everything in prison, and they exist to keep the peace. That being said, each region of the U.S. has its own rules. What flies in a California prison might get you seriously hurt in a Texas yard. The unwritten rules aren't the same everywhere, but breaking them is always a bad idea. You'll probably get introduced to your shot caller at your first chow. That's the guy who's in charge of your group, and they'll introduce you to their lieutenants. This is an unbreakable chain of command. You don't jump the chain except in an emergency, otherwise you're gonna get put in your place. Violence is common in prison, and surprisingly, it has rules. First up, you don't refuse a fight ever. You can't afford to make your group look weak. And if you don't stand up for yourself, your group won't stand up for you either. And once you're in a fight, there's no copping out, no stopping halfway. If you're losing, you keep swinging until you're flat on your back unconscious. Because in prison, quitting means no respect. And if you have no respect, you become a mark, a walking target. So you fight until it's lights out. What you don't want to be is a door warrior. Those are the dudes who kick and bang on the locked doors to make a bunch of noise, but then they can't back it up when it's time to fight. After your chow, you're going to have a count, and then you're going to go off on work assignments. You keep your head down during your work assignments and you don't cause trouble. That'll make the warden or the guards take measures against the convicts. Prisons often use collective punishment as a means of deterring bad behavior. The last thing you want to be is the guy responsible for a lockdown because you did something stupid. If you put the facility on lockdown because you were handling some business, that's different. But if you made everyone lose their yard time because you were being stupid, that's going to get corrected right away. So don't be stupid. During work assignments, you'll have more access to different parts of the prison. This is an important time for the transfer of everything from information to contraband between different parts of the prison. One thing you better get used to is the idea of suitcasing. You're subject to a search anytime you're moving around the prison, which means there's only one truly safe place to hide anything, from shanks to drugs to kites. Yeah, you guessed it, your rectum. On average, you probably got about 7 inches of storage space, and one of the first lessons you'll learn in prison is how to suitcase anything you really don't want the guards to find. While on work assignments, your shot caller might ask you to carry a kite from one part of the prison to another. Your prison security might be lax enough that you're lucky and you can just stick it in your pocket. Otherwise, it's gonna be the pocket God gave you, and you wrap your cargo up in plastic, then use a lotion or butter and you slide it right in. If you're transferring between prisons and moving messages or contraband around, you want to make sure it's deep enough to avoid the cavity search that you're going to have to endure. And after lunch, there's typically more work time followed by yard time or rec time. Here, the prison population gets a few hours to hit the yard, usually in large groups. And this is the best place to accidentally break a rule that gets you killed. First off, race is everything. You may play checkers with some random dude in the evening when you're inside, but in the yard you stick to your group. The entire yard is segregated by race, and every race has its own piece of territory. No matter what, you don't stray into that territory for any reason. If you're playing ball and you accidentally knock it into another race's territory, you wait for them to kick it back to you. And if they're moving around the yard, you make sure you don't accidentally stray so much as an inch into another group's territory out of the common walkway. You might get corrected by that race, but most of the time, your own race is going to jump you. This ensures
that's pretty good.
Harmony between the races and relative stability. Most prison
I love how they're all walking like with the shuffle walk, like they have something shoved up the pocket God gave them.
Have removed the weights after realizing letting violent, hot-headed inmates get ultra jacked was a terrible idea. But that doesn't mean you won't get physically fit. You've got jumping jacks, burpees, push-ups, sit-ups, and a whole list of bodyweight exercises to keep you strong. And it's not optional. Your group expects you to be able to fight. And if you're out of shape, you're a liability. Only the real OGs or big
missing his upper
bosses get a pass from this. Also, when you're out in the yard, don't lie down in the dirt. If you want to lay down and take a nap, you stick to the concrete. That's because the dirt is where contraband of all kind gets buried. Shanks, drugs, money, cell phones. You don't want to be in someone's way when they're going to go retrieve their contraband. And you definitely don't want to be the idiot lying on top of contraband when the guards decide to do a surprise inspection. You need to learn the flow of traffic in the yard. Don't ever move against the flow of traffic. This alerts the guards and the other inmates that you're probably about to get someone. When it comes to yard time, you need to be aware that the last 10 minutes of every rec period is for cleanup. No, that's not putting exercise equipment away or straightening up. We're talking about a different type of cleanup. This is when beef gets squashed or more serious punishment is dished out. Because there's so many people, the guards can have a hard time figuring out who did what. So cleanup is a good time to shank someone a shot caller said has to go. Often shanks get buried in the dirt, which is just one more reason you don't want to be the fool who falls asleep there. Especially if it's next to where someone just stashed a murder weapon. Because the guards don't care. They're happy to pin the murder on whoever's closest, whether you did it or not. While you're in the yard, it's also a good time to get fixed up with your contraband of choice. But don't go looking for it, though. Don't go asking who's selling dope or who's got this or that. They'll find you. If you're asking who's got the dope, it looks pretty suspicious, and people might think you're an informant. Drugs flow freely in prison, so chill and wait. They'll come to you. At night, you're going to have dinner, a facility-wide count, and then 3 hours of free time before heading back to your cell. This is typically when most people will use the phone. And you better know good phone etiquette because some people will straight up kill you for messing up their phone time. You're going to get about 500 minutes of phone time per month, but only in 15-minute chunks. Once you hit the 15-minute mark, the phone cuts off automatically. It doesn't matter if you're mid-sentence or in the middle of a life-changing conversation. So when you're near the phone bank, don't ruin it for people. No yelling, no acting stupid, and most importantly, give people their space. They might be talking to a lawyer or a loved one or the only person keeping them sane. And while 500 minutes sounds like a lot, it's really just about 8 hours for the entire month. And in prison, every second counts. Make sure you signed up to use the phone and you don't mess with other people's time. The quickest way to catch a beating in prison is to take more time than you're allotted or take another person's time slot. Alright, so we've covered your prison day, rinse.
If it cuts automatically, how do you take more time?
And repeat for the next 20 years, but there are some important rules we still need to cover. You need to know that a lot of hits will also happen in the morning when the doors crack open. Typically, when a hit gets put on you, they'll tell your cellmate so they can get out. So if it's the morning and your cellmate dips out real quick, be ready because there's about to be several dudes coming through that door to get you. You can put some liquid soap on the floor and try to slow them down and place your back against the wall, but be ready to fight. Respect is everything though, and if you don't want to be in a gang, make it clear and stick to your guns even if it means you catch a whooping. Inmates will respect the fact that you stood up for yourself, but likewise, you need to show everyone else courtesy and respect. Remember, you've got dudes in there with serious mental illnesses and life prison sentences. They might have nothing to lose. Always remember that you're surrounded by predators, so you can't show weakness or fear. The moment someone gets a whiff of weakness, you're going to be a target. They'll be coming after you for everything they can take. What do you think is the hardest part about surviving in a supermax prison? Think you could handle it, or would you be in over your head? Let us know.
I mean, what's the the number of people that think that they can fight a bear in America? I wouldn't be surprised at how many dudes think that they could totally fucking like handle this. No problem. Oh, that's kind of scary to think about. All right, we got one more fun video. Let's go for it.
Okay, now previously we had a video I personally really enjoyed with like all the Trump sympathizers or illegals getting deported.
Yes.
You're undocumented and you support Donald Trump.
I support Donald Trump for the economy.
That's just funny, bro. You can't be mad at them.
Because
their families getting deported.
You have a field day with that shit.
So this was posted on our subreddit. So after the tariffs went in place, some people were very upset because it affected their bottom line, their business. And after a guy posted his struggles, somebody replied from Tanya Michelle. She said, "I love this for you." He saw this comment and it triggered him.
Who?
It triggered him. And I just wanted to kind of share it with you.
I love this for you. I love this. Nice. I love this for you. I love to see you fail. I love to see
Yo,
your
of course, these are some of my favorite YouTubers.
Family be affected and hurt because you voted for Trump. Yeah.
And if you don't know, Preach is a solid stand-up comedian.
I voted for Trump. Absolutely. Did I know he was going to increase the tariffs? Yes, I did.
So I love this for you. You got what you wanted, though. So I love this for you.
Yes, because you wanted it so badly. You got it.
I love this
and I
for you.
love
It's such a fucking perfect like way to react to that dope.
this.
And the worst thing is that you admit that you knew he was
gonna do that
because
he said he was gonna do it.
Said he was gonna
do it right at the beginning.
Yes.
And then people told you what was gonna happen,
and you said, "Nah,
I want this."
Yes. So I love
it for you. I agree.
Yes.
Don't you love it for him?
I love it for you that you agree that.
I love it for his family
I
too.
love it for everybody.
And I hope his family loves it for themselves now that they're suffering.
But that's what he wanted.
I love it when people get what they ask for.
I mean, you ask for something.
Oh yeah. Like I do that. I go to the drive-thru.
I wish I got punched in the face. Yeah.
I go to the drive-thru and I'm like, could I get a double cheeseburger, no cheese? And they're like, of course. And they give it to me and I'm like, I love this for me. Yeah. And they're like, oh, we love it for you too. That's $5.94.
And then
which I'm like, whoa, inflation.
And then they go, I'm loving it for you.
Yeah. I think he's trying to say that a leopard ate his face and he wasn't expected the leopard that he let out to eat his face get eaten.
However, I thought that the infrastructure would be set up prior.
These are really the guys. This is the same type of cat that's like, I thought you were the tolerant left. Go fuck yourself.
For small business.
Like, seriously, is there anything more annoying than the condescending right-wingers that are just like, but the tolerant left, you're supposed to tolerate us. You're supposed to, like, try and help us out of being so hateful. What the hell happened to you guys?
Just to come back to America and manufacture in America. So to wish ill on someone and to love the fact that they're suffering.
Okay, I just gotta say, this is the biggest fucking
He believes it, though. He actually believes the shit. That's wild to me.
I've ever heard of, like, we're gonna bring back all these facts. You will never compete with third world countries in
farmer.
It'll never happen.
No, you could. You could. Your iPhone's going to cost $9,000, but you could.
Your iPhone's going to cost $9,000, but yeah, it's going to come back to America. Yeah, we've been saying this since the fucking late 90s.
You're not going to compete with a...
Remember when Bill Clinton... I'm not sure how old all y'all are, but... So, I remember when, like, my dad was talking about, like, oh, Bill Clinton's sending everything to China. It's going to ruin everything. That's the one thing that he never brought up again. And now that the tariffs are here, guess what he's bringing up? The fact that his cheap Chinese goods are going to be more expensive.
The fact that's charging $1 an hour for their employees to do this kind of shit. They work harder than a lot of people in the West in these kind of menial jobs, and they also will work longer for less. You just can't compete. And also, I don't even think people want to do these jobs.
That's what I was about to say.
You know what I mean? Like, right now, there's this funny thing that's happening. Trump is saying that he's going to allow illegals to stay in America if they work on a farm. Why? Because farmers are complaining that they don't know the documented status of a lot of their employees, but at the same time, these people are crucial. Why? Because these illegals will do stuff on those farms that literally no other person will do it, and they'll do it for dirt cheap.
Bro, less and less people want to work in the food industry.
Yes.
Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Food industry. Fuck the food industry. Talk about like any fucking menial job. GameStop can't even get people to work for them.
People are not going to work, do hard labor and farm work. They're not going to do that. It's already hard to have service in a fucking drive-thru.
Yes.
Right there with you.
But they know it's crucial. So it's just like this whole pipe dream. And also, it takes a long time to build a factory, to build back industries like that. The idea of like bringing back, all these shops to be able to create this stuff, it takes a long time. Where do you think in the 4 years, do you think he's gonna have time to bring back these industries and then put this shit in place?
Not even that. You don't even know if people are gonna want to apply to these jobs. Everybody wants to be an influencer, me included.
They don't want to be putting the little chips like this.
Have you seen my fat fingers? These motherfuckers look like sausages.
All right, let's keep listening to this.
I ain't got this skill.
Hey, shit.
Fuck out of here, bro.
To love the fact that their family is being negatively affected because I didn't vote the same way that you did is fucked up. It really is. It shouldn't matter. Anyone that enters my life, I'm going to judge you of who you are, how you are as a human being. Are you kind? Are you polite? Are you sincere?
But you're gonna vote for someone that is not kind, not polite, not sincere. That's crazy for me.
Yeah, bullshit.
But I love it for you.
I love it for you. I feel zero sympathy because you know damn well that this is libs voting for whoever the fuck it is, and that shit came to bite them in the ass. They would be running circles being like, bitch, I told you so. Kamala's gonna make your kid gay. In fact, half of this campaign, all I heard was like, oh, y'all mad because we winning? Fuck, I can't stop winning. Y'all was throwing it in their face. Every day people were throwing it in the face, and I didn't mind, right? You guys made collages of liberals crying their hearts out after they lost the election. But that's okay. You know what? They lost. You want to do that as the victor? I don't give a fuck.
No, but that was kind.
And it was polite, and it was so nice. Like I said, it's okay. Right. When you guys up there and he's insulting everybody, calling them whatever nicknames, we laugh at it. It's okay. I'm gonna laugh at you now. You voted for stupid, you got stupid results. None of this was unknown. Like, can we just, every economist was saying what? If you put these tariffs in place, you're gonna fuck up the global economy and your own. It's gonna rise prices on everything. Now what happened, everyone's like, oh my God, I think a leopard ate my face. And also, who you vote for matters. I'm sorry, I will judge people based off who they vote for. Especially if who they're, like, imagine I'm an LGBTQ person, okay? And I see you across the aisle saying you're gonna vote for Trump or whatever. Yeah, I'm going to judge you for it. Why? Because you have somebody who's trying to infringe on a lot of my liberties. If I'm a woman who's pro-choice and you're my good friend and you tell me you're voting for Trump, I'm going to look at you differently because it affects my liberties. Absolutely. The idea you don't judge people for who they vote for is insane. Does that mean I'm going to say you're a horrible, worse? No, but I'm going to judge you. It's inevitable. Who you vote for, where you choose to spend a lot of your money, the things that you donate to, all of these reflect on you. And to pretend like it doesn't, you guys spend all this time judging people based off who they associate. Anyone takes a picture with Epstein, you're like, oh, look at this fucking pedophile lover. But then you don't think who you vote for consciously doesn't reflect on you?
That's how I judge you, not who you voted for. I've got far left-leaning friends. I got far right-leaning friends. It doesn't matter to me.
Sure does.
I like you based on who you are. But to see someone hurt and their business fail and their family be affected because they didn't vote the way you...
No. I don't like the way you're framing this. They're not... They're not happy because... They're not happy, but they're not...
I'm happy.
Wait, they're not happy because you didn't vote the same way they voted.
Mm-hmm.
They're having a little fun time or saying that you kind of deserve that because you voted for someone that said that would do exactly what they did, hence affecting your business because they did whatever they did. And you knew they were going to do that, and then you voted for that. It has nothing to do with like, oh, you voted different than me? Then I don't care. You could... No. No. That's not where the joke is.
Yep.
The joke is you knew.
Hey,
If you vote there, you're gonna get punched in the face, kicked in the nuts, and they're gonna take all your teeth.
Yeah.
If you vote that and they do that, and you're like, "Owie, mommy, I had a boo boo," we gonna laugh.
It's literally just like the illegals who are like, I support Trump.
But we're the assholes.
They couldn't vote, but they said support, even if it means I get deported. I'm like, cool. Gets deported, starts crying. Or the other guy who could vote didn't think it would be his family of illegals, and then they get deported, starts crying.
Didn't he say that he would deport people?
I don't feel bad for you.
Didn't he say that he was gonna deport people? So you are a person that is the target, and you say, no, I support him.
And I'm curious, if this tariff issue was affecting a liberal and it was ruining their business, I don't think you'd show them even 1 ounce of grace.
No!
So I just don't feel bad for you.
They'd be celebrating it. They'd be fucking rubbing it in the face of everybody. Are you kidding me?
It's fucked up. I'm sorry, a lot of you are fucked up. I'm sorry. We should all care about each other regardless of who we voted for.
So let's vote for someone that doesn't care about a lot of the people. Nah, bro.
Are you mad because we don't feel for you? What happened to facts don't care about your feelings?
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
That's what you were telling all the liberals when they were sharing how distraught they were. Facts don't care about your feelings. I love winning. Shut your ass up.
I mean, facts still don't care.
No, it's like, ask this guy how he feels about the trans community and see if he feels the same way.
Care about your feelings. The problem is that facts don't care about nobody.
I hate assholes like this. It's literally the same thing. They don't care until it happens to them, and then they're just like, oh, why is everybody being such meaningful beanies?
These feelings, including
I don't like it.
Yours.
I don't like it when they're so mean.
And you know what, though? Like, underneath all this stuff, there's actually, like, a lot of people who are righteously suffering. There's a lot of businesses who are going under for people who didn't vote for Trump. And it's like, a lot of people who are commenting online aren't affected. Even us, like, we don't have products that are sourced from China or sourced from a lot of other places, so we're not feeling it. But there's some tragic stories of people who had functional businesses, and because of all this tariff and all this confusion, they literally don't know how they're going to make it the next 2 months because they can't get any of their supply. You know, we might laugh about this, we might joke about this, or whatever it might be, but at the end of the day, a lot of real people,
like that one baby business,
are
or
going to be
whatever.
suffering from this. And unfortunately, a lot of people voted for this, even though they were warned what was going to happen. Look at this.
And what we're hearing from the administration is a celebration of
the
president's moves here. First the tariffs, and now describing the pause as a stroke of kind of strategic economic genius. We've seen investors seem to be breathing a sigh of relief. Are you breathing a sigh of relief?
No, not at all. The news yesterday is
Kind of looks like a Wonder Woman.
almost feels like the nail in the coffin for us.
Tell me why.
I have products in China right now produced, ready to ship. They were supposed to get on a boat yesterday and come to America, and I can't ship them
Babies look weird.
because what would have cost me maybe $30,000 with a reasonable tariff now is going to cost me almost $200,000, and I have to have.
That's game ending. Oh, why she can't get it? Because we don't make the stuff in America. And he didn't set up anything in place to make the kind of stuff in America.
Even if you did, it would take years for that to happen.
So it's just like, it's so irresponsible. And while everyone's like, oh my God, this is winning, you're just destroying a bunch of people's lives. Your neighbors, your people. So, you know, if that's what you voted for, that's what you're okay with, then that's fine. But me seeing this kind of stuff and seeing a bunch of stories like this, and even hearing from friends of mine who work in different American departments or work for the government, and seeing how this is all unfolding for them, they're all coming to the realization of how bad this is really getting.
It's like you said something about all the experts were saying, like, yeah, this is what's going to happen. That's not what I heard from the experts. What I heard the most from the experts was, this is not how tariffs works. You think that it's China that's going to pay. It's you guys. It's always the customer that's going to pay. That's what I heard. And yet,
they still up for it.
And I have to have that money when the products get to customs, and I don't have that. Nothing close to that. It's not even reasonable. So I have to leave my goods in China until I figure out some other direction. But what that means is when I run out of stock in 2 to 3 months, I no longer have products to sell and no more revenue coming in, which means I can't pay my bills, can't pay my employees, and everything I have, all of my debt. I have my house leveraged. We have 5 employees. My house is leveraged against our loans for our growth into Walmart and Target. I can't pay those bills. I don't even want to think about it.
Damn. See what she's doing? She's doing one of those techniques that I learned to not cry. You just flexing muscles just to like fucking neurologically divert your brain's attention.
You learned, or you just I don't know.
It's not even that. Is that whenever you flex
just
muscles, you spend more calories and you get hotter. You know what I mean? So all the
these idiots waxing fucking poetic about like, oh, this is how I don't cry.
water.
I love these guys.
In the body to hydrate, and then so you trying to flex the.
But she is doing everything. I could only imagine.
No, but
if I'm teetering on bankruptcy and I have to listen to this fucking goofball change his mind about terrorists every single time,
the reason why she's crying.
I'm so glad that I've been able to feel the actual grief of my mom's passing. Otherwise, if I was like these idiots, I would be the most angry person on earth.
Online speaking, when you say that, there's a realization that of what's happening.
Yeah,
you're saying in 2 to 3 months. That's tomorrow morning. Like it's
for a business. That's nothing.
For a business, that is nothing. So she's realizing that, I'm sorry, we're talking about that, and it's done.
She'll lose her house. Now imagine somebody with kids and husband, and then having to try to start a business with no line of credit afterwards because you went bankrupt. Whew. But again,
in the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Hey, this is what winning looks like, guys. This is what winning looks like. Meanwhile, there's one clip that was posted on our subreddit that really stood out to me. This is the last one I'll play. Shout out to our subreddit, man. They be posting some good things.
They be posting a lot of things.
This is Charles Schwab. It's not just a company, it's actually an individual. And he made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million.
So him and his buddies are all bragging about the fact that just before he made the announcement that terrorists were going to be paused, they bought a bunch of stock. So one of them made $900 million, and the other one made $2.5 billion. And they're just openly laughing. See, these people can afford to laugh.
Yeah.
This is why I always tell y'all, I don't care.
Let them eat cake.
Who gets elected at the end of the day, because me, as somebody in my tax bracket, we gonna be straight. Most of the times, these kinds of people always benefit us. The people that get shafted are the people who make some
fucking preach like
it's always like that. The people who are, operating on the thinnest of margins when it comes to profits. And that's most businesses in my experience. So if you want to vote for a leopard to eat your face, it is what it is. But for everyone who didn't and who's suffering, I feel for you guys. Do I feel for the people who vote? Nah, I don't because you were warned. You know what I mean? Everybody warned you and you threw it in their face. Trump supporters were obnoxious this whole election.
I like the way you said that. I like the way you said they were obnoxious.
Oh, they was DMing me. We winning so much. Are you winning now, stupid? Oh, we win is okay. All right then. It's cool.
The thing is that I would feel for them. I would feel for them a lot more if Trump did a complete 180.
Yeah.
If he did a 180, it's like, oops, he did that thing, and then everybody's caught by surprise. I'd be like, shit, he fucked you over. But now I gotta give it to him. He did exactly what he said he was about to do.
I mean, hey, listen, I ain't complaining. Up here, a liberal's probably gonna win the election because of it. The liberals were in the fucking toilet. Okay, hold up. Here's what's not debatable. Maybe they won't win. But right now it's close. Before it wasn't even a question.
No, not even a question.
Before the conservatives were supposed to win. Now because of this whole terror situation, everything's flipped on its head. And it's very likely, based off polls right now, that the liberals are going to win. So, I got nothing else. You got something else?
No.
All right, let us know what you guys think in the comments below. Did you guys enjoy that guy crying at the beginning? I did.
You think it's going to get bad before it gets worse?
So I think it's going to get worse before.
I mean, it's already getting worse. Let's be real. Like, I'm trying to, keep my head about me, with all of this stuff, but, guys, I think that we've all seen exactly what the fuck is going on, here. Right here. I had to look at the news for 10 seconds after that video just to be like, oh, let's see how bad it is. U.S. Senator Van Hollen says he met wrongly deported man in El Salvador. Oh, he did? Oh, wait. Oh. Shit, he's alive. All right, guys. Hold on, this is actually good news.
There's a place that's making one advanced cancer discovery.
Blah, 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 blah. It's not an ad that I have on my channel. Oh, shit.
Garcia. So today, I tried again to make contact with Mr. Abrego Garcia. We were told by the soldiers that they'd been ordered not to allow us to proceed any further than that point. In administrative error, since Mr. Abrego Garcia was illegally abducted and sent to CPOT, he has had no communication with anybody on the outside. So there's been no ability to find out anything about his health and well-being. Has admitted in a federal court, because we won't give up until Kilmar has his due process rights respected. Prison here in El Salvador.
Okay, that was like the most useless fucking video ever for this. All right, well, Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen met with Kilmar Abrego Garcia on Thursday evening in El Salvador, coming face to face with the wrongly deported man after 2 days in the country pushing for his release. The Democratic senator posted a photo of the meeting on X, but did not provide an update on the status of Abrego Garcia, whose attorneys are fighting to force the Trump administration to facilitate his... Well, yeah, dude. My man's got the Supreme Court behind him, so that should already be a thing. The wife. Anything about his return? They stopped us because they are under orders not to allow us to proceed, Van Hollen said. I leave now even more determined to support President Donald Trump's efforts to secure our homeland, Moore said. Wait, what? Wait, what? Who? Who's Moore? Oh, Representative Riley Moore, Trump administration, West Virginia Republican. Okay, cool. Whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Support. Nope. So, well, the good news is he's alive. Like, that's good. The bad news is, yeah, don't think anything is actually going to significantly move on this. So, so we're still in a constitutional crisis. Ain't that fun? What? Hold on, guys. I wasn't going to do another news story, but this is interesting. So, two Mongols in the motorcycle club. Two Mongols motorcycle club members charged in brutally killing of rival gang members in Ontario bar. Ontario. Alleged motorcycle gang killing leads California police on 9-hour chase. Jesus. Some straight up fucking GTA shit. Watch, it's all because he was like Trevor and he lived in that trailer park that he did. He's like, I gotta go back there. Oh, wait, I thought we established that the Angry Ginger was actually from that trailer park. I mean, lived in that trailer park, not from. It's not like, you know, a wrestler who bills. And from, God, what was it called? Damn it. Shit, I forgot. Fuck. Well, my dog has to go out and... What time is it? Past midnight. Shit. I'm not eating tonight. Well. That being the case. Alright, guys. If you are over on Twitch and you haven't already followed, please do. If you're over on YouTube and you have not already subscribed, please do. It really does help out the channel. And I really appreciate it. Thank you. Like the stream and... Let's see, we're a raid. Speed. Let's do that. Yeah, actually. Hold on. Apparently my dog's just being whiny, so I do have another video in me. Yep, raid canceled. Raid has been canceled.
Well, as you've heard, the breaking news of the night is that Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen has managed to visit the Maryland resident Kilmar Abrego Garcia, being held in prison in El Salvador in what the Trump administration admits was a mistake. Senator Van Hollen broke the news on Blue Sky, posting, quote, "I said my main goal of this trip was to meet with Kilmar. Tonight, I had that chance. I have called his wife, Jennifer, to pass along his message of love. I look forward to providing a full update upon my return." And of course, the president of El Salvador, in his wise guy mode, mocked the meeting with this tweet saying, "Kilmar Abrego Garcia miraculously risen from the death camps and torture, now sipping margaritas with Senator Van Hollen in the tropical paradise of El Salvador." And then at 9:01 p.m. tonight, President Bukele of El Salvador added this to his tweet, saying, "Now that he's been confirmed healthy, he gets the honor of staying in El Salvador's custody." Well, we will see about that. And of course, what the fuck? The president of El Salvador thinks tonight is a time to be.
We are really living in some Twilight Zone shit.
Mocking this prisoner.
Yeah,
that he's
this is wild, dude.
Holding there and mocking this process. But his words are going to be used in court now in this case, as are Donald Trump's, and they are going to be helpful to Mr. Abrego Garcia, because what the president of El Salvador has demonstrated today is just how easy it is to get this person out of El Salvador, just how easy it is to control his movements in El Salvador and out of El Salvador. This will all be part of the case. J. Harvey Wilkinson III has 41 years of experience as a federal judge.
J. Harvey Wilkinson III.
He was appointed by Republican President Ronald Reagan in 1984, and in his 41 years of service, Judge Wilkinson maybe had a right to think he had seen it all. It must be difficult to shock the legal.
It must be wild to take your life this serious.
Sensibilities of Judge Wilkinson at this point in his career, but he used the word shocking today, a word judges rarely use to describe what the Trump team has done to Kilmar Abrego Garcia after they snatched him out of his car with his autistic 5-year-old child watching from the back seat, and then sent him to a deliberately cruel and unusual prison in El Salvador, where he may remain tonight. A 3-judge federal appeals court panel unanimously ruled against the Trump administration.
It was 9-0 in the Supreme Court.
In the case today, Judge Wilkinson, writing the opinion, said,
"Man, Lawrence. Oh, Lawrence is, damn, dude. This is kind of sad to see.
While we fully respect the executive's robust assertion of its Article 2 powers, we should..."
I mean, as someone who has a little bit of trouble reading himself, this man, I have watched him be like a powerhouse of news. Like Kamala lost, and he just was just like, nope.
Micromanage the efforts of a fine district judge attempting to implement the Supreme Court's recent decision. It is difficult in some cases to get to the very heart of the matter, but in this case, It is not hard at all. The government is asserting a right to stash away residents of this country in foreign prisons without the semblance of due process. That is the foundation of our constitutional order. Further, it claims in essence that because it has rid itself of custody, that there is nothing that can be done. This should be shocking, not only to judges, but to the intuitive sense of liberty that Americans far removed from courthouses still hold dear. The government asserts that Abrego Garcia is a terrorist and a member of MS-13. Perhaps, but perhaps not. Regardless, he is still entitled to due process. If the government is confident of its position, it should be assured that position will prevail in proceedings to terminate the withholding of removal order. Moreover, the government has conceded that Abrego Garcia was wrongly or mistakenly deported. Why then should it not make what was wrong right? Making what was wrong right was the very purpose in the founders' creation of the American judicial system, which must always include due process of law. In today's unanimous ruling by the appeals court, Judge Wilkinson wrote, "The executive possesses enormous powers to prosecute and to deport, but with powers come restraints. If today the executive claims the right to deport without due process and in disregard of court orders, what assurance will there be tomorrow that it will not deport American citizens and then disclaim responsibility to bring them home?" Here's what Donald Trump said on Tuesday about sending American citizens to that very same deliberately and proudly cruel and unusual prison in El Salvador.
Could we use it for violent criminals, our own violent criminals?
I call them homegrown criminals.
Yes.
I mean, the
homegrowns.
the ones that grew up and
It's just like my weed. I mean, oops, did I just say that?
something went wrong and they hit people over the head with a baseball bat. We have, and push people into subways just before the train gets there, like you see happening sometimes. We are looking into it and we want to do it. I would love to do that.
We live in such a dystopian fucking hellhole.
Would love to do it. Here's what Donald Trump said today.
We have a great relationship with the president of El Salvador. Will you ask him to release Abrego Garcia?
I told him to stop using the yellow in my hair because I told him I want to look like I'm a statesman. So they told me, well, you got to let your gray come in because, sir, I told you, you just have to let it happen.
So that you can facilitate
It was the hardest decision I've ever made.
his return here to the United States. And do you believe he deserves due process here?
He's already checked out.
Well, I must tell you, I
God damn it.
have to refer again to the lawyers. I'll have to do what they asked
Yeah, you're the first part.
me to do. I had heard that
Yeah, I got to fire the lawyers. I didn't hear the last part you were talking about. So you know what? Just go to the lawyers. I don't want to know about it.
there were a lot of things about a certain gentleman, perhaps it was that gentleman, that
Oh my
would
God, I am not wrong. This is fucked up.
make that case be a case that's easily winnable on appeal. So we'll just have to see. I'm going to have to respond to the lawyers.
I'd have to respond to the lawyers. I'm getting angry now because you asked me a question that was a little bit too hard.
Today, Donald Trump also said this about Mr. Abrego Garcia.
You like my new hairdo? I think it looks good.
I've heard many things about him, and we'll have to find out what the truth is.
We'll have to find out what the truth is. That's the reason we have due process. That is
due process
exactly what the phrase due process means. We'll have to find out what the truth is.
Yes.
Leading off our discussion tonight is Andrew Weissman, former FBI general counsel and former chief of the
Holy in the name of old Max Batman. Oh my God.
Criminal Division.
Oh my God. I used to fucking like play Newgrounds videos on that exact same Mac.
In the Eastern District of New York. He's also an MSNBC legal analyst. Andrew, I just want you to collect all of the breaking news developments along with the appeals court opinion today. Donald Trump just saying we'll have to find out what the truth is. We're going to hear that. I assume that line will be in legal filings made by Abrego Garcia's attorneys saying, look, even the president of the United States says we have to find out what the truth is.
So I've been on air. Rachel Maddow has been on air. Now you're on air, all talking about the Wilkinson decision because it's so remarkable. And I'm going to answer your question, but I just want to, for a moment, make sure that everyone understands.
Get your point.
And where we are, because, you know, there's lots and lots of bad news that we cover all the time. But I want to make sure people understand we have talked about Judge Ludig speaking out, and he's done that for quite some time.
Oh my God, you're the reason this exists.
I'm in a heroic way. And then we've had the Wall Street Journal speak out about the Garcia case, the Abrego Garcia case. But now I want to make sure people understand Judge Wilkinson is a revered conservative Republican in a really conservative community. He is clearly, in a unanimous ruling, sending a clear clarion call about what is going on and the violation of law and the violation of this man's due process rights. It is matched by Jack Goldsmith at Harvard, John Yoo. I mean, there is a remarkable constellation. So it is not sort of what I'll call the MSNBC crowd. This is not people just saying the sky is falling. You're seeing this across the board here with people really understanding that the fundamental principles of this country are being violated. And yes, to your point, we are going to have in court the president's own statements, which basically, by the way, are directly responded to in the part of the decision that you read, where it's like the government wants to go ahead and prove that somebody is part of a gang and should be deported. That's the point. That's what the court of law is for, and it will be the court that decides that.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the president of the United States. That will be in the court proceeding, and certainly the senator's trip will be.
As far as I know, like a lot of people do not disagree with this.
In the court proceeding, precisely for the reasons you note, that the only reason that Mr. Abrego Garcia is there is because of Donald Trump, not because of the unilateral decision of El Salvador.
Yeah, and so we don't know exactly where the meeting took place. Apparently it took place at a hotel in El Salvador, which means he was removed from the prison today to go to a hotel. They apparently gave him back the clothes that he arrived in and didn't have to, got him out of whatever the prison uniform is. There's a government official there apparently standing, facilitating this, that important word, Supreme Court word, facilitating. And in what we're seeing there, Andrew, this seems to be the pictures we're looking at now, these pictures seem to be extremely relevant to the Supreme Court's assessment of what is possible here. This is, a senator gets this kind of treatment in any country they go to anywhere in the world. They get maximum cooperation from any government wherever a senator goes. A president of the United States has even more power than what you're seeing Senator Van Hollen manage to exercise today in getting to meet and speak with this resident of Maryland who is now imprisoned in El Salvador. It seems to me the courts are going to be very, very interested in what the senator was able to accomplish versus what they would expect the president to be able to accomplish here.
Of course. I mean, this is one where, there's a reason that Judge Wilkinson described this as that not subtly veiled thumbing of the executive branch's noses at the court order. He knows exactly what's going on, and this really goes a long way to prove it. If you needed any more proof, for God's sake, we're paying to have that man kept in prison without any due process. But it's the fact that we're paying that is the reason he's there. If this was some unilateral action on the part of El Salvador, which there's zero evidence of that, and in fact, all evidence is to the contrary, there's no reason that they would be arranging a hotel meeting outside of the prison for anyone. They would be saying, the United States has nothing to do with our sovereign nation. Instead, he's there only only because Donald Trump wants him there and is paying for him to be there. That is the key point, and that is why the administration is not even answering the question, have you asked for him to be returned? They have still not answered that question, and this man is in jail where the Supreme Court has said his rights have been violated by the Trump administration. As Judge Wilkinson said, if you've done something wrong, it is time to make it right.
Yeah, as we speak, I just want to do one more question, but I want to keep those pictures of Senator Van Hollen on the screen because it is so inspiring to see what he achieved and seeing what his intervention means here. Andrew, the president of El Salvador has now done this typically for him wise guy tweet tonight. He's very Trumpian in his wise guy tweeting, thinking he's outsmarting everyone. And his latest tweet tonight says, now that you've seen that he's healthy, we're going to keep him here. And this is a specific, what this president of El Salvador is doing, I don't think he's aware of it, is he is specifically taunting the Chief Justice of the United States, John Roberts. You can do nothing. You can do nothing here. You don't even have the power that Chris Van Hollen has.
So, I totally agree with you that this is somebody who may think he's being cute, but, his tweets have already been used in a court of law. Judge Boasberg, in finding probable cause that the Department of Justice and this administration has committed contempt. Just for a moment, let's just remember what I just said. A federal judge has found that this is...
Oh, you're telling me that the guy that looks like a fucking Pokemon scalper is a corrupt asshole? What?
Administration has committed contempt of his order. And one of the things he cites is the taunting tweet from the president of El Salvador, where the planes that were supposed to have been turned around land, and the president of El Salvador says, oops, too late. Well, it wasn't too late, and that was used. And, that is the kind of thing, that's the reason you see Judge Boasberg, the appellate courts, the Supreme Court, in not one, but two decisions, a district court in Maryland, and now a conservative panel in the Fourth Circuit with Judge Wilkinson writing a truly scathing opinion. I highly, highly recommend people read it. It's 7 pages. It's written for the public to understand what's going on here. And it's apolitical. I mean, there's no way to trash this as some deep state judge who should be impeached. It's so important for people to understand how bipartisan the uproar is here about the sort of lawlessness and callousness of what is going on.
It is fucking nuts that they're using this guy as a political pawn. I mean, hey, I've never been more glad to be wrong about the fact that he's like alive and well, Like, here's the thing. If we were right-wingers, we would just be like, that's a body double. It's a body double. They just found some guy that gave him the exact same tattoos. It's a body double. They put his clothes on him. It's a body double. But we know. Come on. No, we know that it's that stupid. They're just playing this game where it's like, oh. They're just taunting, like, they're literally taunting the American Supreme Court, like he was just saying. Like, not too far off. Not at all. All right. Anything else? Let's see. Nope. All right. Give me 1 second here. All right. Now, should probably go get something to eat, man. It's been long enough. All right. I'm gonna play Kirk's new song real quick, and then I'm gonna head on off.
Wake up with a bottle in the right hand, codeine on my lips and crushed up pillies on the nightstand. I was lights out by the time the moon was shining. Never had a night where I was sober in my life, fam. Blowing Oxycontin up my nose, I was a drug fiend. Purple in my cup, no way I'm ever gonna piss clean. Told y'all this ain't blood, it's drugs and money run through my jeans. Someday you gon' find me dead, until then this is my dream. Yeah, I'm like, hey, fuck all the things
I don't understand why Republicans are complaining about Trump's tariffs. He's just trolling, bro.
I ain't the one who about to play. Spend all my money on the code.
Yeah. It'd be nice if they functioned on their own, like, logical platform.
Since I was just a young, this life I gotta let it go. Let it go. Hey, I never wanted to be solo. I've always had the feeling no one wanted me to go home. But I won't get hated all the people that I fucked with when I was legit, but didn't realize they was going through the same shit that I did. I always thought I'd make it out of this alive, but always hoped that I would die. I got no energy to try. I'm high right now, ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I'm high right now.
Now raid Skid's channel.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, fuck all the things you gotta say. Got so much mud up in my veins. I ain't the one who about to play. Spend all my money on a coke. No playing this shit ain't no joke. Been lit since I was just a young. This life I gotta let it go. Let it go. Wake up with a bottle in the right hand, codeine on my lips and crushed up pillies on the nightstand. I was lights out by the time the moon was shining. Never had a night where I was sober in my life, fam. Blowing Oxycontin up my nose, I was a drug fiend. Purple in my cup, no way I'm ever gonna piss clean. Told y'all this ain't blood, it's drugs and money run through my jeans. Someday you gon' find me dead, until then this is my Yeah, I'm like, hey, fuck all the things you gotta say. Got so much mud up in my veins. I ain't the one who about to play. Spend all my money on a coke. No playing this shit ain't no joke. Been lit since I was just a young. This life I gotta let it go. Let it go.
All right, y'all. This is the hard part for me because, again, the Midwestern goodbye. But I think it's going to be normal time tomorrow. Either that or it's going to be no show tomorrow because it really depends on if we find a new ride for Unimoogle because her old car died, so we are at that point. Kind of sucks, but yeah, we gotta figure that whole situation out. But hopefully, 4 o'clock tomorrow. I hope to see you there. All right, y'all. I'll catch you later.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.